Hello, good morning and welcome to Loughborough for another edition, the 20th edition of the Loughborough International Athletics. Well, the sun is starting to come out, the sky is getting a bit bluer, and it all starts with the school 60 metre races. Scott Eburn here in the commentary all day, and alongside me Richard Morrell. And Rich, it's going to be a great day, isn't it? So much to look forward to.
Yeah, absolutely, Scott. The weather is, it looks as though it's trying to get out and get with us a bit, but as we've mentioned this morning, it is particularly cold up in this commentary area this morning. So, yeah, the wind is not sheltered from us this morning. But yeah, we're going to be kicking things off with our school races, and we've got the girls' 60 metre school race going off first. So, a great opportunity for some of these youngsters to really get a taste of track early on in their career.
Well, I had a little peer down into the high pack earlier, and you could see all of these youngsters warming up. The parents were there, they were walking them in earlier, just giving them a bit of a chaperoned experience at this Loughborough International. So they have their first names on their bibs. I'm sure they will go in a photo frame or on the wall later on. It certainly would if I was one of these young athletes. So the weather today, we mentioned it's a bit breezy. You can see 11 mile per hour winds, gusts of up to 14, 15 as we get through the day. 12 or 13 degrees, which is a bit cool for some of these early guest 100 metre sprints. So, yeah, the rain could rain at 2 o'clock today. We hope not, because we've got some of the match races going on. But anyway, the lineup for this first 60 metre guest race, we've got Hajar, Lily, Ava, Sophia, Millie, Lavana, Libby and Harper. Away they go, really good start from Hajar on the inside. Oh no, we've had a faller. It's Ava down in lane 3, and coming through in lane 4 it's Sophia. But what about this on the outside from Harper? Harper gets there, the clock doesn't stop, it was 9 seconds and change. And what about Ava in lane 3? Ava wore back to her feet in the red vest and finished in I think under 15 seconds. That was pretty good going.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a bit of a shame for Ava there, but Harper looks absolutely delighted with that run this morning. Like we were saying there, Scott, the first taste of athletics for these youngsters. We see them walking through the warm-up area, and there's, you know, lots of the season pros kicking around in that warm-up area. So it's great. It's a great experience for these youngsters this morning to get out on track. A real shame for Ava taking a tumble there, but you know, nonetheless, I'm sure she will be back and she will be competing again. And yeah, Harper, great run from Harper there.
I mean, we talk about getting youngsters to these events. I remember back in 2005 at the Birmingham Indoor Grand Prix, seeing Kelly Holmes race, meeting Kelly Holmes afterwards, and you know, 20 years down the line I'm still involved in the sport. So we can only hope for the same for these young athletes. Got a lot of action to come in the field today, some stars that you may recognise. Of course, the Loughborough International is a team competition between Loughborough students and then England, Scotland, Wales, and then the National Athletics League, I think, are here as well. So the second race, the B race of this girls' 60 metres, is up in a moment.
Yeah, so in this race we've got Thea Smith, Marie Coulthard, Lily Nash, Molly Hammond, Era Hammond, and if there could be a sister rivalry there. We've got Rosie O'Dowd and Wang Ting Lee also lining up in this one. So these youngsters will be getting underway shortly. Last minute stride out there before the starters get them underway in this second race of our programme this morning. So it looks like we've got about 4 minutes until this race gets underway. So nervous times for these youngsters. We have got, like Scott mentioned, some of our field events on the way, and the discus seems to be well underway at the moment. Some of the athletes you can see on the screen there. We've got our discus throw masters final. We've got Sydney Shorrock in there, Eden Francis, Kowalski, Mace, Harris, Farah, Law and Obam Keenwa, all representing various counties in this Loughborough match today. We've got our GB juniors in there, England, Wales, Scotland, and then our guests in these competitions throughout today.
Well, I think on the schedule we're supposed to have Katarina Johnson-Thompson here with us today. Early season pipe opener for her across some events in the past few years. She's actually done the 4x4 at the end of the competition. She's not doing that today. She wasn't on the England team list, so I don't know, could still see her compete in that event. Things change, don't they, as they go through.
Yeah, it's an intriguing competition today, Scott, because obviously we've got the Commonwealth Games due later on in the season, and for a lot of athletes there will still be, the qualification window is still open, and also with the sort of basis of this competition being some of the home nations, it's an opportunity to sort of, box off last-minute qualification times, but just get a feel to, for putting on their international vests. So, yeah, there is still a lot of intrigue around some of the start lists and some of the performers that we've got lined up today.
Yeah, for sure, and the GB juniors, for a lot of them, this is their first representative vest, and they'll be trying to get qualification marks for the big championships later this summer. We can talk about that later on, and we'll see so many of the young talents that we will have seen over the indoors and outdoors last year at the England Age Group Championships. So, a green card shown. I mean, it's cold down there for some of these youngsters, isn't it?
Yeah, and they've been hanging around for, like we said, a good 4 minutes now. So I'll recap that start list there. We've got Smith, Coulthard, Nash, Hammond, O'Dowd, and Lee. The athletes just waiting patiently, ready to get the nod, get the toe on the line, and get this next 60-metre race out the way with.
Anything you're particularly looking forward to today, Rich?
Oh, there's lots in the schedule, Scott. Absolutely lots in there. The women's 800-metre match. I'm really intrigued to see how Shakira King goes. She had a tumble last week abroad over 800 metres, and she looked poised to potentially take the win in that race there. So for me, there's a bit of intrigue around Shakira King about how well she can go today, because I think it's only a matter of time before that 2-minute barrier goes for her. What about yourself?
Well, we end the day with the UK 10,000 metre championships, which start at 7:30. Looking forward to seeing those. You can see a bit of a dust-up between Hugo Milner and Neil KRS and Joe Wigfield, but we've got a couple of good youngsters in the 400s here through the Loughborough International today, so looking forward to seeing how they get on.
I think the upshot of it is, Scott, we've got plenty of action lined up today, haven't we?
Yeah, exactly, and we're through until about 6 o'clock here on the live stream.
So athletes again just waiting patiently to get underway in this 60 metres, and here we go, toes on the line time. And they look to be away nice and clean there, and it does look to be Mari that's streaking down the home straight now. She's gapped the full feet, an excellent run there. What a run there. Mari takes the win. Mari Coulthard takes the win there, 8:86. Looked great there, Scott. Nice flowing style there from the youngster. And again, like we said, just a good taste of athletics at this Loughborough International today.
8:86 is quick. I mean, she's got spikes on. I don't think the others had. A couple of them did, but 8:86 is flying. I'm just looking, we do have a decent tailwind. You might remember, if you were watching the Loughborough International last year, they actually ran the 100 metres and the sprint hurdles on the back straight to get a win. But a nice tailwind, quick start, great win.
Yeah, absolutely. Watch out for that name, Mari Coulthard. Fantastic run, 8:86, under 12 as well, Scott. Great running there.
Yeah, flying. In the discus, we're just going through the early throws, and this is the first round. That was Emma Kowalski. She's got a personal best of close to 50 metres. We've got Kirsty Law, great Scottish athlete, in the lineup today. And the Loughborough students' competitor in the match is Sophie Mace. Again, an athlete that can throw over 50 metres. So, we have the schoolboys 60 metres to come in just a moment. 2 races of that. Yeah, and the B final. Connected with that pretty well. Did get the white flag in her first attempt there, Sophie Mace. his discus throws, throwing into a slight breeze. We'll be able to get a glimpse of the windsocks and the flag. Hundred-metre races that are coming up shortly. They will have a favourable wind on their backs. This is the Welsh competitor Lucy Harris. She's her best this year of 45.95. Got a good flight on that. That looks like it was over 45 metres and could well be close to that best of 45.95. Just trying to see the scoreboard if it flashes up with that. Opening throws, that was 46.28 for Lucy Harris. So if we have a personal best accurate, that is a new personal best for her in the first round. Great throwing from Harris. So let's take a look at the start list. They're all on the line. We've got Charlie, Amanch, Alfie, Ross, Riley, Lucas, William and Riley on the outside, all from local schools. A couple of them might know each other. Lucas Biggs and Riley Hibbert, both from Warren Hills Community Primary School. Oh, look at him waving as well. William Trotter there in the green from lane 7.
He's really soaking this one up, isn't he, Scott?
Yeah, loving the confidence. I'm not sure I'd have the confidence at his age. Maybe I would, I don't know. Let's see. I'm expecting a win now. You set your stalls early like that with a big wave. You've got to enjoy it though. Very well behaved, these young men. Running 60 metres. Remember 8.86, the winning time in the second race of the girls. Then they go away. And on the inside, it's a good start from Charlie. Riley starting to move, and Lucas. These three neck and neck. It might just be Charlie on the inside. 9.58. Charlie Hutchinson, we think, from up here, just about got there. It was very close between Charlie in lane 1, Riley in 5, and then Lucas in 6. They were really, really close. Some good running from all of those athletes.
Again, I think it just really highlights how strong the performance was from Coulthard earlier. Clocking that 8.86. But the lads across the line there, 9.58.
Yeah, it's flying, isn't it? This is Zara Obama-Kinwa competing for England today. You see that white vest. She walks out the circle. That wasn't quite right for her. So, just loses a bit of balance, hits the net, was a bit off centre. This is Sydney Shorrock. So this is Eden Francis, long-time competitor, Leicestershire girl. Gets good pull on that. Somewhere close to 45 metres, maybe 43 and a half.
Yeah, it does seem to be a bit down on season's best there, though. 53.06 for Eden Francis this season. Personal best of 59.78. So, yeah, a little bit down on her season's best. So she'll be looking to rectify that as these athletes do progress through the discus. I mean, it's always hard to sort of nail them first throws. Really, I think you've got to take one or two to sort of get into the swing of things. You can see the other athlete there, the Loughborough athletes. Looks as though that one has caught the cage on the way out there, so that'll be another disappointing throw there.
Yeah, that was Kowalski guesting in this competition. So we do have one more race in the 60-metre boys. Just to confirm, it was Charlie Hutchinson that won in 9:60 in that first boys race, with Biggs 9:66 in second place.
Yeah, so in this next 60 metres we've got Tristan Campila, Ben Willett in there. We've also got Nia Carlos, Alice McGregor, Freddie McCroft, Austin Mercy and Joseph Martin. So we can see them away nice and clean there from the start. And it does look to be Naya on the in lane 3 there, that's streaking down the home straight. He's going to take this one clearly across the line there, 9.06. Great run there for Naya. Again, full of celebrations. Great to see that crossing the line there. A real strong run there from Naya. 9.06 there for Naya Carlos. Brilliant running, and I think that brings to an end our school's 60 metres, if I'm correct, Scott.
Yeah, it does. More discus. Lucy Harris here, trying to find her way up the leaderboard. We're still waiting for those results just to trickle through. And this is what we've got to come. In about 8 minutes, we've got the first of 3 guest races in the men's 100 metres, then the women's 100 guests, then we go to the 100 metre hurdle guest races. All of those sprint hurdle guest races we get out of the way early in the programme. Those athletes, some of them will certainly feature later on in maybe the 200s and perhaps even the 4x100s later on. Our GP junior here, Matilda Farrar. Well, that's somewhere around 40 metres. She has thrown 44.37 this season. She's only an under 20 and she's competing against athletes here that are a lot more experienced. Somebody like Kirsty Law and Eden Francis, both very experienced, and Matilda Farrar will learn a lot from competing alongside of them. They throw a 1 kilo discus, the women do, and this is Kirsty Law.
Yeah, Kirsty Law coming into this one with a personal best of 60.13 metres. So season's best 53 metres. So be looking to get out towards that mark today at least. And that one, disc was flying a little bit low there. Just seems to be over the 45 metre mark, so probably around about the 46 metres. So the trajectory out of the cage there just wasn't quite right for Kirsty Law there, but it's early in this competition, so still plenty of time, still plenty of throws to really nail that one. It'd be great if we could see the likes of Law get out over that 55 metre mark today.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Sometimes the throwers don't mind throwing into a headwind. It just creates a little bit of lift for the implement. It's only quite a strong headwind. I wonder if we can see the throws. Oh, that was 50 metres and 11 centimetres for Kirsty Law. Zara Obama Kinwa is up next. No measurement, no throw in her first round. We saw that one, didn't she? She hit the cage a bit better this time. It's actually Eden Francis that is in second place with 49.32. Our long jump competition is about to get underway, and actually I mentioned about some of the 400s I'm looking forward to later, and the 4 hurdles. The women's long jump is a competition which we've got some real quality here. So then we've got the first of 3 guest races in this men's 100 metres. They're just getting their blocks set up now. It's quite cool. It's 11 or 12 degrees, which is not that warm, so we may see a bit of a dip in times. This is the long jump competition in the para long jump competitions, which I think we've already got started here. The men and women are going at the same time. We'll then have separate match competitions for the able-bodied long jump later on. And actually the sun's just started to come down on the track here. That's good to see.
Yeah, and I do think these athletes, they are going to have a bit of a tailwind, Scott. So, you know, for the sprinters, Loughborough's pretty unique in the way that they will change the position of the 100-metre start based on the wind. So it's always a bit of a benefit for these athletes. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what impact that has on the times today.
So that was our Loughborough athlete Sophie Mace, who currently sits 4th, and that's just gone to 47.40, so an improvement, but still in 4th place at the minute.
Yeah, Sophie's putting together a real good string of throws though. It's just gradually improving each time. 44.69 at kick-off, then 46, then 47. So it's all heading in the right direction for Sophie Mace. So, you know, building together a collection of decent throws there. Down at the top of the home straight, we can see these athletes that are just getting ready for this 100 metres. That'll be up shortly. And it looks to be Lucy Harris there that's just thrown right out into the field, and that looks to be an improvement on her first effort as well, and it could be in PB territory there actually.
Yeah, looked pretty good.
It did.
Well, that lineup for the men's 100, which is about to get underway. We've got 8 athletes, some names that you'll recognise if you've been watching the Loughborough International the last couple of years and some of the national athletics. Eniola Adedoton goes on the inside, then Joel Masters, super young talent, has ran 10.40 at his absolute best. James Armenio goes in lane 3. Dylan Williams in 4. Corey Neelan Richards, recent Bucks medalist, UK indoor medalist over the 200 metres, is in 5. Callum Winchester Wright is in 6. Emmanuel Akinrolli is in 7. And Welsh athlete Lewis Stevens goes in lane 8. He's got a 10.44 personal best. So some of the athletes to watch out for: Joel Masters in 2, Corey Neelan Richards, and Dylan Williams, a young under 20 athlete who's here today as part of the GB Juniors. Well, I was about to say they were all away very quickly. It was Armenio, the under 20, that popped up ahead of everybody else. The athletes on the inside all went, but they were all very close to James Armenio. We'll be able to see it again on the replay.
Interesting times. Yeah, I wonder how they play this one, Scott. I've seen a few competitions where they've, you know, give them the benefit of the doubt, and it's been a green car for the rest of the fields. Will they be a little bit stricter here at the Loughborough International today? Let's wait and see. But it did look to be Armenio that was sharp out of the blocks, and a telltale sign is when them athletes do filter down there and they're called back. There's a few athletes already stood at the top. It's top of the home straight, still pretty much static within their blocks.
Yeah, that was Macy Hand as well, I think, in the para long jump competition. She's in 3rd at the minute. So, a nervous wait. Well, the athlete on the outside, Lewis Stevens, has he been disqualified on the outside?
Yeah, it does look to be Stevens, the Welsh athlete, under 23, personal best of 10.44, so he certainly would have been in the mix today. It's a real shame for Stevens, that one.
So down to 7, it's Adeoton, Masters, Armenio, Williams, Neelan Richards, Winchester Wright, Akinrolli on the outside. First of our 3 guest 100 metre races here for the men at the Loughborough International. Clean this time, great start from Dylan Williams. Everybody else with a bit of work to do. Here comes Neelan Richards and it's a good run from Winchester Wright, who's starting to chase them down. Oh, it's close across the line, 10:44. Almost difficult to call because Winchester Wright, Arminio, Williams and Neelan Richards were all there. Dylan Williams, the young man just to the right of the picture, looked as if he might have had it. He was so close. Well, we'll have to see that again. I don't know if you can call it, Rich. I'm not sure I'm brave enough to.
Absolutely not. There's not a chance I'm calling that one. We'll call the official time, 10:44, splashing up on the screen, but they're certainly having a look at this one. It was so close, so packed towards the end there. 3 of them athletes involved in this one. Yes, 10:44 across the line. Just intrigued to see where this one goes.
Well, here we go again. Maybe it was Arminio on the inside. I mean, we thought he might have false started the first time round. We were wrong about that.
See, you thought Arminio. I was thinking it was Williams, just looking at that one there. So it's, yeah, very, very close. Very close on the line there.
Well, the fact it hasn't come up for us says that Photo Finish still haven't decided. That was Eden Francis in the discus, and in the para long jump, that's Barney Corral, and no jump in his first round attempt. The competition being led by Elliot Griffiths of GB Juniors in this para competition. Well, I still don't think the athletes know, and they're still waiting, watching on the big screen that is actually facing away from us, annoyingly, but it's facing the spectators sitting on the bank.
So as we head back into the cage there, that looked to be another attempt there for Kowalski. Around about the 45-meter mark there. So another solid throw, but you know, only 1 or 2 athletes pushing out towards and beyond that 50-meter mark this morning. So yes, that was Kowalski, 45.64 in a third throw, and then she's gone for 45.10 there. So a season's best for Kowalski with 45.64, but a bit short of that mark there.
This is Sam Jose, the England athlete, attacking this like a sprint start, trying to build up as much speed as possible. Well, the results from that first 100 metres have come through. There was only 100th of a second to separate the top 3, and it's James Arminio giving it on 1,000th of a second from Dylan Williams, 10:44 to 10:44, and Callum Winchester Wright, 10:45. Corey Neelan Richards, 10:51.
Yeah, no wonder it took a while to call that one. So our next 100-metre race is lined up at the top of the track. We've got Pierce, Rhodes, Avis in 4, Linton in 5, Williamson in 6, Duriamo in 7. Athletes away nice and clean there, and there seems to be a stoppage from lane 3 there, but it looks to be lane 3 Rhodes that's streaking down the home straight now, coming under a little bit of pressure. It's going to be close on the line again, but actually I think it was lane 6, bib number 349, Alec Williamson, that looked to me to take that one, coming in this one with a personal best of 10.7, clock stopped at 10.57 there. So if that is the case, Alec Williamson has knocked 2/10 off his personal best there, which is a huge run for him there. And it looked to be Rhodes that was going to take that one, but Williamson really made a charge that last 20 metres there. So we'll wait for official confirmation of that, but 10:57 is the time.
I'm just interested to know what happened to Ashley Avis, because he stopped after just a couple of... Or maybe he just twitched, did he? And was just a bit unsettled in the blocks, perhaps.
Yeah, it looked as though there was a slight twitch there, and I think in them last milliseconds before the start, if something just doesn't click, it can all come crumbling down, and that's exactly what's happened with Avis there. But you can see right the way through the line there, Williamson seems to be pushing all the way, so we'll wait for official confirmation of that. Again, another 100-metre race that was really close on the line, a tough one to call from where we are in the commentary box, but yeah. recap there the results from our earlier 100-metre guest. We had Dylan Williams taking the win there, 10:44. Arminio's been given second, 10:44. Winchester right in third, 10:45. So some good times from that.
Well, actually, just a correction. Both Arminio and Dylan Williams have been given exactly the same time, down to 1,000. So they have drawn and they have equalled the result. So just seen on the screen on the infield, it's Alec Williamson, 10:56. The wind plus 1.3 metres per second.
Yes, that's a great run from Williamson this morning. 2/10 off his personal best. It's walking away as a 10.5 athlete today. Wind legal as well. So, yeah, great result for Williamson there.
It just goes to show that the microclimate that we're sitting on the balcony in the terrace in Loughborough is about 15 degrees cooler than it's down on the track, because conditions are pretty good. Remember, it's 10:45 on a Sunday morning. This is early for these guys to sprint. Some people will say it doesn't matter, but I'm sure they will disagree. It's a very early start.
Yeah, we can see Molly Kingsbury on the runway now lining up as she attacks the board here. She's looking to get another solid performance on the board there, and it looks to be a good jump from Kingsbury there, so we'll get a result up for that as soon as we can see that one filter through. The action's coming thick and fast here. Back over to the cage, discus, and it looks to be the England competitor there, Eden Francis.
No, that's Zara Obama-Kinwa. She fouled her first throw. She's thrown 56.28 in the third round to have a 6 and a bit metre lead ahead of Kirsty Law. Then 53.88 in the second round. She liked that one. It was a big old throw, starting to find a rhythm, and actually the wind just starting to swirl around a little bit as it dips down. This is the third men's 100-metre guest race. So here we have Stuart Green Howe in lane 2, goes in lane 2. Sorry, Jacob Kitchen-Smith. My hesitation was because he doesn't start in lane 1. Alvin Liu goes in 3. Kasper Matsiak is in 4. Raphael Grant is in 5. Django Laporte in 6. And Ollie Johnson on the outside in lane 7. Well, in this 100 metres, it's lane 6, and Laporte, I think, just pulling away from Ollie Johnson at the end, 10.79. We'll have to see it again on the replay. We were looking at other things happening around the arena here, but it was Django Laporte who looked to just get it rich, and it was a clean start. No issues out of the blocks this time. Really strong start from Raphael Grant and Kasper Matsiak in the black of Birchfield Harriers, pumping those arms down the track. Just started to fade as the two on the outside began to pull away. Laporte just about getting it for me, and it's 10.78 he's given the time. Ollie Johnson 10.83 and Stuart Greenhow 10.84 the win, plus 0.7 metres per second. So nice clean conditions here in Loughborough today. That's Sam Jose. He's currently second in this para long jump competition, 5 metres 48. That's maybe a little improvement for him. We're in the third round of throws. He was a foul in the second round. So this is the result from that second race. Alec Williamson getting it by a 100th of a second from Barnaby Rhodes and Struan Linton 10.70 and Patrick Pearce 10.74, the young Birchfield Harrier.
So next up on track, we are going to the ladies 100 metre final A, and we've got Wright Tai Pao in lane 1, lane number 2 Tammy George, 3 Nell Dessa, 4 Leonie Ashmeda, 5 Chisholm Elakua, 6 Sophie Thomas, 7 Lily Bradley, and 8 Ashley Moses in this one. So our quickest in the field looks to be coming from Leonie Ashmead, 11.43.
Kirsty Law in the discus then. She currently sits in second place, that first round throw of just over 50 metres, keeping her in a podium spot at the minute. That was another foul, unfortunately, for her. I mean, we had 3 good guest 100 metre races for the men, and we've got some talented youngsters, Rich, in this first one for the women.
Yeah, definitely. You know, Leonie Ashmead, GB Senior 2001, so 25-year-old now, 11.43 personal best. That's really, really knocking on the door. If you know, touching our top British sprinters there. So, you know, interesting to see how Leonie goes today. But yeah, we can see the athletes just lining up now. These last few moments before they settle into the blocks and get underway with this 100 metres, our first one of the ladies 100 metre race, guest races today. So away first time, no issues with the start there, and it looks pretty even. It does look to be maybe lane 5 slightly in front, but also we've got 3.44 coming through there across the line. That's Sophie Thomas, 11.74. Did Sophie just take that one? It was 11.47 across the line. So if that is Sophie Thomas, that looks to be a personal best for her. It was very close on the line there, and we will get you that official result as soon as it comes through to us. But yeah, Sophie Thomas, if that's confirmed, again, another big personal best there. We can see on the replay now, the athletes really, that first 20 metres, that initial drive phase, it was fairly even to start with, and you know, it looked to be between Thomas in lane 6 and Elakua in lane 5 there. But then, you know, Thomas started before John around about this 50-60 metre mark, and you see Thomas nice and upright there, driving right through the line. So there's Thomas that took the win there, and we'll wait for confirmation on that time. 11.49 for Sophie Thomas, a big personal best there. Lily Bradley in second place, 11.60, and Nell Dessa in third place, 11.64. I tell you what, Scott, that is a cracking run from Sophie Thomas this morning.
Yeah, amazing. I think we saw her indoors. She had a brilliant run at the England Age Group Championships indoors this season, and she's it showed some promise, and she's already realising that early on in this outdoor season. That's Eden Francis in the cage. We're now into the sort of final throws. Yeah,
exactly. So Eden Francis says 49.32, her opening throw, the best one that she's put together in that series there. So, you know, we'll see if that one got anywhere near that. But yeah, a solid string of throws for Eden Francis there.
Barney Corral in the para long jump, 5.09. So far, really good leg shoot. Got some, lovely hang time.
So back into the cage there. That looks like Lucy Harris, I believe. It's taken her 6th and final throw there. 46. It seems to be Kowalski actually from the Loughborough students. 45.64 is her best effort in this series today.
So it's Lucy Harris. That's a foul in her 6th round in this discus competition. Women's second race in the guest 100 metres is about to come up. Go through the lineup for that in just a second. We're about to go in the blocks, but here we go. We can see our young talent, which is Matilda Farrar.
Yeah. 44-41 personal best on a 3rd throw there. And that looks to be out towards that mark as well.
So this is the second guest race in the women's 100. Sarah Malone, Martha Herringshaw, Darcy Kuipers, Kayla McKenzie, and they are already away. Number Suba in the middle in that green Plymouth vest. She's powering away from the rest of them. She's had a great start to the season. She's continuing it here in Loughborough. 11.66. She takes a dive across the line. Well, she looks okay. Maybe can't quite believe she's actually just fallen, but 11.66 is super quick. She seems okay. I think Kuipers is just going over to check on her. She's still only an under 16. She's a super talent.
Yeah, she is 11.51 personal best there, so just outside that for Suba. But fingers crossed she's all well, because that was a nasty little tumble across the line there.
Well, we'll see the first half of the race now, but looks like she might have just got a bit of a bloody nose, Annabelle Fasuba. But she had a really good start and powered away from the rest of them. Kayla McKenzie was going nicely. So was Darcy Kuipers from lane 3, but nobody really managed to get near Annabelle Fasuba. It was Kenyon who closed really quickly. The wind, plus 3.3 metres per second, 11.68 the winning time. Shia Kenyon, 11.81. Would be a personal best if it wasn't for the wind.
So back over to the discus there, and it was Abankimwa that seems to have put in a final throw for the day there. And that one seemed to be a reasonable throw in that series. 56.28 was her best for today so far, so as soon as we get that one through. But yeah, Annabelle Fasuba, 11.68 across the line there, Scott. She really did just power away from the rest of the field, to be fair, build that momentum through that first 20-30 metres, and then there was no coming back for the rest of them.
Yeah, it was a super strong start indeed.
So yeah, on the note of that discus throw there, Abankimwa 56.28. That is her best throw for today, and that will take her likely to the win based on that one.
So Macy Hand in this para long jump competition currently sits in second place with 4.77 meters. It's pretty close to the 3rd round attempt.
So Scott, our next event on the track is going to be the 100-metre C final in the women's, and we've got Little in there, we've got Keisha Arimu, Annabelle Honey, Olivia Fowler.
Let's just take a look at the results from that second guest race. Annabelle Fasuba took a tumble at the line but still won by a good margin. 11.68, Shia Kenyon 11.81, and Kayla McKenzie 11.90 in 3rd place. The wind plus 3.3 metres per second, so a little breezy, the breeziest we've seen so far today.
So back to that start list for the next race. Like I said, Keely Little in lane 1, Keisha Aremu lane 2, Annabelle Honey 3, Olivia Fowler 4, Maya Hayward-Mills 5, Mia Smith 6, Isabella Walkie 7, Lily Baggett in 8. So quickest in this race seems to be Olivia Fowler, 11:66 personal best in lane 4. So keep an eye on her. Closely followed down there, down the line by Keisha Aremu, lane 2, Scottish athlete, under 18, 11:69 personal best. So, you know, big opportunity for the youngster, the under 18 Aremu, to get a new personal best and get at the winners of this one. Clean away for all these athletes there, and it looks to be Honey that seems to be forging ahead there, but Fowler in lane 4 looks strong, and this one's going to come right down to the wire. Who's going to take it? It could be Fowler on the line, but lane 1 there, Little, it could have been the under 18 GB Keely Jane Little there, 11:88 personal best. I think she snuck that one on the inside there, Scott. It was very close up to about the 80-metre mark, and then it started to unfold slightly, and I think Little might have taken that one.
Really difficult to say. It was well, there wasn't much to choose between them, that's for sure. We'll see it again, but they're all fairly even out of the blocks, aren't they? Very aggressive. They've got a big tailwind. I've just seen it might have been the girl on the inside that got there just on the photo finish.
Yeah, I think it was Little on the inside, and I think if the time is right that we're seeing 11:88, that equals her personal best from today. And yeah, it was very close, and you see that in the rest of the pack as well. There was about 4 or 5 athletes that you couldn't separate as they came across the finish line there. So Scott, I'll hand over to you now. We've got the discus results up on our screen.
Yeah, and it is a big win for Zara Obama-Kinwa. The first points of today's competition going to England. Kirsty Law in second, at some 6 metres back, and then Sophie Mace with third place for Loughborough. So all of the results today from the match competitions are assigned points, and those points are combined. Don't forget, you can keep up to date with all the action, not only here on YouTube, but the Roster Athletics app with all the results. You'll be able to find the Loughborough International on there. And just seeing those results come through, it was Keely 11:87. Plus 3.0 metre per second wind, so very gusty. Anyway, there's all of the throws, all of them in fine fashion on screen, and it was that third round attempt from Obama-Kinwa, and she was pretty consistent, above 53 metres a couple of times. But yeah, good throw from her. Yeah,
I think you hit the nail on the head there, Scott. Very, very consistent throws there from Obama-Kinwa. And yeah, a good way to sort of kick off this outdoor season really at Loughborough today. And I think, you know, in these early competitions, it is all about, you know, you maybe aren't going to have the electric performances that you might produce later on in the season. It's about just building through that competition repertoire, going through the warm-up, going through the build-up to things. So yeah, that was a brilliant performance from her today.
Rebecca Scott in this para long jump competition leads by half a metre. 5:23 her best from the second round. I can't quite see down beneath us in our position here, the long jump runway, but it can get a bit gusty in there, and sometimes the windsock on the infield doesn't quite give a clear idea of what's happening underneath us, right next to the high pack, the indoor area.
So recap on our results there from that final 100 metres in the guest race. Keely Jane Little 11:87, so that looks to be 1/100th personal best for her. Maya Hewitt Mills in second place, 11:91. Olivia Fowler in third, 11:92. And you can see how close between sort of second and fifth place, sixth place even. It's a few tenths separating them athletes there. So that looks to be Molly Kingsbury there, the England athlete. So 3:83 her best performance today. So we'll see where that one positions. It's really hard to get a gauge for us where our cameras are positioned on exactly what the athletes are performing like in the long jump, but it looked to be another solid one from Kingsbury there.
Yeah, and more long jump to come. And next up on the track, it's those sprint hurdle races. A couple of guest races in the women's and then the men's. So we start with 100-metre hurdles and then 2 in the men's, and then we have the match races as well as part of this. And then just before 12 o'clock we head to the guest races in the 400 metres. So here we are on the runway. Macy Hand looking to get a bit more. Her final effort, will it be an improvement? No, that is a foul. So competition goes to Rebecca Scott, Macy Hand in second with 477, and Molly Kingsbury 383 in third place. There's the timetable. Look, mention those 100 hurdles. We've got 6 sprint hurdle races to come for you, and then just before the hour we will head to the start line for our first one-lap race of the day. Some real talented athletes that we may see later on in the mixed 4x400. We swapped to a mixed 4x400, I should say, a couple of years ago here at the Loughborough International. Of course, that is what's being run at the Commonwealth Games this year, and last year we saw Wales ramp to a big win here, and they have a strong contingent competing again. This is Barney Coral, 5:09 in third place at the moment. Sam Jose is in second. These guys also in their final rounds now. Elliot Griffiths leads the competition.
Yeah, 6:24 for Elliot Griffiths there, so he's well out in front on that one. So I think Barney Coral was getting quite close over to that 6 metre mark there. But yeah, plenty going on the track and the field today. Let's see our long jump final results there. So Rebecca Scott 5:23 takes the win there. Macy Hand, the GB Junior, 4:77, and Molly Kingsbury in third place with 3:83, her best one from today. So Scott, the wind is really picking up actually, and it is very, very gusty, and I think that is going to be a problem for especially the hurdlers, where there's that big technical aspect of getting over the barriers, and I think that could cause some problems for these athletes today if it is gusting as strong as it feels like to us in this commentary area.
Yeah, for sure. Just looking to see, well, it's the first race in this women's 100 hurdles. We're not using lane 6. That's because on the inside 5 lanes we'll have the under 18s racing over smaller hurdle heights. And the under 23s and under 20s, Maya Booth and Matilda Second will be on the outside.
Yeah, so we'll start from lane 1. We've got Grace McCollum in there, Isabella Moulton in lane 2, Amelia Scott 3, Ava Placide 4, 5 Alice Gilday, 6 Maya Booth, well there's no one in 6, 7 Maya Booth, and 8 Matilda Secker. Like Scott rightly pointed out there, 2 races in one here. The under 18s competing over a different hurdle height, whereas our under 23s in the outside and under 20 athletes in the outside 2 lanes going over a slightly higher barrier. So interesting to see how this one plays out, given I don't think I've ever seen this done in a race before. Scott, I mean, you're much more experienced than me at this game. Yeah,
it's unusual, but I guess we've got something like 9 athletes that want to compete over the senior hurdle heights, and we only want to do 2 races, so it sort of makes sense to split them over the 2. Could be a really good lineup though, good race, certainly good lineup for the under 18s in the inside 5 lanes.
So the athletes take their place in the blocks for this first 110 metre hurdle event that we've got going off today. As Scott mentioned, 2 different races in one of the under 18s over slightly lower barriers than the under 20s and under 23s. That wind is gusting away, so that could be an issue for these athletes. So clean away for all the athletes there, and it looks to be the athlete in lane 5 that's out at the front at the moment. That's Gilday. She seems to be going well, but as we see that, the race just changes dramatically. We have a faller there, lane 3, another faller. I said this wind might be causing problems today. It was Scott across the line there that took the win. 13.66 across the line. Personal best going into this was 13.85, so if confirmed, that's a big personal best for her. I do feel, the Scott, that wind is causing some issues there for the athletes, because it's unusual to have 2 fallers in a hurdles race like that, and could it be the strong gusts that these athletes are having to deal with today?
Yeah, it makes a big difference, because these hurdlers, if they've got a strong wind on their backs, they're getting to that next barrier a lot quicker, so they're having to shorten their strides, and sometimes you just don't have the time to shorten your strides enough, and it's can be very, very difficult, as you say. Fallers, I mean, the UK champs 100 hurdles final last year, I think we had 4 fallers out of the 9. It was a chaotic race, and we've had similar here, but 13.66 is pretty good going, and yeah, quick race for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, even when you're looking at Scott there, who took the win, there was still going over them last 2 barriers, there was still a slight unease in her rhythm there. So I think you're absolutely bang on there. I think this wind is causing some issues.
This is a result from the para men's long jump competition. Elliot Griffiths winning with 6.24, and look at that for consistency. 6.17, 6.20, 6.22, 6.12 and 6.24, and no fouls. Well worthy of a win. A very, very accomplished competition from him. And Sam Jose and Barney Coral finishing in 2nd and 3rd.
So in about 5 minutes time, we have got our pole vault event going off, and then we will be flicking back over to the 100 metre hurdles, our B final. So plenty of action still to come today. And see the workforce on the infield there, just adjusting the heights of them barriers. So obviously not the same setup as we've had in that last one, but our 100 metre hurdles. Our next race on the track will be final 2. We've got Zoe Lucas, Niamh Emerson, Ellen Barber, Anastasia Davies, Jenna Blundell, Enola Ajigba, Freya Doherty and Ashley Watson lining up in there. I tell you what, Scott, Hartlepool AC, that's not a vest you often see at the Loughborough International, but strikes me, because that's my hometown. Well,
tell us about Hartlepool then. Go on. Other than having some great young sprint hurdlers.
Scott, if I start telling you about Hartlepool, we'll get severely distracted from the Loughborough International, and the viewers will be thinking, what are these 2 chatting on about Hartlepool for? A little fishing town nestled away in the heart of the northeast. A pleasure to be from there, but one of the only places to elect their football club mascot as their town mayor.
Well, what a summary. I'm going to be honest, that was a brilliant summary of Hartlepool. I've never been, but I'm sure I'm going to have to. So
exactly, one to tick off on the bucket list.
So the men's pole vault competition is starting to go through they're starting to go through their warm-ups. I think that's Rowan May actually, so they'll be here a little bit longer before they get to the actual competition height. Still got the flexi bar on, so we'll come back to them a little later on. We do have this next race in the 100 hurdles. They're just adjusting all the hurdle heights. Remember, those inside 5 lanes were set about 10 centimetres shorter for the under 18s.
So back to the results of that hurdles race. Our first one to kick things off, it was Amelia Scott that took the win there, 13.65, a big personal best for her. Caside in 2nd place, 13.69, and Moulton taking 3rd place, 13.88. You can see a couple of athletes there, Sekla and McCockland there that DNF'd, unfortunately fell in that one. So fingers crossed, Scott, we don't see any more fallers in these 100 metre hurdles, because I tell you what, when you are trackside, it can look bad when you see it on the TV screen when you're watching at home, but actually when you're down at the track and you see these athletes fall, it's a bit of a gut-wrenching moment for you. I think it always looks a lot worse in real life than it does when you're watching it on TV.
Yeah, for sure. You can almost hear the impact when you're next to it as well, and it's not particularly nice. So this next guest race then, we've got Zoe Lucas in lane 1. Niamh Emerson, how good was it to see her recently compete in her first heptathlon in 8 years since those World Juniors back in 2018. Good to see her back. Knows this track very well. Ellen Barber, competing today for England, is the England team captain, I believe, today. So another heptathlete using this as an opportunity to sharpen her tools ahead of her first multi-event competition. Anastasia Davies goes in 4, Jenna Blundell is in 5, Eniola Ajagbe in 6, Fred Doherty in 7, and Ashley Watson in lane 8. Just to give you an indication of how cold it is, I've put a woolly hat on and I've got a pair of gloves on. So the athletes out on the track looking a lot warmer than Rich and I are up here.
There was a point about 10 minutes ago where it did get particularly warm, and I had the coat off for about 5 minutes, and I thought this was a grave error because then the wind crept back in. I think it's the wind, Scott. It's killing us both today.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows how cold it must be up in Hartlepool if you manage to take your jacket off here today. But it's going to warm up. The track in Loughborough looking quick, and it doesn't. Well, we don't appear to have Zoe Lucas on the start line. So we're down to 7. Good to see Neve Emerson at the Manchester International at the end of last season. She ran in the 100 hurdles. That's right, I've been behind the blocks for a long time, but both of Ellen Barber and Neve Emerson have got quick times of around 13.8 at their best. Anastasia Davies, though, has got a best of 13.3, and Jenna Blundell 13.20. So they're all quick. And with a tailwind, and if they can control that speed between the barriers, we could see something extra special.
That's the key thing, Scott, with this, with the wind being as strong as it is, like you mentioned there, being able to control it. That's what the athletes have really got to be able to do today. Get a grip of this wind, and it's easier said than done because you drill your hurdles, you drill your technique all based over that stride pattern. And if something like this throws a spanner in the works, then it's a lot of adjustments for these athletes to make.
So the athletes called into their blocks. It's Emerson on the inside, then Barber, Davies, Blundell, Ajagbe, Doherty and Watson. Oh, it's a pop out of the blocks from Jenna Blundell. Well, I wonder if she can appeal to the officials that maybe some noise from the pole vault adjacent. I mean, it was clearly Jenna Blundell who goes in lane 5, the middle athlete, well ahead of everybody else, and she has been given a red card, unfortunately. So for Jenna Blundell in lane 5, her 100 hurdles competition is done. So Emerson, Barber, Davies, no athlete now in lane 5. Ajagbe in 6, Doherty in 7, and Watson in lane 8. Anastasia Davies now the absolute favourite. The others could be all across the line together. Really good start on the inside from Emerson. Now Davies beginning to pull away. So Doherty from lane 7 is up there. Now she's gone backwards. Doherty, she's out of the race, but it's Davies pulling away. Emerson in second. It's Davies that gets it in 13.58 from Neve Emerson, and then Ellen Barber, another heptathlete. That was a great race. Well, I said Doherty was looking strong. She was in a really good position, and then just clipped a hurdle. We'll see it again on the replay, but she clipped the barrier and came to a stop after about 4 hurdles. Anastasia Davies, super talent. And a lot of these athletes, all about the same age, they were competing against each other on many occasions. We'll see it again. So Davies, 3 in from the right-hand side. He's having a great tussle, and just the 3rd and 4th barrier that got Fred Doherty unstuck. Steve Emerson was very aggressive over the barriers. Managed to just pull away from Ellen Barber over the final two.
Yeah, that was a good set of hurdles put together by Davies there. And looked very powerful towards the line as well, just closing that one out nicely. So again, we see another athlete, Fred Doherty there, not being able to finish through that race there. And again, I think it does come down to these conditions really playing havoc with these athletes. As we can see the results from our previous 100-metre hurdles race, Amelia Scott there, first place 13.65 and Ava 13.69. On to our... Oh, we've got a few results coming up on the screen there, recapping some from earlier on in the programme there, Scott. So yeah, as we said there, a great run there from Davies to take that win there from Niamh Emerson.
Yeah, and the win pretty good. 1.3 metres per second in that last hurdles. Davies given 13.57. Niamh Emerson 13.90. I think she's going to be absolutely delighted with that. Less than a tenth and a half off her personal best. So yeah, she's definitely getting back to her best, because it's a big season's best as well, almost half a second off what she did at a recent heptathlon. So there's those results. Ellen Barber 14.10, again only a couple of tenths down off her best, so I think she'll be pretty pleased with that. Particularly after the false start, we always say, don't we, in the sprints and sprint hurdles, that the false starts can certainly cause an issue for athletes. Maybe it makes the restarted race a bit slower.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it just disrupts the full athlete build-up, doesn't it, Scott? You know, you mentally prepare for these races. You've got the build-up. These last few minutes, you go through all your drills, all your routines. Then there's a false start. You've got to then do that all over again. So we can see our pole vault competition is kicked off there. So we had Harry Coppell for England there, Arthur Riley, Jack Phipps, Mark Mellor, Thomas Wally from Wales, Nathan Mobbs from Scotland, Rowan May, GB, Jack Harris, GB, and Donka Blake, one of our GB athletes as well. So plenty of action to get underway in that men's pole vault competition. I think our leading athlete in that one seems to be Harry Coppell there, 5.85. He's touched personal best. No season's best yet to open in his season today.
Well, here we go for our first match hurdles race. On the inside, we have an athlete missing. It was supposed to be Danny Hales. This, though, is Holly Whitaker. She's a super talented youngster. She is great over the hurdles and the long jump. It's Holly Whitaker, not Shiloh Wright Tapo. Whitaker now starting to learn, competing over the senior hurdle heights, up from the under-17 age group last season. This is Lucy Matthews, Loughborough students, who's got a best of 13.20 seconds, a super hurdler at her absolute best. Alicia Barrett, well, how good was she last year at those UK Championships? A sub 13-second hurdler at her absolute best. She knows this track well, has competed in many occasions. Ariana McGee, the England competitor here today, looking for maximum points for England. Remember, this is a match competition. Points if you win. They're up for grabs here. Marley Jessup, never without those arm sleeves. 13.22 seconds, her best. Still building into the season. The Loughborough International, always a competition at the head of the campaign. This is Grace Morgan, young, up-and-coming sprint hurdler from Wales. Got a personal best of 13.88 seconds, and she runs from lane 8. No athlete in lane 7. So the athlete to beat really going in lane 4, Alicia Barrett. UK champion last season here at the Loughborough International. So once again, it's Whittaker, then Matthews, Barrett, McGee, Jessup in 6, no athlete in lane 7. It's Grace Morgan, the Welsh athlete in the red vest, on her own on the outside. Great start from Matthews, but here goes Barrett with a bit of work to do. Next to her, it's McGee starting to push on. So's Matthews. Barrett's out. It's Matthews pulling away for Loughborough. 13.45. I think second was Ariana McGee. But what about Lucy Matthews? Consistent across the race and managed to get herself to the line in first place. The wind was swirling around during that race. We'll see the top 3 in just a second, but cracking race, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. Matthews got out really well there, and you know, it looked as though the rest of the field were going to come back to her them last few metres, but she held on, she held her form really, really well. And Barrett had a good run as well. There was a lot of them in the mix in this one, which is great. You know, it's great to watch. But Matthews just held her form right the way through. Official time yet to come through, but it looks 13.45, so season's best for her. So yeah, brilliant running. You know, 2/10 off her personal best. But yeah, great signs at this early stage in the season for Lucy Matthews there.
And it helps when you've got the support of former World 400 metre hurdles champion, now Loughborough coach Di Green, in your corner. So the official time coming up for Lucy Matthews, 13.44. Sorry, I'm getting tongue-tied. Too many fours. 13.44, and Ariana McGee 13.49. The win coming up as nothing, 0. So good race. Shame for Lucy Barrett, as I mentioned, just still sort of building into a season. Sometimes it doesn't quite go to plan for the sprint hurdlers. We've mentioned that quite a lot today, and that's what happened there.
So over to our pole vault competition. We've had a couple of jumpers already. We've had Nathan Mobbs, the Scottish athlete there, 4.45, and Donna Blake joint in 4.45. So 2 athletes over the bar already. So our next competitor lined up on the runway there. As soon as we can work out which athlete it is, we will let you know.
I think that is Arthur Riley. Yeah, it is Arthur Riley. Quite often see athletes with City of Sheffield vests on in the pole vault. They've got a great setup up there. Obviously, the benefit of having an indoor arena to train over the cold winters.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's shown in his opening vault there. 4 metres 60 across the line there for Riley. So he's heading up that competition there.
Yeah, there's the results from the match 100 hurdles. Lucy Matthews 13.44, Ariana McGee 13.49, Marley Jessup 13.74, and Holly Whittaker with 13.86, which is a great start for that young Scottish athlete. So I wonder whether she's doing a long jump later on. She's got multiple records going through the age groups and the sprint hurdles. As I say, building over the senior heights now.
So our next event on the track is the men's 110 metre hurdles final A. We've got an international interest in this one. We've got Eritowski, the Polish athlete, competing in this one. Jacob Burrell in lane 2. Malachi Callum in lane 3. Harvey Beckles 4. Alex Parkinson and Daniel Thomas lining up in this one. So some good personal bests in this one. The standout on paper is Callum, who's going to be running from lane 3 there, 13.60 personal best, and most importantly, a season's best for him as well. So this is current form. So intrigued to see how Callum goes today in this first of the men's 110 metre hurdles. Looks to be lane 5 that's empty today. And Scott, I'm going to pull on your knowledge from earlier. It seems to me that we've got some under-18s going on in this race as well. So similar setup to our first ladies race that we had. So the first 4 athletes, Ochowski, Burrell, Callum and Beckles, are all under-18 athletes. So they'll be competing over a short hurdle, whereas Parkinson and Thomas in lane 6 and 7 will be going over a full height hurdle there.
Yeah, it's often an opportunity for these young athletes, the under-18s, where they might not always get times or competitions to compete with the sort of national standard athletes over those distances. So the Loughborough International likes to put these on for the youngsters. It's a really good opportunity too. So big crowds here. The bank in Loughborough is starting to build up. I honestly get jealous because I look over every year. I've done this over the last 10 years, I'd say most of the time. But they're always warm and toasty with sun cream on, and we're up here on the balcony and freezing.
Yeah, I know. Scott, as soon as you started saying that, I was looking at the sunshine and on that bank, and I was like, I wouldn't mind being sat over there, but we've got a job to do, Scott, haven't we? More importantly, so
we do have the best seats in the house, I should say.
Yeah, definitely. So we can see our weather forecast for the rest of today. So around about the 11 o'clock mark, we're around 11, 12 degrees. It looks warmer where the spectators are on the bank, so. Yeah, things will be getting a little bit warmer, around about 15 degrees around 2 o'clock, but there's a good chance of rain there. So as we start to get into the longer distance events, the 1-lap events, the mile races that we've got going on today as well, there could be rain for those athletes. But nice and dry for our hurdlers that are about to get underway.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out who this might be, and my best guess is that's Donker Blake. But we will see shortly. The scoreboard down there is facing the wrong way. Yeah, it is. It is Donker Blake. Yeah, it is. Good guess. There we go. Calculated guess, I would say. 4:45 over that at the second attempt. So still going through the early heights. The likes of Rowan May and certainly Harry Copper will be in the competition a little bit later on. That's a lovely clearance though. Very well done. Nicely done. That's 4:60. So we're starting to get to personal best territory for Donker Blake.
Yeah, it's a good point that. So we've got some of our athletes that are just coming into this competition early on. There will be some of our, our bigger names ones with 5:85 personal best for Copple there. He's not going to be wanting to, get into this competition at this stage. He's going to wait till a bit later on, leave the tracksuit on, try and keep warm, and until he needs to start getting really into things. And when you've got a personal best like that, it's there's a time and place to start the competition, and it's just not right now.
This is Jack Phipps though. You can see it's cold when the athletes have got leggings and t-shirts on and things like that. So Jack Phipps, super quick on the short sprints also. Well, that was his first attempt, so we'll have a couple more.
So athletes settling into the blocks for this 110 metre hurdle race. Like I said, there's 2 separate races on the go in this one. We've got our under 18s in lanes 1, 2, 3 and 4. Our seniors in lanes 6 and 7. Quickest in the field, lane 3, Callum 13.60. And they're away cleanly, and Callum is driving towards that first hurdle, and he's really attacked this one. So Callum in lane 3. Now a bit of pressure coming onto the shoulder there. That looks to be Burrell getting onto the shoulder of Callum. And it's these two right the way through to the line. And it looks to be Callum just held on to that one. 2:29. Malachi Callum takes that one. 13:60 season's best. Looks to be 14:60 across the line there, so well down on the times. We'll wait till that is official. But the wind, the wind being a factor in that one. But for Malachi Callum, he got out the blocks well, and what I really liked about that series of hurdles he put together there is the way that he attacked the first barrier there. You could see he was the first one up out of that drive phase, hit that barrier, and then just really continued on with that form there. Vurul did get onto the shoulder, looked to be closing him down in the sort of that mid-race section, but yeah, Callum just had the strength and came off that last barrier and really just held his form together really well. I was impressed with that.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, the way that Harvey Beckles was walking around after that race then, he was giving the aura that he'd won it. I'm not quite sure he did. I was with you in the sense that Malachi Callum just got there in the black strip. Well, actually, maybe looking from that angle again, Harvey Beckles, well, maybe we were both wrong. We're just off centre from that finish line, although we've got the best seats in the house. But it was a good race, 14:60. Not the quickest, but a good race, and it's I think the results just coming through.
It is Beckles that's taken that one, and yeah, it just shows the slight difference in angle. We're slightly behind the line there, so it is quite hard to call, but yeah, a very close race between Callum and Beckles there. Yeah, fantastic running from both them athletes as well. Yeah, so 14:58 for Beckles across the line there. Callum in second place, and Eretrowski 14:76 across the line.
I just saw Jack Harris foul his first attempt. We've now got Jack Phipps on the runway. He's had 2 failures at 4:60. This is his opening height, so nice chance to lean for Jack Phipps. So here he goes, Jack Phipps, going through these final moments of concentration, looking to unleash something much, much better that time. Such a clean vaulter when he gets it right. Just had a bit more intensity about him, didn't he?
Yeah, he absolutely needed that there. The pressure was on, and you know, watching him in the run-up there, I was a little bit sceptical of whether he was actually going to nail this one, but he was well clear of that. That was a really impressive vault when the pressure was on there. So yeah, season's best for Phipps there, pulling it out the bag when he really needed it there, and that's put him right in the mix now. We've got Riley on 4 meters 60, Blake on 460, and Phipps now joins him there on 460. We've got Nathan Mobbs, part of the Scottish squad, 445, GB Junior, so he looks to be taking his vault now. And no, that's not happening for Mobbs there. Just bailed out on that one.
The discus competition for the men is now underway. They're just starting to go through. I heard the athletes were getting a bit cold. They were sick of waiting around, so they started slightly early. And Nick Percy is the Scottish athlete here, already leading the competition with 59.46. Another of the guests, 110 hurdles, I should say, about to get underway. They're on the start line now. On the inside is one of our under 20 athletes, sort of competing on his own here because all the others are seniors and are competing over higher hurdle heights. Jaden Allen Bramble is on the inside, the Rugby and Northampton man. Really talented athlete, saw him indoors this season and competed indoors at the UK Indoor Championships over the senior hurdle heights just a week later and put in a great showing then. Manuel Eitel, German athlete, goes in lane 3. Jaden Dean is in lane 4. Callum Holder is in 5. Ruben Hedman's in 6. Rico Cottel is in 7. And Ed Barber is in lane 8. So on personal best, Ruben Hedman, the athlete in lane 6, is the fastest. Clearly away, really good start from Jaden Dean, got away nicely. Here goes Hedman though, pulling away from the rest of the field. Just clipping that barrier there. Alan Bramble on the inside is looking strong. And Dean just coming through over the final hurdle. 14.25, it was Jaden Dean from lane 4 in the light blue of Windsor Slough Eton Hounslow. Just coming through, Jaden Alan Bramble. Well, a perfect race for him really against the seniors over the under 20 heights. I don't think it's that warm, is it, Rich? Kit off at the end of the race?
It's definitely not that warm, but yeah, Jaden Dean put together a real strong race there. It looked to be Alan Bramble that had that one actually sewn up until probably the last 10-15 metres, and Dean just didn't give him an inch them closing stages of that race. And yeah, a real strong run from Dean there. It's not quite a personal best, but on the line it looked to be that he's taken that one from Alan Bramble.
Well, I think perhaps Alan Bramble might have got it, but he clipped the penultimate barrier and then had to make an adjustment. Landed a bit awkwardly after the final hurdle. And in the cage, it's James Tomlinson.
Yeah, James Tomlinson, the Welsh athlete there. Put together a solid throw there, so when we get those results filtering through, we'll get that for James Tomlinson there, but competition headed up by Nick Percy, the Scottish athlete, 59.46, and Tomlinson hot on his heels there, 58.88 for Tomlinson. So good start to his campaign today.
Jacob McKinley, his second attempt for a personal best in that first round, the GB Junior. .56.63. Is that going to be any improvement for him?
Good opening throw, clocking a personal best in your opening throw there. You can see our discus line up there in the top right hand corner of the screen there. So yeah, Jacob McKinley 56.63 to kick things off with. But Percy out in front, 59.46. Tomlinson second, 58.88. And just wait for McKinley's results to come through to us there. But yeah, 56.63 to kick things off.
Yeah, no improvement for McKinley, 56.15. Nick Percy though in the cage, he really put a lot into that, but hits the net. And he is somebody that's throwing close to 68 metres. We saw Lawrence Okoye in the Shanghai Diamond League the other night for a 66 metres, which he's having a great start to the season.
So our next event on track is going to be that 110 metre hurdles final. Got again international interest in this one. And we are going to bring you our results from that last race. It was Beckles that took that one, 14.58. And then in our next heat of the 110 hurdles, it was Dean that took that in 14.24 from Alan Bramble, 14.32. Ruben Hedman in third place in 14.36. So yeah, Dean just doing the business there in the closing stages of that race. So, like I said, next up on track is our 110 metre hurdles final. Like I mentioned, we have got international interest in this one.
So Dylan Claydon there, just trying to get a throw in the discus competition.
So we can see in lane 2 there, Edson Gomez, 13.66 personal best there in lane 2. So Edson Gomez all the way from Portugal today. Season's best of 14.23. So he'll be looking to really get under that mark today. Like I said, personal best of 13.66. In lane 3, we've got William Richie Moulin there, Scottish athlete, 13.75 personal best. Moving on to lane 4, we've got Samuel Bennett there. Bennett coming into this one, 13.45 on paper, representing England today. Really interesting to see how he gets on. Next athlete in lane 5, we've got Thomas Wilcock there, 13.67. Again, another season's best in the 14s. He'll be looking to drill that right down today. Lane 6, we've got Daniel Gorolia, under 23, 13.55 on paper. And out in lane 7, Loughborough Students AC, 14.80 personal best. We've got Dejon Wright. So eyes on this one for me. Lane 4, Samuel Bennett, going to put himself in real contention to clock a quick time today, 13.45 personal best. Gomez in 2, Richie Moulin 3, Bennett 4, Wilcock 5, Goriola 6, Wright 7. The athletes settle into the blocks. The wind has dropped significantly, so this is going to be a benefit for these athletes. It doesn't seem to be as gusty. And they're cleanly away there. And it looks to be the athlete in lane 5. It looks to be Wilcock that's taken this one early. But he has got Gorolio on his shoulder, and Bennett in the mix there. It's these three, and Bennett's come through, but Gorolio looks to be taking this one across the line there. The under 23, Daniel Gorolio, 13.55 personal best. He's clocked 13.66 today, well under his season's best there. Sub 14 seconds clocking for the 110-metre hurdles, and it was a real battle between Bennett, Wilcock, and Goriola there, and you know, it was Goriola that came out on top. He just held his form that last sort of 30 metres, but we can see he hit that first barrier really cleanly there, got well over it there, and Wilcock was right up, and it was so close between these two. The experience of Bennett did start to tell as he started to come through, but just clipped a couple of hurdles there. That's obviously going to throw him off his rhythm there, but Goriola just held it together really well. Got the dip on the line from Bennett there, and Wilcock in 3rd place. An exciting international race that was there. Like I said, Goriola does take the win there, 13.65 from Samuel Bennett in 2nd place, 13.72, and Thomas Wilcock in 3rd, 13.93.
Yeah, cracking run. Daniel Goriola is a super talent. Love the way he runs. He's aggressive. He's crisp in his technique, and so often a big personality on the track. Next up, we do have the match race. Oh, just what am I on about? We've got the guest race of the men's 400 metres. They come up in just a few minutes' time, so the blocks will be shifting. It's James Tomlinson in the discus cage. He's just walked that one out, so we'll get the red flag. So stays in 2nd place behind Nick Percy, who also had a foul on his 2nd attempt. Got a couple of our power athletes, Harrison Walsh and Dan Greaves, both F44 athletes competing in this discus competition. Dan Greaves, the longevity from him, incredible.
So it looks to be Jacob McKinley in the cage there, opening his campaign up with that 56.63 throw and a 56.15 second one, so again consistent there. That looked to be out towards that mark as well, another consistent throw there, so Interesting to see what that one comes back as. But McKinley, putting a good series together there. And like we said, he opened up with a personal best 56.63 in that opening one. So, yeah, interesting to see what that one comes back as Nick Percy takes to the cage now. Our leader, 59.46. Really whips that arm round there. Good acceleration out of the cage, and that looks again to be out towards the 60-meter mark there. So Nick Percy, 59.46, season's best early on in this competition. But that looked to be another strong one from Nick Percy there.
Well, they've given it a 5 something. Oh, actually, it's up to the 6. It's a 60-meter throw for Nick Percy. Just how far is it? It's 60.09 for Nick Percy. An improvement of over a metre. He's getting better. Emeka Osamo in the circle this time. That's over 55 metres. That would put him potentially up into 5th place ahead of Dan Greaves, leapfrogging him, maybe even Harrison Walsh if it's a bit closer to 56 metres.
Yeah, good throw from Osamo there. 51.51 to kick things off with today. So he's definitely extended his position in this competition there. But back to Nick Percy there, 60.09, another season's best. And once you start punching over that 60-meter mark, it's just going to feed into his confidence today. And could we see something a little bit special? Crank out a few more meters in that one. As we go to our Loughborough athlete there, it looks to be Dylan Claydon taking his place. Again, nice clean technique from Claydon there. Again, whips that arm right through, and yeah, that looks to be just underneath the 55-meter mark there, probably around about the 50, 52, yeah, probably about 52 meters there for Claydon. So 51.13 prior to that, so it could be an improvement on his previous throws in the competition. So whilst we do have this throw competition well underway, next up on track we are going to be going over to the 1-lap event. Our athletes are out, and that's going to be our 400-meter final A in the guest series of this one. So plenty of action still to come today as we do move over onto that 1-lap distance. See Harrison Walsh in the cage. 55.95 throw, and Walsh pushed that one just below the 55-meter mark there. Again, consistent though around about that 56-meter mark for him.
Well, we are to the track now for the first 400s of the day. These should be the fastest athletes in our 3 guest races. We have Stephen Jones on the inside, the Swansea Harrier. Then Kieran Elland, one of 2 Tunbridge athletes, he goes in 3. Henry Marshall, his clubmate, goes in lane 4. In lane 5, a really interesting prospect, the British bronze medalist over the 200 metres last year outdoors, Ethan Harbias-Wiltshire, making his 400 debut here. Tom Hockley goes in lane 6, sub-47 man at his best. Luke McLeod in 7, and Alex Beck in lane 8. 2 athletes to watch out for in lane 5 and 6. He's built like a 400 runner, isn't he? Ethan Harbias-Wiltshire. This could be perhaps his event, but he's going to have a real tough battle against Harrow's Tom Hockley, who's a 46.8 man. First of our guest races in this men's 400 metres. A long pause, but they're away. Strong start on the outside from Alex Beck, who will be chased down, and they'll be running into a headwind down this back straight. And Wiltshire already just cruising past Hockley, and now has McLeod in his sights and starts to scorch past him on the inside. The Lane 4 of Henry Marshall is well adrift from the rest, but as the second bend unravels, he'll find himself in a good position perhaps. And Wiltshire now just holding his position. Can Hockley charge back? What about Beck too? It's Wiltshire leading. This is where it starts to hurt and the lactic starts to burn. Ethan Harvius Wiltshire just fading as Beck comes through on the outside. McLeod is chasing him. It's Beck from lane 8, 47.35. Maybe Marshall coming through in third place, 47.3. That would be a new personal best for Alex Beck by just over a tenth of a second. It was a great run. He had to run blind, didn't he, in the opening 2 or 300, but finished so strongly and just burnt past everybody else in the last 50.
Yeah, absolutely, Scott. I was really impressed with Beck there. I thought he managed the race really well, because it's tough being out in that outside lane there. Like you said, you haven't got eyes on the rest of the field, so you are running blind. But he controlled it well, and you know the key thing in the 400 is this last 100 metres is just trying to keep it together, and it's who can slow down the least really. And Beck was there. He looked strong. He came through, closing down really well, and came through the line there. And like you said, a personal best for Beck. So yeah, what more can you ask for? The win at the Loughborough International and a personal best.
Well, there's Ethan Harvius Wiltshire, and that's what it looks like when you've run your first 400 ever. Stepping up from the 200 to the 400. The lactic he feels now, yeah, that is painful. He's going to stagger his way across the track. He might find himself sticking to 200 for the rest of the season. We'll see. He still ran 48.02. It was Luke McLeod 47.46 in second, and Henry Marshall 47.85. The top 5 there are all under 48 seconds. That's good considering the wind, but a personal best for our winner Alex Beck, 47.34.
Yeah, I think you could see that in Wiltshire's performance there as well. The way he was cruising along the back straight there, he looked so easy and so elegant down the back straight, and just really closed down on the rest of the field. But like I said, the 400 metres, it's a lot more technical than people think. They just think it's a flat-out sprint, but there's key moves to be made at certain points. And you look at what Beck done, making his move around that bend and then into the home straight, and that's what secured him the victory on the day there. But yet. Still plenty more 400 metre races to come, and plenty more quality in these events. Our next one on the track is our 400 metre B final, and we've got a stellar lineup in that one. Topped off, our quickest in the field is Alex Houchin, 47.36 for the under 23 there. So yeah, this one's got all the potential to be another cracker over 400 metres. You can see on your screens, you guys watching at home there, our discus competition well underway, and our pole vault competition, and our split screen also.
Yeah, they're up into the 4th round in that discus competition. Nick Percy, the only one over 60 metres so far. James Tomlinson is in second, and Jacob McKinley, the GB junior, throwing with a slightly smaller implement, 1.75 kilos to Nick Percy's 2 kilo implement. But McKinley with 56.62 is in third place at the minute.
Yeah, and to bring an update on the pole vault competition, it is Mark Meller out in front, the Loughborough Students athlete, 4 metres 90 is cleared. Riley in second, 4.75, and Blake in third, 4.75 with a personal best. So next up on track, like we mentioned, it is going to be our 400 metres B match. So we'll be cutting across to that on the cameras shortly to bring you all the action from the track. So lining up on the track for this 400 metres, we've got Joshua Patino in lane 2, Skilbeck 3, Fellows in 4, Houchin 5, Knox in 6, Watton 7, McLaughlin in 8. Like I mentioned, Houchin 47.36 personal best. Oh, and that is a definite false start there, and it looks to be the athlete in lane 7, Thomas Wotton, the under-20, 48.05 personal best. That's a real shame, that one, Scott, because this is a good learning opportunity for him competing at the Loughborough International today against this type of field.
Yeah, I mean, he sort of just shot out.
He did, didn't he?
Really easily, very early after they called him into the set position. So I wonder whether they'll be a little bit lenient. Oh, well.
As we say that. Yeah, so we can confirm there that Thomas Wotton has been DQ'd from this competition there for that false start, and a real shame for that youngster there. You know, under 20 athlete, like we say, 48.05 on paper, and it was a real opportunity to mix it with some of the likes of, Houchin, the under 23 in that age bracket above, who's just that little bit quicker. So, yeah, shame for Wotton today, but I'm sure he'll be back with some more races later on the season. But back to this men's 400 metre match B. Patino 2, Skilbeck 3, Fellows 4, Houchin 5, Knox 6 and McLaughlin in 8 to settle down into the blocks once again. Watch out for Houchin in lane 5 in the yellow vest, our quickest in the field. Clean away this time, no messing about, and like I said, lane 5, Houchin in the yellow vest, he's the one who's closed that break, closed that gap down straight away as they head into the back straight. Now for Houchin here, it's all about trying to relax, and the rest of the field have got to build down this 200 metre stretch, try and stay relaxed, try and get some flow in there. Yes, the wind will be a factor, but it looks to be Houchin that is well at the front there with the 200 metre mark. Now remember our previous race, this can unravel down the home straight, but Houchin looks to be away at this moment in time. And I can't see anyone coming back to Houchin here as he hits the home straight, the 300 metre mark. He's well in front here. Now what can Houchin clock today? The rest of the field are going to start to charge. And it looks like the athlete in lane 3 is making a move, and lane 4, but Houchin is well away with this one here. Houchin's going to clock this one 47.59 across the line. Well, we called it at the beginning. Alex Houchin was the one to watch. 47.36 personal best, and he just clocked 47.59 across the line there. Real strong running. He controlled and dominated that one from the beginning, didn't he, Scott?
Yeah, absolutely. I was really impressed with how he attacked that first 200. He just got into his rhythm and kept pressing down that back straight and didn't hold up as he went into the third 100 metres. And I was wondering just who might challenge him, but with about 80 to go, it was clear that nobody else was going to get near him. And 47.59 is a brilliant way to open his season for a man that's got a 47.3 best.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right there on the thought of challenging, like Skilbeck in lane 3 there. At one point looked as though he was going to make a move, and was Houchin going to come back over to the field, but actually Houchin held it together really, really well. And it's not a good day for 400 metre running. It's blustery, the wind's swirling slightly, it's up and down. So yeah, like you said, opening the season, 47.59, a cracking run from Houchin there.
He'll be delighted with that for sure. And we have another to come. Some equally fast athletes, now coached by Di Green. He's Alex Houchin. James Tomlinson still trying to chase down that lead. That's not going to be an improvement for him in the discus, the top left hand corner of your screen. The pole vault competition, the bar still at 4 metres and 90. Next up will be 5 metres and 5, and Harry Coppell and Thomas Wally have not yet jumped in this competition. Just taking a look in the lineup of this third 400 race. They line up in just a minute. They're getting the blocks out now. Go through that lineup in a second.
So we can see in the cage there, McNilly, the GB junior athlete, putting his 5th attempt in there. He's had a real good string of throws today. 56.63, 56.15, 53.98. So he's consistent around that 54 to 55 metre mark there. So yeah, another brilliant throw from McKinley there. But in terms of, you know, the top end of the competition, Percy there, the Scottish athlete, 60.09 in that third round there, as he heads into the cage once again for his 5th throw today. Intrigued to see if Percy can, you know, push this one out a little bit further than that, and he really whips the arm through, but that's got a low flight to it, and that one just isn't going to click for Percy there. A disappointing 5th throw for Percy, but 60.09, season's best for him. To recap our positions of that men's discus, we've got Percy in front, Tomlinson second, and McKinley in 3rd place there.
Right, let's take a look at the lineup for this 3rd and final guest race in the men's 400. And there's the results from that previous race. Alex Huchin, 47.59, winning by 1.2 seconds. I mean, that's a big margin.
Yeah, definitely, and he did look to be in control, and it was one of them I did wonder whether he was going to come back to the field, but yeah, Huchin held it together really strong there.
So let's have a look at the track then. This 400 is about to get underway. Ben Davies goes in lane 1, then Lucas Cameron is in 2, Adam Fox is in 3, Jacob Winter is in 4, Joe Wheeler is in 5, Bailey Lawton is in 6, Tom Waterworth in 7, and Josh Hurst in lane 8. Fastest in the field is Bailey Lawton, his personal best 46.67, but he's in this race as he's only around 48.8 this season. He goes in lane 6.
Yeah, intriguing to see how Lawton goes today, because if he can build towards that 46-second mark, you know, he's got the quality to do so because he's been there and done that before, so intriguing to see how this one pans out.
Away they go. Aggressive start by Bailey Lawton from lane 6 in that black strip, and Josh Hurst on the outside is having a similar strong start. The athletes in the outer 5 lanes just leaving those on the inside at the moment, and Adam Fox starting to get left by Jacob Winter. It's all about Bailey Lawton in the opening 200 here. He's starting to drag the rest of them around. Tom Waterworth trying to latch onto the back of him, so is Hurst. Wheeler is still in that group of 5 athletes as they come into the home straight. And Bailey Lawton leads, but what about this from Wheeler? But here comes Winter from lane 4 in the yellow vest. Being challenged by Cameron, can they hold on? And on the outside it was Hurst, 48.99. Well, they're all there, and the lead changing almost every 10 metres in that final 100. A staggering run from the inside by Lucas Cameron just to try and claw them back. It might have even been Hurst on the outside in the St Albans vest. We'll see it again here because it was very close. And just look at the white vest of Lucas Cameron from lane 2. He was miles down at this point, but managed to claw back so much ground over this final 80 metres.
Yeah, I think I absolutely agree with you, Scott. I think he nabbed that one as well, Cameron. And it's like you mentioned, as they were going into the back straight, there was a group of athletes on the inside that were well down from the rest of them. But it's like we've said before, the 400 metres, it's not about who's picking up that last 100 metres. It's about who's holding the form and slowing down the least. And Cameron there looked great that last 100 metres and really closed that gap down drastically. So yeah, interested to see if he's got the result on that one. But for me, it looked like Cameron took the win there.
Yeah, we'll see those results come through in a second, I'm sure. The discus continues. And that was James Hedger for Loughborough in the top left-hand corner of your screen. Actually, I think I might have made this up. I've still got another race of the men's 400 hurdles. I thought we were only doing 3. We've got 4 sprung up on me.
There's been some change in our pole vault competition. Mark Meller is in the competition now, the Loughborough Students athlete, 5:05 for him. Thomas Wally in there as well, the Welsh athlete, 5:05 for him there. So we can see this this competition really starting to hot up in the pole vault. So next up on track, we do go out to our D final in the 400 metres. In lane 1, we've got Dawod Chuan. In there, we've got in lane 2, Pablo Seema Roca. Lane 3, Thomas Abbott. Lane 4, Dylan McCulloch. Lane 5, Tabina Okoro. Lane 6, Ollie Clark. 7, Jacob Gosnell. And 8, Reese Middleton. So our quickest in the field comes from lane 4, Dylan McCulloch, 47.34 operator at his best, the under 20 athlete. 49.18 season's best for McCulloch, so some room for improvement there to get back down into that 47-second mark. Ollie Clark in lane 6 as well, another 47-second operator, 47.94 personal best for him. Just dipping under the 50-second mark this season with 49.53. So that is going to be our 400 metre D final going off shortly.
Yeah, we're just into those final couple of throws in the discus competition. Nobody really will chase down Nick Percy. He's the final man to throw and just stepping into the circle. Now he leads the competition with that third round throw of 60 metres and 9 centimetres. He'd like a bit more than that, I'm sure. They are throwing into a bit of a wind. It's still early season. One of the world's best discus throwers have been out in Ramona. And steps out the front, Nick Percy. And that's a red flag. So no improvement for him. Job done. And he will get maximum points for Scotland in that men's discus competition.
So over to the track for this 400 metres, our D final here. It's like I said, lane 1, Chowan. 2, Seema Roca. 3, Abbott. 4, McCulloch. 5, Okoro. 6, Clark. 7, Gosnell. 8, Middleton. And they're away cleanly there. And it looks to be pretty even as they head round the first 100 metres. McCulloch may be slightly the athlete. Okoro in the outside lane for McCulloch looks to have started well, but as they head down the back straight and they start to build this rhythm, it is pretty even. The athlete on the inside there, that's Chuan in lane 1 there, seems to have gone off. He might be slightly ahead at this moment in time, but this will all unwind as they head into the home straight. Now they go around this top bend with about 150 metres to go, and this one is all to play for you as these athletes are going to span into this home straight. It looks to be the athlete out in lane number 8, Reese Middleton, the 47.57 operator. He seems to be, Jacob Gosnell there seems to be leading this one, but it looks to be Okoro coming through. McCulloch, there's 3 of them really close on the line there. It looks to be McCulloch that maybe took that one, the under 20. He was the quickest in the field, 47.34. It was tight on the line, that one was. It was very, very tight. But we will wait until our photo finish confirms which one's clocked that. But Okoro was in there, Clark was in there, McCulloch. The action really came from those middle lanes. It was Middleton. Gosnell that was out in lane 7 that seemed to be leading this one into the home straight and looked in control, but again these athletes started filtering through down this last sort of 70-80 metres there, and it was Okoro and McCulloch that really moved through together, and you could see them both fighting for the line there, swimming in lactic acid these closing metres. And actually Scott, another race I wouldn't like to call on the line there. It's a toss up between Okoro and McCulloch there.
Yeah, I think my gut says to me it was McCulloch. I mean, it was close, wasn't it? I mean, you're right, we have had a few close finishes in this race today. It's been good to see. We've still got so much more to come that we may well see even closer finishes. We're going to have 3 guest races for the women's 400. Pole vault is ready, waiting, and now up to 5 metres and 15. So we're still well, we've seen Harry Coppell have one attempt just here in an England vest today. There's the results from that final race. I think it's just sorry, the third 400, not the final race. We had 4. Lucas Cameron, 48.97. Jacob Winter, 49.03, and Josh Hurst, 49.09.
And on the note of results, we have got our D final results that are up there, and it was a Cora that got that one. 49.21 from McCulloch. Gosnell in third place, 49.30. Clark in fourth, 49.67, and Johan fifth, 49.81. So another tight battle on the line there. 1/100 separating them athletes over that 400-metre distance.
So the first of 3 races for the women's 400 guest races. Holly Patter goes on the inside in lane 2. We then have Holly and Passy in lane 3. Eleanor McIntosh in 4. Shiloh Omatosho going in lane 5. Fionn Roberts in 6th. Kamaya Bennett in lane 7, and Annabelle Howes in lane 8.
You can see on screen there our results from that D final, with the Cora taking the win closely on the line there from McCulloch.
Great start from Bennett in lane 7, already chasing down Howes on the outside. No athlete in lane 1 here, so Patter has a lot of work to do to try and chase alongside Mpasi, who is already flying away, and Omatosho in the middle, just starting patiently. She'll finish quickly. It's Bennett in the minute that just about has an edge. Holly Mpasi, who is the fastest in the field with a 53.2 personal best, starting to just move past McIntosh and Omatosho now, and on the outside Annabelle Howes has started patiently, is showing her strength and pulling away from the rest of them. Can Mpasi start to close the gap? It's Howes on the outside, Omatosho finishing strongly as I said she would. Bennett is still in the mix in 3rd place. It's Howes on the outside that gets it from lane 8, 53.98. She can't quite believe it. She's shot. That's a big personal best by half a second. Omatosho finished quickly but didn't quite get there. She'll be close to her personal best. And Kamaya Bennett finishing in 3rd place after a strong start from her.
Yeah, fantastic race to watch unfold, that one. Howes held it together really well there. And again, another athlete, you almost feel a bit sorry for the athletes that are in them outside lanes there, because it is a real disadvantage. And I mean, depends how you approach your race. Some athletes might just get out and run hard and run their own race, and they might be comfortable with that. But, you know, for me, is, you know, competing on the track, I think previously it's something that you like to have in sight. You like to have the other athletes in sight there. And Omatosho had that advantage over Howes there, but Howes really held that form down the home straight, rewarded sub 54 seconds for the first time, so a big personal best for her. So yeah, a cracking run from her.
Yeah, I think, you know, we'll go back to Wade van Niekerk's world record being run in lane 8, and I think that's certainly changed people's perspective on whether you can run fast on the outside lane. I think it really did help Howes there, because she wasn't drawn into going out crazy quick in the opening 250. Her race model was pretty much bang on. She finished strongly, nobody caught her up, and it resulted in a big personal best.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more there, Scott. And I think it is very athlete dependent. Some athletes will just prefer that. They will, you know, they might train solo. They'll know exactly what their body's capable of, what splits they should roughly be hitting. So, yeah, for Howes there, I think, you know, it obviously does work for her, because she just took a massive chunk off her personal best there. So, yeah, cracking running there. We can see our discus final. That is complete now. Nick Percy walks away with the only throw over 60 metres today, just over 60.09 there in the third round for Percy. Second place, Tomlinson, 58.88, and McKinley, the GB junior athlete, 56.63. Well up there, Scott, certainly in the mix with this one. So promising signs from our GB junior there.
Yeah, absolutely. As I mentioned earlier, he was throwing with a slightly lighter implement, but a big personal best, and was pretty consistent with it too. The triple jump for the men, well, they're underway. We've had Duke Bright Davis with an early jump out over 15.40. Shauna Taffo is close to him with a 15.34. And this is Caden Ramsey.
Next up on track, we will be moving over to our next race in that 400 metre section, the B race. So in lane 1, we've got Eva Tyler, the under 23 there. Lane 2, Elsie Brindle, under 20 athlete. Lane 3, Catherine Reynolds, under 23 athlete there. Lane 4, Darcy Coslet, the Welsh athlete. Olivia Bell in lane 5. Lane 6, we've got Isabel Skelton. 7, Sky Sauter, and 8, Catherine Christie. So our quickest on paper in this one looks to be Skelton there, 54.25 clocking in lane 6. We look to have a full complement of athletes lining up in this one. So cleanly away in this second 400 metre race, and it looks to be lane 6, the athlete Skelton, our quickest on paper, that's hit this one quite hard there. Lane 4 as well has attacked it. That's Coslet, the Welsh athlete, the under 18 athlete. So interesting to see how this one folds out as they head down the back straight. All about staying relaxed, holding that momentum down the back straight. They don't want to push too early in this as they head into that top bend now between the 200 and 300 mark. This is where the moves start to get made, and we can see that stagger. It's pretty much still intact at this late stage in the race. But it's going to be interesting as these athletes head into the home straight there. Lane 6 looks a little bit tight. It looks to be the athlete in lane 7 there. That is Sauter, our senior athlete, 55.65 on paper. But the inside lanes are now starting to make moves. It looks to be lane 3 there. Reynolds coming through. Reynolds is going to take this one. 55.32 personal best, and she's just outside of that 55.74. It's crazy when you call in these races, Scott, how much these can actually change, because we've seen it with the juniors on the inside earlier, the ones on the inside lane that came through late on in the race there, and that one, you know, I wouldn't have called Reynolds to be taking the win there. When I was looking, you can see lane 7's making moves, lane 6's are making moves, and then all of a sudden, as they hit that last 60 metres, it all starts to unfold there.
Yeah, big time. I think we've had such good races today where those leads have changed in the final section of the race, and Coslet here is a super young talent. She's been progressing very nicely over the last couple of years, and she closed quickly after starting so strongly, and Reynolds, a bit more experience, a bit more strength, just powering home. And Sauter, well, she's not going to be far off her personal best either, a 55.6.
Yeah, so our official results are through for that one. Catherine Reynolds did take the win there, 55.73, a great run from her. Down in 4th place, heading into the home straight, and turns that one right round. Darcy Kostler in 2nd place, 55.91. That's our under-18 athletes. So again, promising signs from the juniors today. Sky Sauter in 3rd place there, 56.10. So she misses out on her personal best as well. But yeah, actually, Scott, it's a good point you made there about the juniors. We've seen some really strong performances from them already. We've seen it in the 400. Our under-18 athlete taking the win in one of the heats there. We've had McKinley up there in the discus throw as well. And then you've got Coslet there, who's, you know, they're competitive at the front end of these matches, and that's the idea of this event with all these different, the B final, the C final. But it's great experience, and it's great to see that they're actually involved in it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've got some super talented youngsters we'll see in the short sprints later on, and they could well come away with a clean sweep of wins. But yeah, it's great to see them contesting here to come to Loughborough International. You know, you have to be a quality athlete, whether you're more experienced or whether you're younger. So great to have them here. One more of these guest women's 400 races. The athletes behind their blocks now, so let's take you through the lineup. We have Amy Grieg in lane 1, Ella May Martin going in lane 2, Chloe Poor is in 3, Juliella Jeffries is in 4, Ruby Phillips is in 5, Amber Richardson is in 6, Molly Curran is in 7, and Mary Taylor is in lane 8. Going to be another close one. Chloe Poor the fastest in the field, but Juliella Jeffries, an athlete who's only a few tenths slower than her on paper. Away nicely, no issues. Great start from Mary Taylor on the outside. She always commits, always goes out hard. And Ruby Phillips is one of those athletes who has started strongly. She goes in lane 5 in that white vest and is starting to chase down Amber Richardson. From the inside, Amy Grieg is starting to go past Martin. And Paul just having a patient start for the race here. Joella Jeffries just outside of her with some work to do in those long white socks. And Mary Taylor, that committed opening 200 metres, puts herself in a great position here from lane 8. And it is Ruby Phillips that will just have an edge as they come into the home straight. Poor is there in lane 3 in the black strip. Can she chase down Ruby Phillips in this final 50 metres? Here comes Chloe Poor. Can Ruby Phillips hold her off? It's Poor that gets the lead in the final 30 metres, and Poor will take the win, 56.38. It's Ruby Phillips in second place and Mary Taylor in third from the outside. 56.38 the winning time unofficially. I said Chloe Poor finishes quickly. She proved me right, and that's always nice. And she gets the win in that third guest race before we head to the match races in just a moment's time for the men's and women's 4x100.
So another cracking 400 metre race capped off there. Chloe Poor takes the win, 56.37 from Ruby Phillips, 56.65. Those two will know each other pretty well on the under-18 circuit. Both very, very similar personal bests. So interesting to see how their season pans out. Our pole vault competition well underway now. So I'll give you an idea of where we're at with that pole vault competition. It is Harry Coppell that is leading that one at the moment. 5.15 from Mark Mello, also sat on 5.15, and Thomas Wally also sat on 5.15. So those top three athletes there sat on that 5.15 mark. So at this Loughborough International, this is an international match, so we can see our current team standings there in the top left-hand corner. So England currently leading the way on 22 points from Scotland on 20, Wales on 16, Loughborough Students on 12, and tied with the GB Juniors there.
Well, there we have the standings for this pole vault competition. Currently it is Harry Coppell that leads. He's over 5.25. He did that at the first time of asking. Mark Mellor is still in the competition. 4.90 first time, 5.05 first time, 5.15 second time, and he's got two more attempts at 5.25. We also only have Thomas Wally in the competition. He's still about to have his first attempt at 5.25. Thomas Wally in the top three. This is the shot put competition. Into this competition, and we have a couple of faces you'll recognise in there. We saw Neve Emerson earlier on, and Ellen Barber in the hurdles. Katharina Johnson-Thompson, another superb heptathlete, competing in that, getting her season underway, and Adele Nicol, multi-talented, saw her at the Winter Olympics earlier this year. That competition is underway. Just waiting for those results to start trickling through. We'll see them shortly, I'm sure. In the triple jump, it's Sean Atafo who has taken the lead with 15 metres 49. That was the second round attempt for him, only 6 centimetres ahead of G. Bright Davies with his first round attempt of 15.43, putting him in second. And Harley Henry, 15.03, is in third place at the moment. So I think we're about ready for the 4x100 metres.
So a few teams in this one. We've got our England development team. So we can see, starting from the outside now, we've got our GB team there, our senior GB team. So that looks to be our GB junior team in our outside lane there. Lane 7, we've got our Welsh team lining up in this 4x1. And then we will flip over to lane 6 for our GB team, another GB juniors team there. Lane 5 goes Team Scotland. And then we will move down into our English teams from there. Lane 4, we've got our English team there. And lane 3 going to our Loughborough students team. And then lane 2, we've got our England development team. Some of our junior English athletes competing in this one. So an action-packed 4x1 relay that we've got kicking off here, our first relay of the day. always bring a great degree of entertainment to the relays. So we've got, like I said, in lane 8, our GB Futures team, lane 7 Wales, 6 GB Juniors, 5 Scotland, 4 England, 3 Loughborough students, and lane 2, the England development squad. So the athletes settle into the blocks there. The baton change is equally as important as the running in this one. Race is going to be won and lost with them baton changes. See the athletes settling down into the blocks. Cleanly away there for all the athletes. GB Juniors look to have got maybe a slight lead from the England team there as they head into the back straight. Now watch for these handovers. Are they nice and clean? The Welsh team had a great handover there. That was nice and smooth as they head down the back straight, and maybe the Welsh team that is slightly in front here. Now can the GB Juniors peg them back here? Another clean change for the Welsh athletes there. These are streaking around this top bend. The Welsh team have really nailed their handovers here, and it's going to come right down to the wire, but the Welsh team seem to be away with this one now. The GB Juniors are reining them in, but can they get there? It does look to be the GB Juniors that's going to get this one right on the line there. 39.65, what a race that was. And that was a really good example, that race, of how important the handovers are on that, because down the back straight, the 2 changes that the Welsh team had on that back straight to the top end were fantastic there, and that really played a part in them being right in the mix with that. But the GB Juniors, the quality really shone through on that final leg there, and that was a fantastic closing leg by the GB Juniors there, Scott.
Yeah, amazing. I'm just trying to work out who it was. It might have been Dylan Williams. A superb run to chase down that Welsh team. Wales, who have already ran this season, got some of their stars in there. Obviously they're prepping to try and qualify for the Commonwealth Games, and they had a big old lead, didn't they? The England team trying to chase them down, didn't quite manage to get there. It's quick. I mean, we've got some super juniors, 39.65, and all of them got the baton round. They might not all be so may well see some disqualifications still to come, but an outstanding performance. That GB junior record, 39.05. I'm amazed over the last couple of years we haven't quite broken that record, which dates back to a long time ago, and we're going to be close to it for sure this season.
Yeah, now you mentioned Commonwealth Games times there. The qualifying time for 4B1 relay for the Welsh team is 38.42, which is real demanding time there. So there is a B standard, and whether the 4x1 squad have got that and they can be considered. But yet fiercely competitive to get in that Welsh team, and it's actually, I believe, the Welsh team, the closing day for the qualifying window. I think this is pretty much the last competition that the last opportunity the athletes are going to have to maybe clock them standards as well.
Yeah, I do actually have that Welsh Commonwealth Games selection policy up in front of me. I seem to remember it being something like the 18th of May or something like that. I mean, I'll dig it out in a second. I've got one hand free whilst I'm holding my mic, but a great performance. And that GB Junior team, I think, can actually get better when we drop in the likes of Divine Hema.
Yeah, 39.65 there for that GB Junior team there. Crack and run, 39.74 for Team Wales. And England in third place there, 39.82 for them. GB Futures down in fourth place, 40.1. And Scotland, 40.86. England Development, 41.02. And Loughborough Students, 41.39. Now like a relay to push the blood pressure up, eh, Scott?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, the fact that we got all of them to get the baton through safely in the GB Juniors, I mean, so often we see with that GB Junior teams, they sometimes falter. Like last year at the European Junior Championships, we were perhaps almost in an ideal position to win the gold, and we didn't get the baton round at the end. It can go like that, but we're in a good place. We've got some super talented juniors, and that squad could have maybe 16 athletes in that could all be a starter. So the women are up in a moment, and we'll take you through that lineup in just a second.
Yeah, so we have got an update on our shot put competition on the senior side of things. So Nickel leads that one from Wales, 17.50. Fortune in second place, 15.38. And Dumbuya in third place with GB Juniors, 14.44. So nice to see GB Junior up there. Into our triple jump competition as well, we've got Shauna Taffo leading that one. That was attempt number 2, 15.49 for him from Duke Wright Davies, 15.43 in second place, and Harley Henry in third place, 15.33. So those three athletes really locked in battle there, and not a lot to choose between them at this stage. Like Scott mentioned there, we will be flicking back over to our track for the 4x1 and our second 4x1 match, but there'll be the ladies that'll be taken to the track this time around. And yeah, hopefully another exciting race from the relay section there.
Well, we're about ready. We've almost lost one of our teams. Scotland are without a quartet down on the start line, so we will be down to just the 5 teams. On the outside we have the England Development Quartet from lane 8. Can they perhaps cause a bit of an upset here? Loughborough students on home soil, what can they do? From lane 7, GB Juniors Quartet being led off by the superstar Now Desir. She goes on the first leg. The England Quartet in lane 5 will have all of the main protagonists outside of them to try and chase down. Remember, points up for grabs here at this Loughborough International, and the GB Futures team going from lane 3 here. We don't have a list of all the relay members. These things can often change last minute. So GB Futures from lane 3, then England, GB Juniors, Loughborough students and the England development team on the outside. Awakening, a really good start by England in lane 5. Already trying to chase down the GB Juniors, and now Desir on the outside. The England development team started very, very strongly. Let's see how good these changeovers are. All GB Juniors just left it late and they've dropped the baton, and England coming through the middle. And we might have gone down from 5 to 3 teams on that first changeover. England in the middle, the development team just about getting away. So do the GB Futures on the inside of the All Black strip. It's England against England head to head here, coming into the final changeover. And it's from lane 5, and they've dropped the baton, the England team. The development team on the outside, we've gone down from 5 to 2, and England development on the outside will pull away in a chaotic relay. In 46.10 they take the win. GB Futures in second place, drop baton after drop baton after drop baton, but it's England development that get the win. And I don't think we're going to have any points handed out from that women's 4x100.
No, Scott, what a race that was in terms of a total contrast to what we've seen the first time around there. I also think that the GB Futures team, they may be DQ'd there, because that was a very late handover in the home straight there. I might be wrong, but it looked like they were outside that changeover zone there. But yeah, total chaos with the handovers. I guess, you know, there's a lot of athletes that are competing today we've got that GB Futures. We've got some of these athletes that, you know, they might not be competing regularly in a relay system. So yeah, it's a good learning opportunity, and my God, they're going to learn a lot from today.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of these teams have been cobbled together last night or this morning, so it often goes like that. We're just waiting for the final change over here. It was England in the middle that we've got a bit close and dropped the baton, and you're right, I think the GB Juniors handed over about 8 metres to, the GB Futures in the All Black strip on the inside, handed over a bit late. And, well, we're going to have one team that's finished there. It was 46.09, the winning team for England Development, from 46.30, the GB Futures team. But I think, as you say, Rich, great eagle eyes, because I didn't spot it, they're going to be DQ'd as well. So only one team out of the 5.
Yeah, I mean, they're coming up in the results officially at the moment, 46.30, but yeah, looking at that replay there, yeah, I don't want to call it, I'm not a sprint expert, but I do think they were definitely outside that changeover zone there.
I mean, they were, when I say 8 metres, that might be slightly generous. They were well beyond it. I wonder, could actually the England team on the outside have also just handed over late? I'd have to see that again, because we could have nobody finish. That would be quite remarkable. Anyway, there's not going to be any points handed out. I don't think England Development can take the points for England, because they were just a guesting quartet in that. But, well, remarkable, actually remarkable. And there's so much more to come. I've never actually seen that.
Well,
and I've done it a long time. I've never seen just one relay team finish. I mean, I don't think I can remember any time that's happened.
So this is what I was about to ask you. Actually, if the development squad didn't make it across the line as well, and they were outside that changeover zone, have you ever seen a race, a 4x1, where no one has finished the race?
No, I've never
we
seen
could
that.
We could be making history today at the
That would be one to tell the grandkids, wouldn't it? You know, never have I ever commentated on a relay which has not had any legitimate finishes, because they've all been DQ'd or DNF.
Yeah.
Anyway, we have something that is a bit more of your style coming up in just a minute, which is the Guest 800 races. They are due to start in about 10 minutes time. And just to come back to that Welsh Commonwealth Games selection, the actual final day for nomination is the 18th of May. I think tactically it's been given up until 9 p.m. tomorrow, obviously to factor for this weekend in the Loughborough International and things like that. So that's the final time for the Welsh team.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. The Welsh team obviously cut their qualification periods quite a lot shorter in terms of competitions than, say, the England team or the Scottish team. I think they've got up until, off the top of my head, it's maybe like mid-June time. So yeah, it's interesting that they've opted for that. But if you, Scott, I don't know whether I'm assuming you haven't, but if you've ever had a look at the qualification criteria for the Commonwealth Games and the different policies from the home nations, it's they're, barring probably the Welsh criteria, they're not easy to get your head round.
No, they never are they? I mean, there's so many different sort of rules and regulations and time frames. It makes it complicated, but lots to look forward to this afternoon, and we'll keep it with this triple jump and pole vault competition.
So yeah, back to our triple jump competition. It is Jude Bright-Davis making his jump there. Nice flowing action there. Then 3 good phases from Jude Bright-Davis there. So let's see what that result comes back through for him. I'll bring you an update on our triple jump competition. It is still Shauna Taffel leading that one, 15.49. Jude Bright-Davies in second place, 15.43. He's had a few fouls in his series. He's only managed to secure the 1 jump this morning, which was that 15.43 opener. He's had 3 consecutive fouls since then, so it's key that Bright-Davies, get something on the board there. Excuse the pun, but definitely get something on the board there, because with the 1 jump, yes, he's sat in second place, but he's not too far behind Shauna Taffel in first place in 15.49. Third place, Harley Henry, unchanged. That top 3 is unchanged from previous. Harley Henry sitting there in 15.33. The weather conditions here in Loughborough, they're treating us well this afternoon. The wind is picking up dramatically, so that is going to have an impact on the races that we've got lining up for the rest of the afternoon. We can see in the bottom right hand corner, it's Harley Henry lining up for the triple jump now, as he'll make his way down the runway. Another nice smooth, 2 smooth phases there from Henry. Bit ragged on the landing in the pit there, but Harley Henry sat in third place there, 15.33. He'll have eyes on trying to get to that top spot, which held by Sean Ataffel, 15.49. He's not a million miles away from that. And we have got confirmation there, Harley Henry's last jump there, 14.65, and it was another foul for Duke Bright-Davies. So Duke Bright-Davies sat on a number of fouls in his series in second place as they go into the sort of closing stages of this triple jump competition. Now, top right hand corner, you can see our pole vault final there. Henry Coppell still in charge at the top, 5.35. He's got 5.85 personal best, so you'd expect Coppell to be in control in this at this point right now. Mark Miller still sat in second place, joint with Wally from Wales there, 5.15 for those two athletes. We have got our shot put competition well underway as well. Our shot put final there is headed up by Nicol still, 17.50. Her leading throw there, well out in front from Sabrina Fortune in second place, 15.38. Dumbuya in third place, 14.44. We've got Ellen Barber there in fourth place, 14.15. Neve Emerson, 13.95. And Katarina Johnson-Thompson down in sixth place with 12.97. So plenty of action still to come today at the Loughborough International. And we'll be closing things out today with the British Champs 10,000 metre final as well. That'll be going off later this evening, around about the 7 to 8 o'clock mark for those. Our next event on track is going to be our guest 800 metre final. We'll be kicking things off with the men's in about 5 minutes time. So between now and then we can enjoy some of the field action. It can actually give us a bit of time to really concentrate on the field action as well. It's really hard trying to call all the events that are going off at the same time there. So like I said before, we've got our shot put results in the top right hand corner there, and our triple jump well underway in the bottom right hand corner as well, and our shot put competition in full flow. Katarina Johnson-Thompson getting in some early season work there. These competitions are great for the likes of KJT. You can turn up, no pressure on to perform. Just about getting that experience, that race competition, that field competition vibe again, just getting back into the groove of things. It can be a long layoff for some of the heptathletes and decathletes, spend a lot of time off over them winter months if they don't dabble in the indoor circuit. So KJT opening up a outdoor season in some form today with that shot put.
Well, so far from that women's 4x100, England development are still giving the win, and Great Britain Futures have not been disqualified, so that's good news for them. So Harry Coppell is still in the pole vault competition. He has one more attempt at 5 meters 45. Is the only man left in that competition. So, our next action on the track is the men's guest 800. Isaac Mohan goes in lane 1, then Joe Usher, Lucas Rogers, Josh Robinson, Findlay McLaren, Harris Kentish and Hugh Mackey. And we look like we do have a pacemaker. We're not sure what pace they're going to go at, but these athletes have a mix of best from 151 to about 155. The pacemaker is in the all black strip. So away they go. Nice and steady, and the wind is picking up something blustery. They're going to have an absolute raucous time down this back straight when they start to head down and come into the break. And actually our lead man, which is Hughie Mackey's actually ahead of our pacemaker at the moment, who's in the all black strip. So they've gone out very, very quickly here in the opening 200. That was about 25 and change, so pretty nippy here, Rich.
Yeah, definitely, and I think in these blustery conditions that, I mean, it's hard to call. You don't know what shape the athlete is going into this one, but 25, 26 seconds opening 200 in this wind is... it's committed, put it that way, as they come up to the 400 metre mark there. I mean, to get in front of the pacemaker as well, he's very, very keen, is this athlete there.
Yeah, it's Findlay McLaren, and at the bell, that's 53.56, and our pacemaker drops out. In second place, it's Josh Robinson in the red, so Findlay McLaren at a 151 for personal best. He's really gone for it here, Rich.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 53.5, it is a very, very committed first 400 metres, and he's holding it together at the moment, but it's going to start to tell on him this last 200 metres once he gets past that 600 metre mark. And you can see the rest of the pack now. The gap isn't growing anymore. Now, can the pack behind start to bridge that gap and close him in? To be fair, he does still look really good. He's holding his form really well. The arms are driving. He's up on the toes. He looks great with 150 metres to go, doesn't he, Scott?
Yeah, and here it is, Findlay McLaren. Then how fast will this be? 53 through the first 400. He's taking it out well ahead of everybody else. Robinson just starting to fade. Where will they all finish up? It's going to be Findlay McLaren that takes this. Well, the clock has stopped early. He's not run a world record of 139. That almost got us. It's 151.64, which would be just off his personal best. So a brilliant run, front run, no pacemaker. Unbelievably windy conditions. 151.64.
Very, very, very impressive, that, Scott. And I seen when he seen the clock as he got across the line there, and he seen 139, he threw his arms up in sheer disbelief. And I think, yes, you had a great first 400, but certainly not sub 140 base. But yeah, fantastic run from him there to clock that kind of time in these conditions. And that was a solo run. He's ran 151 solo there in not ideal 800 metre conditions. So that sub 150 is 100% on the cards for Findlay.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is 12 degrees, you know. Give it 18 or 19 degrees, a pacemaker, a fast track. I mean, he could go something very, very special. And in second place, finishing strongly, was Joe Usher. We're just seeing him here in the black and yellow strip, just heading past Josh Robinson with that late surge. I'm just wondering whether he's gone and battered his personal best as well. He's got a 155.4 personal best.
Yeah, definitely, he must have gone sub 155 there. You'd be thinking, looking at that gap there, probably around about the 153 high mark for Usher there. Which again, you know, it just shows that although the weather isn't with these athletes, they're still getting out there, they're getting after it. And, you know, that's what really impressed me about McLaren there, that he had the bottle and the confidence to think, you know what, yes, the pacemaker's going off at this, but I need to be on this schedule and I'm doing my own thing today. And that's why he's been rewarded with that kind of performance.
I'd love to see the crowd's faces when they saw 139 on the clock. Anyway, this is Harley Henry, super young talent in this triple jump competition. Is in third place with 15.33. Sort of pinged out quite nicely there, didn't he? I think he quite liked the look of it. Will it be any improvement? We are in the fifth round, and he's the last one to go in this fifth round. It's 15:12, so no improvement, but a solid effort, and he would need about 20 centimetres to take the lead here.
Yeah, Scott, whilst that 800-metre race was panning out, there was Jude Bright-Davis made his last jump and clocked 15:40 there. And it's interesting for, Bright-Davis sat in second place there behind a Taffo in that triple jump. 15:43, not a million miles away from a Taffo, but actually had 3 no jumps in that series. So it shows that there's potential there for a big jump if he can just make a click in the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. The javelin competition is also underway. Just to update you on the pole vault, whether we said this, but Harry Koppel has gone out at 5:45, so he wins the competition in his season's best of 5 metres and 35. Yeah, these javelin throws have started already.
So next up on track, Scott, we've got another 800-metre race, and we're going over to the ladies now. At the ladies in our 800-metre final, another action-packed one. Lane 1, Violet Rudkin, 2:11 personal best for the under-18 athlete there. Lane 2, Olivia McGee, another under-18s athlete there. Lane 3, Bella Taylor. Lane 4, Posy Shaw, and Lane 5, Lee's Captain. So our quickest in the field there is Olivia McGee in lane 2, 2:07.66, closely followed by Bella Taylor, who was in lane 3. So intriguing to see how these two tee off with each other. And is there a pacemaker in this one? It doesn't look to be the case. Or is potentially there's someone on the outside? It does. We have got a pacemaker. So interesting to see what pace they've asked for today. Obviously, with these athletes having personal bests around about the 2:07 mark, they're going to want to be going through and around about maybe 61, 62-ish. But this wind, it's going to cause big problems for these athletes, isn't it, Scott?
Yeah, absolutely. It's tough conditions. I mean, the athletes will have seen some of the quick times at the BMC Grand Prix last night and thought, well, if only we have such warm conditions. It is blustery down that back straight, and you can see already nobody's really gone off so sprightly, not like they did in their guest men's race we've just seen. So it's cautious at the minute, but look out for Olivia McGee. She's in the light blue of Rugby in Northampton. She sits in about 3rd place at the minute.
Yeah, McGee doing the right thing here, just tucking in on the inside, running the shortest line, and getting right in behind the pacemaker as well. Pacemaker running slightly wide down the lane there, but that's not an issue, that, because they're going to filter across at this 400-metre mark. But yeah, it's, we've got 131 who's going to be taking this one on here, and that is Posy Shaw there, 2:10.58, so they're 63-ish at the 400-metre mark, and Posy Shaw's taken this one on, personal best of 2:10, and yeah, she's hit this one with 400 metres to go, and she's looking good at the moment.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, we just saw that previous race where they went out so quick and faded, but still got a quick time. These girls have done it slightly differently, going for a bit more of an even pace race, which is nice to see. And yeah, Posy Shaw here doing the right thing, working hard. Olivia McGee, I've seen her race before, she finishes very strongly, and she's putting herself in the best position here, just using Shaw as a bit of a windbreak as they go into the final 200.
Yeah, McGee almost looks like she was holding off slightly along that back straight. I'm not sure exactly where the wind is there, but you can see she's made a move. You can see she was just chopping her stride slightly, and now she's made a move with about 150 metres to go. Olivia McGee looks to be on the front now. She just needs to sit tight on that curb, and it's all about now just head down, driving down the home straight. But the challenge is coming from behind, and it's one of the other athletes in this race is going to be pushing right up onto McGee there. It's bib number 129 there. That's Bella Taylor, who's also tied in times with McGee, but McGee is going to hold on this one across the line. 2:11 for McGee.
Well, yeah, I mean, big finish. We saw it was 63-0. I think it was Violet Rudkin that was just coming through, the athlete on the outside, just pushing past Olivia McGee at the end. I mean, a chaotic race, a cold race. I think they'll be delighted to get inside and maybe have a hot chocolate.
Yeah, definitely was a chaotic race there coming into that last 100 metres, but nonetheless, a fantastic effort from the ladies in that race, because the conditions are certainly not with them there. Well done for the pacemaker as well, set the tone nicely for the athletes. Wasn't too keen that first 200 metres, just held off and got them round to that 400 metre mark. So yeah, brilliant running there. from the athletes, and it was Violet Rudkin that looks to have taken the win there from Olivia McGee. Posy Shaw in third place.
So this is Greg Miller in the javelin competition, competing for Scotland. Really pulled down on the javelin there, but it's over 65 metres, which should be a good start for him. They have a tailwind. He's a man that can throw over 70 metres at his absolute best. The early throws are just starting to come through. They started a bit early, these javelin throws, because they said they were too cold waiting around. I don't blame them. Harry Coppell, though, I mentioned it earlier, has been given the win in 5:35. 3 failures at 5:45. He came close, though, but not to be for him today. Good season opener. Well, the triple jump competition, we are into this final round, and Shauna Tafo is leading with 15 metres 49, only 6 centimetres ahead of Jude Bright-Davies, and Harley Henry isn't too far behind him either by 10 centimetres. So this is how it stands coming into the final couple of jumps. So we've got some more middle distance action. This time we're increasing the distance, and it's the men's 1500 metre guest final. Got 3 1500 races back to back for you now.
Yeah, so first one lining up on the inside, we've got Noah Campion, Sam Flaherty in there, Henry Johnston, Will Percival, Sam Hodgson, Fletcher Hart, Jacob Brown, Nicholas Shaw, German athlete in this one, Henry Haslam, Henry Pickard, George Thomas and Jed Starvis. So plenty of talent in this one. Scott, I think our quickest in the field looks to be our 350.1 operator, Sam Hodgson there. So it'll be intriguing to see how this one goes out and whether the athletes are going to have a pacemaker as well. I think it would really help the distance boys today.
Yeah, that was Shauna Tafo, his final jump of the competition. Will it be any improvement? Well, they're almost ready to go in this guest 1500. We do have a pacemaker, you can see on the left-hand side in the all black. No idea what sort of pace they've been set out at, but
yeah, I'd be intrigued to know what pace these athletes are chasing down today. We can see there's only a few seasons bests on our start list, and they range from around about the 3:54 through to 4-minute mark. So yeah, interesting to know what these athletes are looking for today from the pace. Back over to our triple jump. Jude Bright-Davies lining up for his final jump there. Be good to see him get something on the board. Is he going to get a jump there? It looks to be okay on the board for Jude Bright-Davies. So can he challenge Shauna Tafo for that top spot there?
well, we are underway in this men's 1500, and the pace are taking it out quickly over this opening 200 metres. They've got to get with the pace here, because a few of them are just being caught adrift, and
yeah, they are.
The man that's leading this, Noah Campion, is wearing that blue of Bedford, is away, and then Sam Hodgson, the fastest man in the field, is just sitting back a little bit cautiously by 5 metres or so as they come round for this first lap, and they're taking it out nice and steady, not super quick, but it's through in about 59 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, we say it's not super quick, but for North Campion, a 3:54 operator at his best. This is, they're operating around about 3:45 pace, so that's a huge jump forward for him. So there's no wonder that Hodgson was probably a bit reluctant to get after the pace that first 200 metres. And you can see now the pacemakers starting to pull away from North Campion now, and Campion's going to be left in a really awkward position here, Scott, because it's windy, he's going to be solo, he's committed to a hard pace early doors, and the rest of the field, they're just sat back from him now. So it's going to be interesting to see what Campion does and how he manages this, because he's still got a long way left to go.
Yeah, we're already starting to see that lead of Noah Campion be reeled in, and our pacer has done a sterling job of taking this one out and making it quick on the day that you perhaps would say isn't designed for super quick racing. It's Sam Flaherty in the Derby vest that now moves up into that second place spot, and Jed Starvis is in fourth place just behind Sam Hodgson in the light blue. So those four athletes clear of the rest of the minute as they come through in about 2:04. So it is slowing down, 65 for that second lap.
Yeah, it is slowing down dramatically, and you can see just from the form that Campion's holding now, he looks to be really struggling as he comes round up to that 900 metre mark, and as we say that, Flaherty's going to make the pass here. Now it's interesting now, Flaherty's got himself in a position now where he's going to need to start sort of asking questions of the rest of the field, because now he's on the front, and Hodgson, the quickest man in the field, is just sat back tracking, and he's actually, Scott, he's ran a really smart race as Hodgson. He sat off that early pace when it was a little bit electric. He's now got himself nestled in a pack, and he's just letting every other athlete do the work for him, which is great running in a 1500 metre race. Yeah, absolutely. And here goes Sam Flaherty then, just starting to pull along with Sam Hodgson. I think Flaherty here looks super relaxed as they come into the belt. It's Flaherty from Sam Hodgson, and there's Starvis in third, and Noah Campion, who looked like he was really struggling 200 metres ago, has just started to pick up the pace once again. Will he get dropped in this final 300? He's starting to be cut adrift now. Yeah, and Starvis looks really energetic, and I clocked him with about 400 metres ago. Starvis looked again like he was running with himself. So now Starvis is up on the shoulder of Flaherty. He's made the move past him, and Hodgson, you can see Hodgson is trying to track Starvis, but Starvis has put a real move in down this back straight here. With 200 metres to go now, Starvis has really struck for home. And this, Scott, it looks to be a definitive move from Starvis here, because I can't see the rest of the field coming back to him. No, he's put the burners on, hasn't he? He's a 3:54 man at best, and he's leaving the rest of them in his wake. Sam Hodgson is starting to backpedal. Here comes Campion again, resurgent. I said, could he do it? Well, there's so much happening here in the race for second. It's Campion that's just moved into second. Jed Starvis, though, pulling away from the rest. Look at him, so strong. 3:53.09. That is a massive personal best on a day which is cool and it's windy. And Jed Starvis has battled the Loughborough win to come away with a massive personal best and a win in this guest race. Campion, though, wow, where did he come back from? He found something extra. Yeah, I tell you what, Campion is making me eat my words today. Starvis looks great though there. That last 300, he wound it up and he really sort of hit it with about 120 metres to go. But Campion pulled himself, back out of the mire to really put himself back into this race. And it makes you think, Scott, actually, if Campion had just judged the pace a little bit better that first 400 and sat back off it and maybe not committed as eagerly, well then this result could have been turned completely on its head. But, Starvis, all credit to him, because he ran a smart race, he ran an educated race, and at the end of the day, he delivered when he needed to. Yeah, absolutely. I think he'll be delighted with that. Sometimes we talk about how good is your kick, but how good is the timing of your kick as well? Because you can really burn away a field at the right moment and not give them any other opportunity to claw back. Whereas if you do it too soon or too late, everybody else is still in the mix. But Jed Starvis there is the perfect timing, and yeah, there he is in that black Ethan Bromley vest, and there's the win for him. So over onto our field events now in the javelin. Now GB Junior Charlie Edward Mason pings that javelin right in the air. That looks a great trajectory on that one, out beyond this, beyond the 70 metre mark there. It's a fantastic start to his competition today. So we've got confirmation there. Our results are in of that first 800 metre guest race. It was Olivia McGee that took that in 2:12.70 from Violet Rudkin 2:13.2, and it was Posy Shaw in third place 2:13.80. So that ladies race was a sort of a cracking race in the way that it chopped and changed quite a bit. And similarly to that last 1500 metres race we've seen there, the unpredictability of some of these races today, whether it's the weather conditions, the fact that you've got pacemakers, it's really keeping us guessing in the commentary box.
There's the results from the guest 800. Finlay McLaren 151.62, Joe Usher 153.77, and Isaac Mohan, the Leicester Corinthian athletes are not too far away, 154.13 for him. Another 1500 here, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely, straight into another 1500 metres. They're coming thick and fast now, and so we'll start from the inside. We've got Maisie Truman, lane 2. Well, we say lane 2, but second in from her, we've got Isla McGowan there, Saffron Bowley, Abe Clark, Poppy Guest, Sarah Barrett, Florence East, Lila Danobrega, Molly Peel, Holly Cross, Evie Jones, Evie Smith, and Lottie Wilkins. So they'll be taking on this 3 3/4. Our quickest athlete in the field, it does look to be our 4:14 operator, the under 20 Isla McGowan there, so she's tucked on the inside. Again, it'll be useful if these ladies do have a pacemaker, just someone that can take the win that first 600 to 800 metres, because these aren't favourable conditions for these 1500 metre runners today. But yeah, looking forward to this one. Just judging by the middle distance races and our relay races, they've all delivered in different ways, so interesting to see how this one pans out as we cut back across to our javelin competition there. There's our Scottish athlete that is about to take their throw.
Yeah, Greg Miller on the runway. We're not getting these throw results coming through. That's about the same as he had last time. It's about 65 metres, but the 1500 is underway.
Yes, another 1500 metres underway, and it does look as though we have got a pacemaker, so that's going to pay dividends for these athletes later down the line, especially taking that wind over that first 800 metres if they can manage that. So again, strung out pretty quickly this one, Scott. It's there doesn't seem to be a lot of tactics being employed, as in we're running in packs. It's conservative pace. It looks to be strung out fairly early on.
Yeah, for sure. We saw something a bit similar, and also the wave lights have been turned on now. Might have saw them earlier on. The athlete at the front here, Isla McGowan, she's a super talent, and she's very committed at racing. The youngster gets out hard, gets to the front.
Yeah, so Isla McGowan, she is our quickest in the field, 4:14 personal best, and she is that was set this season as well. So McGowan certainly one to watch as this one plays out.
Yeah, Poppy Guest is the other athlete in the field that has gone with her and has got into a really good position. Poppy Guest has got a best of 4:26, so keep an eye out. And Isla McGowan, an athlete that can do 4:14, as you say, she could be on for something super quick here.
Yeah, she could be, definitely. And I think with Guest, though, what's important to think about here, when you're in the junior ranks and you're progressing through these distances, you can take big chunks of time off, and we don't know how her training's been going, we don't know what form she's in. So she might actually be in, really super shape here and thinking, well, I can hang with this type of pace and I'm going to nestle into it. And that's exactly what she's done. She's got behind the pacemaker and she's got behind McGowan, and she's getting a free ride round now, and that's easy for her just to switch off and let the laps click by a little bit.
Yeah, well, they're through the opening 700 pretty nicely, and the pacemaker just doing a good job and stepping aside now, going the extra 100 metres or so, because McGowan will fancy her chances to push this on over the final couple of laps, and she's put herself in a great position here to run something very quick. 2:19 is good, it's strong, particularly for an early season race, and ultimately they're ahead of the wave lights, so she's on course.
Yeah, absolutely. McGowan's really attacked this one, and again, we've seen it in some of the other races as well. You can only commend the athletes that are getting out and committing to the pace and then taking the race on themselves. Guest has came slightly adrift, but that gap isn't growing hugely, so for Guest, she's still got her in her sights. So yes, she's not going to be able to get the drafting effect of sitting on McGowan, but she's got the visual of McGowan in front of her, so she can almost just hang on to that and see if she can hold on to McGowan as long as she can. She's got a significant gap over the rest of the field, back down into third place there, so, you know, can Guest hold this together? But it is all McGowan as she comes down the home straight to take the belt. Scott, she's looking comfortable, her arm cadence is looking nice, the knee lift is looking there, she's got about 420 metres to go, and it's going to start digging now, it really is, but she's looking great.
Yeah, it's going to hurt a lot over this final lap, particularly when they go down this back straight and the wind is in their faces. It's maybe just eased up slightly than it was 10 minutes ago, but Isla McGowan here putting on a show.
Yeah, McGowan looking great there, and it looks to be Molly Peel that's moved into third place there, and Guest still in second place, so can Peel start making a charge on Guest? Guest hasn't been dramatically dropped by McGowan as McGowan heads into the back straight now, and you can see, Scott, I mentioned it is going to really start to dig McGowan, and you can see the knee lift is dropping, and Guest, if anything, Guest looks slightly resurgent. Has she got enough to close down McGowan? I'm not too sure, but McGowan looks as though she's really hurting with about 200 metres to go, but that's because she's committed and she's got after this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, she's somebody that knows how to win big races. She's an English schools 1500 metre champion last year, competed at the European under-18s over 3,000, and she's put herself in a great position to run something quick, but maybe it's Guest coming back.
Yeah, Guest is looking alert behind her, and she looks to be trying to strike to close her down, and I think Guest is going to do this one because McGowan is in a world of pain. Guest is going to come through to take this one. A fantastically timed run, and we spoke about having the bottle to get up there and take the pace. Well, Guest has done that, and Guest has delivered 4:28 outside of her personal best. But what a run by Guest there, Scott. I'm really impressed with that.
Yeah, she just judged it, didn't she, perfectly well. Wasn't super keen to get right to the front with the pacemaker and Isla McGowan, but you know, you've got to give credit to Isla McGowan for taking it out and going out hard. She really committed. Sometimes it doesn't quite pay off, particularly in these early season races when maybe like today the weather's not so good and you're still bedding into your racing leg, trying to transfer that training into competition sharpness. But we saw Molly Peel come through for third place there in that race too, and yeah, great win for Poppy Guest.
Yeah, no, Scott, you made a really good point there. It's early on in the season, so actually these athletes, if they are coming out and setting the world alight, then you know it's a long season. They've got to build into it. And for McGowan, the way she attacked that today, you know, that's going to pay dividends down the line for her, because she'll have learnt a lot about herself today, and she'll have learnt a lot about how to run 1500 metre races. That is for sure. But also, you know, what she has shown there is real bottle, real intent, and real commitment. And you can only commend that in an athlete. And this will play out down the line. And I'm sure we will see McGowan running much quicker than that the rest of this season. Yeah,
absolutely. More 1500 metre action to come very shortly with the para race. Got some athletes here that love to take it out hard and fast, and great pull on that javelin by Craig Miller there. Again, pretty consistent, although we're not getting any results coming through, just not trickling through. Maybe the signal, the wind's causing havoc with our signal. Well,
I was going to recap some of our shot put results there, but it looks to be we're going straight back out on the track for another 1500 metre race. I will just let the listeners know that it was Adele Nicol that took the win in that, was 17:50. A season's best for her, but that was her second throw of the day. Sabrina Fortune down in second place, and Alania Dumbuya in third place. Scott, Adele Nicol 17:50. That is a cracking throw at this early stage in the season.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're away in this men's para 1500 metres. James McKibben is in this one, so is Dan Wolf, Sean Delaney, Kieran O'Hara, Brandon Ballard, Sam Fernando and Arthur Miles. And James McKibben, youngster from Devon, already going out quickly. He likes to do this, he gets out strongly. I've seen him in cross-country races before, and he gets out hard, and he's doing that just here, finds himself in a nice position. And just in behind him is Dan Wolf. Dan Wolf is somebody that can run a 4:02 1500 metres, so keep an eye out for him. And on the outside from Scotland, Sam Fernando, just letting these two drift on ever so slightly. And then the Belgrave man, Dan Wolf, now just starting to edge in front.
Yeah, the athletes are really chopping and changing around as they come round to that 400-metre mark. Someone to watch out for me, Brandon Ballard, the Irish athlete, C20, coming into this 3:56.03 personal best, and that was set this season. So it looks to be the pace is slightly settling down, but the lead is chopping and changing quite a lot, isn't it, Scott?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love this. This is great racing, and Kieran O'Hara in that white England vest now moving up into second. McKibbing just slipping back into fourth place. I said he likes to get out quickly. He's done that over the opening 500, but it is Dan Wolf that leads this. I seem to remember a big finish between some of these athletes at the UK Outdoor Championships last year. They're going toe-to-toe once again, and it's Wolf that leads, and it's now just starting to settle into a bit of a rhythm here, which is important.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking there. It does seem to be settling down now, and Wolf doing the right thing. He has settled it down from the front, but you can see Brandon Ballard straight onto the back, and as I say that, we say it's settled down, then Ballard takes on the running now, and Delaney just follows him. Delaney's doing the right thing here. He's never going to the front and leading, but he's following, he's covering all the moves. And when you've got an athlete like Ballard in this who's clocked 3:56, you can't let someone like that start to build momentum and get away from the rest of the field here. So it's Ballard out on the front now as they go through the 800-metre mark. Delaney there in second place. And yeah, Scott, I mean, it's a hard one to call because it is so choppy and changing, but Ballard looks to have control of this at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. He's right in the mix, isn't he? And he's doing all the necessary stuff to keep him there. Is that Arthur Miles in second place, perhaps, that's just drifted up into second place in those classes? And
it is Scott.
Kieran O'Hara just starting to put a bit of a boost in to go around that second bend. He knows there's 500 metres to go. It's Ballard that's clear from the rest of them at the minute, but these things will change. These positions will change as they have done throughout this race. Ballard looking really strong and comfortable. What can he do from the belt? Yeah,
so Ballard coming through to take the belt there in 3 minutes dead from Delaney in second place. And yeah, you're right, it was Arthur Miles who's moved into that third spot there. But Wolf is certainly not done in this, and if the rest of the race has been anything to go by, I wouldn't be betting any money that these are going to be the finishing positions in this one. But Ballard looks to be away down the back straight, but we can see that pack behind him. It's just constantly changing, Scott. And now it's Miles in second place and Wolf following him through, and Delaney's out the back door.
Yeah, and here comes Wolf down the back straight. He loves a big finish. It's Ballard, 15 metres to the good in the final 200 here. Can he hold on is the question. He still looks strong, but how quick can Dan Wolf finish? He's starting to motor as they come into the home straight. Back and forth is Kieran O'Hara. It's Miles in third place. Wolf is trying to charge. He won't get there. This is about Ballard in the final 100 metres here. Miles is fighting back. I don't think he'll get Wolf, but it is Brandon Ballard that takes the win in this Para 1500. 4:04.87. He gets it. It's Wolf in second, Miles in third place, O'Hara in fourth for England. It's Brandon Ballard with a big win. And there's Fernando coming through in fifth place for Scotland. Chaotic race, brilliant how everybody was trying to challenge in different places, but no stopping Brandon Ballard over the final 500.
Yeah, exactly, Scott. I think chaotic is the right word for that one. Chopping and changing constantly, but so entertaining to watch that one fold out there. And Ballard, once Ballard really got control of things there, he didn't let up from the front. And you've seen that last 400 metres, he controlled it, and he looked really, really strong coming through to the finish area. 4:04 today. You know, 3:56 operator though, so there's plenty more in the tank from him, and yeah, I'm sure we'll see much quicker times down the line.
Yeah, absolutely. Great performances from these guys. Next up, we've got a couple of guests. 200 metre races, and then the women's triple jump final is going to be getting underway in about 15 minutes time, so we'll join you with that soon. The men's high jump final is about to get underway. They're going through their final warm-ups. So we're getting a quarter or so of the way through the day, and it's England that lead only by, well, that is very close. Nothing in it, is that? A point and a half between England and Wales. GB Juniors back in third, Scotland in fourth, and Loughborough students in fifth place.
Yeah, it's still absolutely all up for grabs here. You can see that point difference there, 1.5 points. There's nothing to choose between them top two teams there. So yeah, an intriguing team battle that's going to play out throughout the rest of the today. But I mean, just Scott, on the event in general, we've seen some really good and entertaining races. We've seen some strong performances. All right, the times might not have been there in some of the distance races, but the actual racing itself has been really, really interesting to watch unfold, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I've certainly enjoyed it so far, and there's going to be more to come. And the javelin throw competition's going well, with Tom Rutter leading, the only athlete over 70 metres. What about Ben East the other day, getting over 80 metres, the first Brit to do so for quite some time. This is Charlie Mason, 69.06 his best. It just collapsed as he went into that. I don't think that's going to be any improvement. It's over 65 metres, so won't be any better. It's the line for the women's triple jump, which is getting underway very shortly. Some names you'll recognise. The Holland sisters are there. Wabuza from Scotland. Lila Nuther, really talented junior athlete. And Reece Robinson we've seen on many occasions. Henry Ward, of course, keeping out to here. But perhaps one of the favourites. Men's high jumpers are here. Joel Clark-Kahn competing for Loughborough. Great to see him back, competing well indoors. Otis Poole, who was competing for the GB Juniors last year. And yeah, Wales have Seb Clapworthy. So, lots of athletes we've seen before. Charlie Husbands, the Birchfield Harrier, competed well indoors this season. Regan Corrin and Divine Duraraku making up the men's high jump lineup. And there's the results from that men's para 1500 final. Brandon Ballard 4:04.85, Dan Wolf 4:06.95, and Arthur Miles 4:07.39. So cracking race, well done all. Enjoyed that one.
So we can see our schedule that we've got planned for the rest of today's action. We've got our 200-metre guest race going off in about 2 minutes' time. Then we've got our high jump competition. And then we'll move more through into these 200-metre events as the day pans out. We'll span into the ladies' competition. And then we go to the 400-metre hurdles just after 2 o'clock. So plenty of action still to come today at the Loughborough International. And we are going to move over to them 200 metre races. Like I said, for those of you that are watching at home, we will be streaming the British Champs 10,000 metres tonight as well, later on in the day, around 7 or 8 o'clock-ish for those finals. The men's and women's 10,000 metre British Champs final also being broadcast today. So, yeah, if you're interested in watching them, then please do dial back in for them as we progress through the day. But like I said, plenty more action to come on the track as we move over to our 200 metre races. Our first final of the day sees a stellar lineup with some names that you may recognise from our competitions earlier on in the day. We've got Henry Christa in lane 2. Lane 3, James Armenio competed earlier over the 100 metres. We've got Charlie Unsworth in lane 4. We've got Corey Neelan Richards 5, Jordan Brown 6, Chapman 7, and Ethan Hegarty in lane 8. So our quickest athlete in this 200 metre race that we've got going off is Jordan Brown, competing for England today. 20.72 personal best for Brown. Watch out for him in lane 6. You can see the distinct figure of Armenio in lane 3, close on the line earlier in that 100 metre race. 4 Unsworth, 5 Neelan Richards, 6 Brown, 7 Chapman, 8 Hegarty. The athletes settling into their blocks. Last few nervous moments before they get underway here. Just got to keep a lid on things, keep calm, keep cool, keep relaxed before this 200 metre race gets underway. Wait for the star's orders. And they look to be away cleanly there. Brown has had a flyer of a start there as they head round past that 50 metre mark now. Now watch how this bend unwinds here. We've got Brown in the middle looking good at the moment. The athlete on the outside, Hegarty, having a good run, but it seems to be Brown that's coming through. Armenio making a late charge again, but it's going to be Brown that takes this one across the line. 20.69 on the clock. And if that's official, that is a personal best for Jacob Brown. What a race that was unfolding. Armenio again making a late charge towards the finish line like he did in the 100 metre race. Just didn't quite have the legs to get there to catch Brown, but Jacob Brown ran a beautiful race there. Flew out of the blocks. First 50 metres, that dry phase, got up into his running well and came off the bend really nicely. Hegarty ran a great bend as well. He looked as though he was leading as he was coming around on the outside, but Brown there closed really, really well. And you can see back now on our replay, look at the position of Brown around that bend, and Hegarty having a great run in the outside lane there, but as that unwinds and they start to get into that last 100 metres, you can really see the class of Brown as he starts to move through that field. Armenio making his late charge as well, that real tall driving style of Armenio, but not enough to handle Brown today. Jacob Brown takes the win, and yeah, another cracking run there. Jordan Brown, 20.69 across the line there. Second place, James Armenio, 20.84 from Hegarty in third place. Fantastic running there in our first 200 metre race of the day. Well, Jordan Brown has really, really set the bar high there. 20.69. Armenio second, 20.84. Hegarty third, 20.96. So big personal best there for Hegarty and a big personal best for Armenio as well. So the conditions, the wind does seem to have significantly dropped, might I add, as well. So I think that has definitely played into the hands of the sprinters today, unlike the 1500 metre runners earlier on. But yeah, fantastic running there. And yeah, we will move on. Top three there, all clock and PBs, as we move on to our next heat in the 200 metre section. So we can see our official results there on the screen. Brilliant running there from Jordan Brown, the Birchfield Harrier, competing for England today. 20.69 personal best, top 3 clock and personal best. Brilliant running all round from them athletes. Bring you an update on some of our field events that we've got well underway. We do have our ladies triple jump that will be going off shortly. And earlier we had our shot put competition come to a close with Adele Nicol taking the win in that one. Our javelin throw well underway, and Tom Rutter heading out the win with that one. 70.83 personal best for Rutter, taking the win there from Charlie Mason in second place. 69.06 for him, and Oliver Wright 67.92. See our triple jump final results there. Shauna Taffo taking the win in that one as well. So plenty of field results there on the screen for you guys to watch home and catch up to. You can also check on our roster app as well. That does have our live results filtering through on there. And we've got plenty more action to come from the Loughborough International today. Like I mentioned, we've got some more 200 metre races. And following our 200 metre races, we're going to go into our hurdles section, the 400 metre hurdles section. Following on from that, we will have our 800 metre match races, some intriguing races in that one, and our 400 metre match races as well. So plenty of action still to come here live from the Loughborough International. So next up on track is that B final in the 200 metres. So from the inside, in lane 2, we've got Dominic Lamb. In lane 3, we've got Sean Appiah, the under-18 athlete, 21.26 personal best. Lane 4, Marcus McLean, senior athlete, 20.89. Lane 5, Alec Williamson, another returning athlete who competed earlier on. Lane 6, Adam Ofemian, under 20 athlete, 21.2 personal best. Lane 7, Emmanuel Akinroley from Ireland. Lane 8, Finley Coakley Harding there. So our quickest athlete in the field is Marcus McLean, our senior, in lane 4, 20.89 personal best. The rest of our athletes just outside that 21 second mark. Be interesting to see if we can get any replication of them fast times we've seen in our A race. The athletes just poised, ready to tackle this B 200 metre final. From the inside, Lamb in 2, Appiah 3, McLean 4, Williamson 5, Ofemian 6, Akinroley 7, Coakley Harding 8. And they're away first time there, no issues with the start. And it looks to be the athletes are powering around this top bend here. It looks to be the athlete in lane McLean there, lane 4, our quickest in the field, that's streaking away with this one. That's Marcus McLean. Comes down in the home straight, number 68 there, 20.89 personal best, just outside of that today. The start from the athletes there, Marcus McLean, Sean Appiah, the start was phenomenal from them athletes. They really got after that first 50 metres there. But McLean really showed his class coming into the home straight there, powered down to the finish line. The senior athlete, 20.89, like I said, personal best. Outside of that today, but strong running in our second 200 metre race today. You can see on our highlight now, looking at McLean in control as he heads into that home straight. Beautiful knee lift on McLean there, powering down the home straight there. Athlete in the outside lane now, we're under 18, Coakley Harding having a late run at it as well. But yeah, brilliant running there from McLean, and it looked to be Williamson in second place there. As soon as we get our results filtering through, we'll bring them to you live. It was Marcus McLean in first place, 21.01, followed by Alec Williamson, 21.21. And Sean Appiah in third place, 21.36. Courtney Harding, our youngster, our under 18, 21.50, so just outside of his personal best there. So some strong runs in that second 200 metre race from today. You can see on our infield triple jump competition well underway. Our ladies triple jump competition. So on the triple jump side of things, our first competitor has taken to the pit, and that was Julianne Boachi, and she jumped 11.94 in her first attempt. So got a good one on the board to kick things off there. We've got Amber Brown now making her way down the runway, number 289. That looks to be a solid jump from Brown to tee her competition off today. Personal best of 12.84 does Amber Brown. We've got a cracking lineup of athletes in this triple jump final. We've got Jasmine Holland in there, 12.51 personal best. Melissa Booth, Reese Robinson, Lily Holland, 13.25 from the Loughborough students. Got Leland Newith in there, GB Juniors, 12.69. Silver Nuwabuza, 12.90. Amy Waugh in there as well, 13.28. So plenty of talent in this one. Can we see the athlete Jasmine? That looks to be Jasmine Holland there, ready to take on her jump. So Holland making her way down the runway there. Two nice phases there. She takes the pit. So Jasmine Holland there, really key for these athletes to, hold that balance in these, like the hop and step phase of this jump and triple jump competition that we've got going on today. And the athletes, they've really got to carry that momentum, the pace that they're building down the runway. They've got to carry that momentum, plus trying to balance that with the step phases, not over-rotating, not overturning. See 291, our next athlete, Melissa Booth. Melissa Booth coming into this one with a personal best of 12.74, under 23 from Sale Harriers Manchester. So it is Jasmine Holland that takes the lead, 12.06 for her. As we head back out onto track for our next 200 metre final. So 200 metre final C. On the inside we've got Mac Ritson in 2, Ashley Avis 3, Matthew Ajayi 4, Elliot Lloyd Uzegbe 5, Andrew Robertson 6, Emmanuel Asifi Ochiri 7, and Ross Priestley in 8. Andrew Robertson, look out for his start in this one. He will absolutely fly out of the blocks. 60 metre indoor specialist is Robinson. 20.76 personal best for Robertson. He's in lane 6. There seems to have been not quite a false start, maybe some twitching in the blocks there. I'd imagine the field are going to get green card for this one. Maybe one of the athletes had made the call that they weren't quite settled in the blocks for this 200 metre C final. But just to recap there from the inside, Ritson in 2, Avis 3, Ajayi 4, Lloyd Uziogbu 5, Andrew Robertson 6, Emmanuel Asarifi Cherry 7, and Ross Priestley in 8. athletes settling the blocks for the second time today. Poised to tackle this 200 metres. And they're away this time. No questions asked about this one. And as we called it, Robertson has flew out of the blocks now. Can he carry that speed into the home straight and hold it? On the inside of him there, it looks to be number 65 there that's going to be taking this one. That's Ajay there, 21.80 personal best, and he cruises across the line there, 21.28. And that was a very, very relaxed last 30 metres from Matthew Ajay there. The under 20, 21.80 was his personal best. He's just clocked 21.28 there. Fantastic running there from Matthew Ajay. As we expected, Robertson was quick out of the blocks and sharp round the bend. Didn't quite carry the speed or maintain the speed down that home straight there, whereas Ajay was really flying that last 100 metres there. So fantastic work from Ajay. You can see Robertson right in the mix there. The athlete outside of him as well, as Srifi Acheri up there as well. But it was really at this point there that Ajay started to take over and stamp his authority on this one. But you can see the relaxed nature of Ajay as he's coming up to the line there, very, very casual as he comes across there. 21.28 was the result, and I tell you what, there looks to be a bit more in the tank for me. So that looked to have been Silva Noazbua, our Scottish athlete there. She's completing her triple jump, her first attempt in the triple jump this afternoon. I'll bring you an update on our results in that triple jump section. So it is Lily Hulland that is leading the way, 12.32 in her first attempt, leading from Jasmine Hulland in second place, 12.06, and Julianne Boachi, 11.94. And we've had a couple of athletes, Amber Brown, Booth, Robinson, Newith, no jumps, and it looks to have been Noazbua having a no jump there as well. So still plenty to go in this competition, still early doors in this triple jump competition there with our athletes posting their first jump on the board. So that was Julianne Boachi making her attempt there on the runway. Really hard to gauge whereabouts these athletes are putting their marks in the sand there, just from our camera angle there. But Boachi looked to have got the green flag with it. So next up on track, we do move to our ladies section of the 200 metres, and we go to our 200 metre final A. From the inside, Maisie Boylan in lane 2, our under 18 athlete. Lane 3, Annabella Fasuba, our under 16 athlete competing today. Lane 4, Tammy George, under 20 athlete. Lane 5, Hannah Bria, one of our senior athletes competing for Wales. And lane 6, Poppy Malik. Lane 7, Evie Humphrey, and lane 8, Leah Afolabi. So Poppy Malik, coached up in the northeast, 23.60 personal best. Got Hannah Bria in there, 23.16, our Welsh athlete competing today, 23.3 season's best. and Annabella Fasuba, lane 3, 23.72, our under 16 athlete. So from the inside, lane 2, Boylan, 3, Fasuba, 4, George, 5, Bria, 6, Malik, 7, Humphrey, 8, Afalabi. And Bria is out sharp, and Bria has had a flyer of a start there. She's already up onto Malik there, and looks to be that Bria's got control of this one at this stage as they come round that top bend and head into the home straight now. Now can Bria hold this one all the way through to the line? She's looking strong. She's got this one sewn up. Hannah Bria, 23.16 personal best right the way through to the line. It's going to be agonisingly close to that. 23.18 unofficially. What a run there from Hannah Bria, the Welsh athlete. She started phenomenally. She flew out of the blocks there. She was up on Malik straight away, then controlled it, came in the home straight, and as you've seen her progress down the home straight, she just seemed to accelerate and outstrength the rest of the field there. So fantastic running there from Bria. 23.18 unofficially. Personal best is 23.16. It's going to be a season's best at least. Previous to that was 23.30. So Hannah Bria, a great 200 metre run there from Hannah Bria. Fantastic running. Got up into the running early, and you can see here, watch the start from Bria. She's already up on the athlete there within the first 30 or 40 metres of that race there, and she didn't let up from there. So Bria really controlling it, building that momentum round this bend and looking to slingshot off that bend into the home straight and just carry that velocity around there. You can see her tracking right down the home straight. The arms are pumping up on the knees, toes, everything in that forward momentum. And Hannah Bria, you can see at this point here, she looks to be pulling away from the rest of the field. 23.18 across the line. Well, we say that official time is coming through, 23.16 for Hannah Bria, so she's equalled her personal best there. Tammy George in second place, 23.73, and Aliyah Afalabi in third place, 23.84. What a run from Hannah Bria there. So update on things in our ladies triple jump competition. It is Melissa Booth sat on the top spot with that second round jump of 12.43. Second place we've got Lily Hulland there, 12.32. And in third place we've got Amy Waugh there, 12.21 with her first round jump. So this one hotting up nicely there, but Booth sat on the top spot at the moment. Next up on track, we will move back over to the 200 metres. And it'll be our 200 metre final B.
Second race of this women's 200-metre guest races. Vanessa Dambakura, Holly Patter, Holly Bryan, Lily Bradley, Grace Sakura, Emily Cadman and Shia Kenyon. Away cleanly, no issues. Holly Ryan gets off to a very, very good start. So does Lily Bradley, and they are just starting to press through the middle of this field now. And Kenyon on the outside has started very strongly in lane 8. Patter in a good position, so is Ryan still. Dambakura on the inside with some work to do, but it's Kenyon on the outside who's pulling away from the rest, scrapping towards the line. 23.71. That will be a huge personal best for Shia Kenyon. She ran really well earlier in the 100. It was wind assisted in 11.81, I think, in the end. 23.71 is a monster performance from the young Coventry athlete. A great performance. Well, she was clear of the rest, no doubt about that. She's waiting to try and see if there was any wind up there in the replays, but a brilliant performance. We'll see that replay in a second. Here it is. She was on the outside. She got out really strongly. So did Lily Bradley and Grace Sakura. Grace Sakura and Lily Bradley, the two fastest athletes on paper coming into this race. There was not much to choose between them all, but it was Kenyon that just had an edge. She's strong, isn't she? Rangy runner and fighting hard to the line. Brilliant performance, winning by 4 metres in the end. 23.71. She could get quicker in a more competitive race, but she used lane 8 brilliantly. Great performance. Well, that triple jump competition for the women still going through the early rounds. Holland sisters were towards the front after the opening couple of attempts. Now in the third round it is Emmy Waugh that leads with 12 metres 52, her best effort. There's the official run. Shia Kenyon winning by half a second. That is an unbelievable run. The win plus 1.5 metres per second, it's legal. That is a massive personal best. Her previous best on paper going into that race was 24.42. Remarkable. That's Melissa Booth just running through that. So, the third heat of these guest 200 races. Keely Little is on the inside, they're away, and Kira Gilman, Isabel Walkie, Charlotte McKenzie, Ellie Jones and Ashmead, Deacon and Baggett into the home straight. It's Deacon who just has an edge, but it's Ashmead beginning to pull away from the rest of them. Little having a good run on the inside. It's Ashmead just about getting there, 24.41. Ashmead with a brilliant performance. We're a little bit late to that race, apologies for that, but there has been an incident down at the high jump which has just paused proceedings, so I will come to the replay of that 200 metres in just a second. This is Reece Robinson in the triple jump. Not got a valid attempt so far, I'm not sure she'll get one. That looked like it might be a red flag. Well, there's a bit of a sloppy start from Baggett on the outside. Just maybe was wondering if there was a bit of a false start perhaps, but Ashmead went flying past her. And Ashmead, he's got a best of 24.42. The official time, wins it with a wind of plus 0.0 9 metres per second. Keely Little 24.52. You can see here Keely Little always very strong, metronomic in the final stages of a 200. Ashmead a bit different, a bit rangier, and used that to her advantage. And coming through in third was Eli Jones in 24.65. Good performance. Big smile from Leonie Ashmead, which is what we like to see. So next up on the track we have some 400 hurdles. We start with the women, 2 guest races, and then the match race at 20 past 2. This is Lily Hullen's jump. Pretty good lift off the board, didn't she? She's now taken the lead with that jump of 12 metres 86, 34 centimetres ahead of Amy Warnow. And there's the result of that 200. Leonie Ashmead well clear. This is Lila Nuth, young talent wearing the GB Junior vest for the first time. Good to see her here. We were very impressed with her earlier this season in the indoor campaign. So there it is, after almost all of the jumps done in the third round. We have Lily Hulland leading, and Melissa Booth is in third with Amy Waugh in the middle. So it's England and Loughborough at the top at the moment in this triple jump. Silva Wabuzo still yet to register a jump in this competition. She's got the red flashing light, no flag. This is Julianne Bocci, currently in 6th with a best of 11.95. All just running through on that, so we'll get the red flag. Amber Brown got a best of 12.02. She currently sits in 5th in this competition. We are into the 4th round now of jumps. Bruce Robinson, Layla Nuth and Silva Wabuzor all have no jumps from those first 3 rounds. I wonder whether they'll be allowed to continue, seeing as there's only 9 competitors. So on the track, the 400 hurdles are out, and the first of 3 guest races, 2 guest races and 1 match race about to go. This is Jasmine Hulland, currently in 3rd in the triple jump. I wonder if that's any improvement. We'll come back to that shortly. Oh, that's a red flag, so it won't be measured. Turner, Louise Martin, Nicole Kendall, Esther Okoro, Jasmine Mitchell, Eleni Modapoulou. Jasmine Mitchell gets out nicely from lane 7. Clears first Nicole Kendall, an athlete who's ran 55 seconds in this field, starting strongly. So is Esther Okoro. She's ran 56.6 in the past in the black strip of Birchfield and those long white socks, and it's pretty much toe for toe at the moment. Okoro and Kendall leading the way from the rest of the field. Modapoulou got off to a strong start, now just starting to be left a little, and Okoro is starting to lead Kendall at the moment. These two pulling away from the rest. It's a scrap for third behind them. Can Kendall finish strongly? She has done in the past. I've seen her do it. Just a bit of a stutter into barrier 8 there, and it's Okoro with a 5-metre lead. Maddie Turner looking to close quickly on the inside. Okoro clear over that final barrier. Those long legs striding away from Nicole Kendall in second place. It's Okoro that gets it. 59.22. Kendall in second, and then we had Louise Martin coming through to take third place. Great run from Esther Okoro, super talented family, all strong across distances, and Nicole Kendall got out really well over the opening 200 metres, didn't quite manage to hold on to her position in the latter stages. Well, here it is then, the final 120 metres, final 3 barriers. There wasn't really much to choose between them here. It was over the final 50 metres, a little more than one barrier to go, that Esther Okoro just pulled away. She's taller figure, isn't she, Esther Okoro? Controlled hurdler. Didn't really lose any speed over those final few barriers, did she? And that's what saw her open up a huge gap at the finish of about 10 metres. Now Esther Okoro 59.24 the official time. Nicole Kendall 61.32. So that is a season's best for her. And Louise Martin 61.40. That's a personal best for Louise Martin. Good running. There's Lily Holland. That's the lead from that third round attempt. There's no improvement from any position so far. Oh, Reece Robinson has actually just popped out. That result's just come up. 13.22 for Reece Robinson, puts herself in the lead in that fourth round. Well, I said wonder whether they'll get an attempt to jump in the fourth round, because 3 athletes had no jumps in the first 3 rounds. There was only 9 athletes in the competition. Reece Robinson gets one on the board, and he gets a big one in to take the lead. There's the results from that first guest race in the 4 hurdles. Esther Okoro, as I said, taking the win. Great job from her. Lena Nuth then on the runway, looking to get one on the board. Oh, I don't think that's going to be any better. No, still a foul. She can't quite believe it either. It is windy, that's for sure. So we have 4 athletes in this lineup. It's Gracelyn Kendek in lane 4, Renee Adams in 5, Katie McIntosh in 6, and Jolie Biveway. So the second of these two 400 hurdles guest matches, the women's match to come. Almost a bit of a switch from Renee Adams, but did well to hold herself in position. So they come into the first barrier, and it is Renee Adams who leads here. She's got a best of 63 seconds. So it could be very close between these four athletes. They're closely matched, and with the four hurdles you can have so many different race models. And right now I think we're seeing the fruits of that, because it is Adams that has got out quickest over the opening 200 metres. Kendek starting to claw back some ground now, as Bideway on the outside perhaps just struggling a little, and it is Adams that leads, with McIntosh still in the mix. Bideway now coming to the front from lane 7, and it is Bideway from Adams. What has Kendek got left? McIntosh is well back now. Bideway with the final barrier, clears it nicely. Adams gritting her teeth, Adams pushing on, and Adams will win. 62.26, could be a new personal best if confirmed. Adams gets it from Bideway. Kendek coming through in third place, with McIntosh in fourth. Well, a good run. She did get out really quickly, didn't she, Renee Adams? I said she put herself in a good position in that opening half of the race. Just started to see Jolie Bideway as the stagger started to unwind around the second bend, put herself in a good position. We'll see it here. It really could have been any one of them, couldn't it? Kendek perhaps just stuttering into too many barriers. It saw her lose too much ground. She was close enough though. These two athletes, Bideway and Adams, can go a lot quicker, but they've got such a strong headwind down that back straight. It can really make a difference. So very well to pull away in the final 5 metres. So the women's match to come. A couple of names that you might know: Chelsea Walker, Steph Coro, Ava Freeman. Close for sure. Looks like the men's high jump might be able to get back underway. Unfortunately, one of our athletes getting hurt as he landed on the bed, and a little bit worried for a moment, but he was sat up and is back. So, fifth round of the triple jump competition. Grace Robinson leads from Lily Holland and Amy Ward. Melissa Booth is on the runway. Is that going to be any improvement? Holland now down in 6th place, needs half a metre to get up into third to get ahead of Amy Ward. That was the start list for the race we've just seen. The match 400 hurdles is about to come. The athletes have just cleared a barrier as part of their warm-up. The high jumpers also trying to have a few run-throughs because they've been standing around for 15 minutes not doing very much, and that's not great for the joints when you want some stiffness on the approach. So we'll see more of that very shortly. This is the lineup then for the women's 400 hurdles. The athletes have come to their blocks. It's certainly warming up now. We're up to about 13 or 14 degrees. Strange to say that is warm, but says the man here sat with leather gloves, a woolly hat and sunglasses. here we go then with this women's match 400 hurdles. On the outside, wearing a City of York vest, it's Frances Hogg, got a best of 59 seconds. We'll be running blind here, but maybe not such a bad thing because you'll have to run into a little bit less of the wind. Ava Freeman, GB junior athlete here today, multi-talented over all of the sprints, competing in the 4 hurdles here today. The Loughborough athlete for this match race, Lucy McGlynn, another athlete who can go sub 60 seconds at her best. Stephanie Okoro, well, she knows Ava Freeman very well. And Steph Okoro competing for England here today. Fastest, well, certainly one of the fastest in the field, because the lady inside of her, Chelsea Walker, has ran 57.77 and at her best. Not competing for any team here today, but will go out hard, that is for sure. Sophie Lisk of Wales runs from lane 3. Again, another sub 60 athlete at her best. Good to have her here. And then Mari Patience of Scotland, wearing those black arm sleeves on the inside, has them all outside of her. Could she feature here? Her season's best is 63 seconds. And then way off her best of 58.6. So here we go then. Good crowd here now. Lots of people enjoying their time on the bank. Points up for grabs, remember, in this team competition. Scotland with Mari Patience in 2, then Lisk for Wales, Chelsea Walker in 4, Okoro for England, McGlynn for Loughborough students, Freeman for GB juniors, and Frances Hogg on the outside. Clean start, really aggressive start by McGlynn. Now Freeman up into her running. Freeman is very, very quick over the shorter distances. Got a lovely fluid style as she just starts to pass Hogg down the back straight. McGlynn has gone out quickly. Okoro just kind of drift a little bit, but I don't think that'll phase her here. And Okoro now just into her running and has found her rhythm, starting to claw them back. As Chelsea Walker is left with a bit of work to do. She typically finishes quickly as well. Lisk, what can she do for Wales? It's Okoro for England leading. There's not much to choose between them. Here comes Chelsea Walker then, just brushing up on the inside. I said she could finish quickly. She takes the lead into the final 80 metres. Okoro in second place. Freeman just about in third. It's Walker pulling away. A big lead here for Chelsea Walker. How quick will this be? A strong run from Chelsea Walker. 58.03. It's Okoro in second place, and was that Mari Patience coming through for third? Well, that means that Okoro wins the match race, even though Chelsea Walker, competing here as a guest, has won the overall race. 58.03. That is a brilliant time against the personal best, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. You're bang on there, Scott. You know, 58.03. Season's best coming into this was 58.83, so she's took 8/10 off that there. But what struck me about that race is, as I was watching it unfold and they were down the back straight, at about the 200-metre mark, I was actually thinking, I don't know whether there's a way that Chelsea Walker is going to be able to get back into this. But actually, she really fought strong around that 200 to 300-metre mark, poised herself in position, and the strength really shone over that last 100 metres. A little stutter on that hurdle there, but the fatigue's in, the lactic acid's flooding this distance, so it's hard to balance running alone, but stick, you know, jumping over a few hurdles while you're flooded with lactic acid. That's why you're seeing that stutter there. But yeah, fantastic run from Chelsea Walker. I'm really, really impressed with that.
Yeah, we're just seeing the results come through. 58.02 the time, Steph Okoro 59.22 and Mari Patience 59.95. The experience though, Chelsea Walker, who's got plenty more races under the belt than some of these younger athletes, certainly showed in those final 150 metres. The high jump competition is back underway, Rich. We had a bit of an interlude as one of our athletes picked up a bit of an injury and was wheeled off. Looks okay now though, and Joel Clark-Kahn is the man that leads the competition with 2.09. He came in a very early 186 just as a Saito. I think he'll be glad he did that, because we were waiting around for a long time. It may even have been longer than 15 minutes.
So we'll bring them official results through for that last race, that 400-metre hurdles match there that was, hotly contested, and what a final that provided. Scott, what you were saying there about Joe Clark-Khan coming into the competition at 186, I think you're bang on the money there. It is just a bit of a sighter, just to get the feel of that early jump. But we can see there Chelsea Walker taking the win. Our results there: top right hand corner, Okoro second place 59.22, and Maori Patience 59.95. Ava Freeman just outside the 60-second mark there, but plenty more to come from Ava Freeman. Like you mentioned, a very talented sprinter across multiple distances, so it'll be intriguing to see how she goes. We can see our triple jump competition unfolding nicely in the top left hand corner of your screen there.
Yeah, that was Charlie Husbands there in the all black strip in the high jump. Husbands over 2:05 earlier. That was 2:09 there for him at the second attempt, so he's clear. We've got Sam Davies, Regan Cohen, and it was actually Jonathan Bream-Edwards, one of our power athletes, that retired from the competition and picked up that injury and was lying on the bed earlier on, so he knows this area well. I hope he's okay. He was up and aware when they took him off, and he seemed to be okay. But it was really nice to see all of the other athletes in that competition going over and giving them jackets and stuff to keep him warm before the paramedics came over. So great awareness and camaraderie between these jumpers.
Yeah, it's good to see. Back to the triple jump and its athlete, 291 there, Melissa Booth, who's going to be taking on her fifth jumping at 12:43, her best so far. She makes her way down the runway now. Nice few balance phases there for Booth, so can she improve on that 12:43 mark to push herself up the leaderboard there? Our live results from this triple jump competition: it is Reece Robinson sat in the top spot, 13:22 from Lily Holland in second place, 12:86. So Melissa Booth sat currently in fourth place, quite a bit to do, 12:79 for third place Amy Waugh, so it'll be interesting to see if she can get up to that mark there. But yeah, Scott, still plenty of action to come, and the crowds are lining the banks now. The sun is out, the wind doesn't seem as bad as it was earlier yet. You've still got your woolly hat on, Scott.
I know, but I've also got sunglasses on. So, I think if you could sum up being in Loughborough, it would be woolly hat, gloves and sunglasses, because you kind of get all weathers sometimes here.
Yeah, this it must be the trend around these parts, definitely. But you're looking well nonetheless.
Well, for now, we'll see you at 9 o'clock tonight, after 11 hours on the mic. The javelin competition is underway. That was a pretty good pull. So we'll come back to the track in a couple of minutes' time, because we have two guest races in the men's 400 hurdles and then the men's 400 match. Home favourite Onyeka Oko is going in this one. We'll go up against Seamus Derbyshire, who is guesting and opening his season in that race. Reece Robinson in the triple jump is in the top left corner of your screen. So, can she extend her lead? That's the big question here. Reece Robinson, 13:22, holding the lead. She gets a green light. She likes that one. This is the final round of efforts. Not going to be any improvement for Melissa Booth and Jasmine Holland, but the top three could still change. So, we're going to be continuing a bit of a field fest for now, because all the track races are on pause, as we need to wait for our paramedics and medical experts to return to the track arena before we can continue with the track. So, there was no improvement for Reece Robinson. She got 13-13 with a 6th round attempt. Lily Hullen here is the athlete behind her. Can she close the gap of something like 36 centimetres? She's capable of it, that's for sure. That was a big hop. Oh, it's a red light though, so she will not be able to move up from 2nd place. Amy Waugh is still to come. We know she's capable of big things.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Hullen, that, because she was, you know, there's been building together a decent series of jumps there, a couple in the 12.80 mark, so there was potential there to kick on for Hullen, but I think just looking at things, unless Amy Waugh can pull out something big, it looks to be sewn up by Reese Robinson at this stage.
Lila Nude, the young talent who had a bit of a difficult day, or certainly start to the day, and she's not had a registered jump yet. Come on, Lila, we want you to do it. Which is the harsh reality of these technical events, these field events. It doesn't always go to plan. Aggressive on the board. She was so good at the UK Indoor Championships this season. I think that might be better. She has got the green light. Just, yeah, there we go. She's finally got one on the scoreboard. You never know. Stranger things have happened.
Yeah. Save the best till the last day. I think that's as the old saying goes.
I mean, this is why the argument is that we should keep everybody in the play rather than going down to like the Diamond League format where only the final 3 get to jump the last 6th round jump, because we so often see the lead change in the 6th round. Everybody should have the opportunity.
Yeah, I'm absolutely with you on that, Scott. I think you know, I can see why the Diamond League do it, but for me, I think every athlete should be just given that flat opportunity, and you know, anyone can pull it out of the bag at any time.
Absolutely. Well, this is the javelin, and in the jav, that was a Scottish athlete, Izzy McChatty. But just to say that Lila Nude actually jumped up into 5th place there, just behind Melissa Booth with 12.34. So what could have been for her today if she'd managed to get a few more valid attempts on the scoreboard. Well, I'm struggling to see this. Divine Duraku has been given 2:21 on the high jump scoreboard. I can't actually see the visible scoreboard down there, but whether the results are just slow to trickle through to us, but nobody else has gone higher than 2:12 just yet. So anyway, it'll all show.
Yeah, it could potentially be an error, that, because Scott, I'm looking at the same thing as you, and it doesn't look as though he's cleared to 2:21. It looks to be Will Jackson, who's currently sat in 2nd place at 2:12. That seems to be our leading athlete for in that high jump today. But we'll get that firmed up and get the official result across as soon as that comes through to us. Plenty on the go on the field, though. We have got our ladies javelin competition well underway as well, and that triple jump competition is coming to an end now. Like we said, Reese Robinson looks to have secured the win in that one, 13.22 for her. A good, again, another athlete only managed to register 2 jumps today, but Reese Robinson secured it with that 13.22.
So in this javelin competition, we've got Jane O'Dowd competing, Becca Walton, multiple British champion. Dulcie Yelling with that throw. Just waiting for those results to come through. Ellen Barber, who we saw in the hurdles, the shot put, and now the javelin. She's certainly getting through the heptathlon events, the England captain.
Yeah, busy day for Ellen Barber, absolutely, taking part in this javelin competition. Just to recap our full field there, we've got Jade O'Dowda, Dulcie Yelling, Becca Walton, Harriet Wheeler, Lauren Farley, Jasmine Larson, Izzy McCarthy and Ellen Barber all competing in this one. So that looks to be Becca Walton, personal best of 59.95 today. So yeah, Walton's pinged that one out to just under the 55-metre mark. So solid opener for Becca Walton there. 59.95 personal best for the Loughborough athlete today.
That was Charlie Husbands in the high jump. He's going to have another couple of attempts at 2 metres 12. It seems like Will Jackson, Joel Clark-Khan, Otis Poole are over, whereas Charlie Husbands and Sam Davis have another attempt. We are getting down to the final few, but the competition could continue for a while yet.
You can see on the left-hand side of the screen it's Harriet Wheeler taking her through now, and that looks to have pulled that one just slightly low there. Trajectory of the javelin wasn't quite right, peaked up in the air there and has dropped down dramatically there. So yeah, disappointing throw there for Harriet, but they said we will bring you the official results for these as they become available for us. Don't quite seem to be there yet at the moment, but plenty going on in our high jump final. It's still so Divine top in the spot with 2:21 there. Over to the field in the javelin, it is Lauren Farley, the England athlete, who's about to take her throw. So Farley, you can see, just poising herself in the runway area. Looking to get some decent pace on the runway, get that block leg down, transfer that energy up into the javelin. She does that, and she set that one out nice and clean, and that's a nice clean throw there for Farley. Just over 55 metres by the look of things. That's Lauren Farley there. That's a good starting point for Farley, that, in this competition. 56.73 personal best, and a season's best of 49 metres, so she soared well beyond that. And it was a nice technical throw there from Farley.
In lane 6 from Sarah Harriet, Liam O'Brien. In 7 from Yoga District, Tony Boone. And in 8 from Warriors Pentathlon and Athletic Club, Luke Hussain. Next 400 metre hurdles, guest race 1.
So we're back on the track, everything's ready to go, and the first of 2 guest races in the men's 400 hurdles. Andrew Serrara in 2, got Luke Carlin in 3, Ethan Cook in 4, Liam O'Brien is in 6, Owen Boone is in 7, and Luke Hussain is in lane 8. Youngsters in this lineup, 6, 7, 8, running over the under 18 hurdle heights. So that's why we have a gap in lane 5, and the youngsters on the outside all together at the moment. And through the middle it looks like Ethan Cook just has a bit of a lead, and he is the fastest of the senior athletes on the inside, starting to pull away from the rest. The real battle between the under-18s in the outer 3 lanes, with Liam O'Brien just starting to push along the inside shoulder of Owen Boone. Luke Hussain pushing hard from the outside, he's looking strong at the moment. And what about Ethan Cook from lane 4, leading the charge from the more experienced athletes? Can he chase them down? I'm not sure he'll be able to, because this gap is huge. Look at him go. O'Brien leading, we've had Hussain drop out. It's O'Brien from lane 6 pulling away. Look at that for a margin. The under-18 gets it, 54.22. We've then got Ethan Cook in 2nd place, and then with third is Owen Boone from lane 7. What a shame for Luke Hussein in lane 8. He was in such a good position, couldn't quite hold on over the penultimate barrier. It's how it goes. He's still walking valiantly. He's going to clear the final hurdles and finish, but what about that from the youngster?
Yeah, Liam O'Brien, he looked really good actually. I thought it was going to be slightly quicker than it was when they crossed the line, the time-wise. I thought he looks as though he's well into this PB territory for him. 53.19 man at his best. It was just outside of that, but yeah, O'Brien, he looked great. Looked full of running the last 60-70 metres as well.
So, I think that might have been Ellen Barber in the javelin. She's a chain vesta. She's not the England competitor in this one, but we can see here Liam O'Brien, the under 18. That's why we've got the gap between the two lanes. Oh, that's just where Hussein came down. We've got the gap in lane 5 because we've got under 18 to the left of the picture, the senior athletes over the senior heights to the right. And Liam O'Brien looking really strong, very impressed with him there. About a second off his best, but good considering the wind here in Loughborough today. And that is Jade O'Dowda on the javelin runway. Coach John Lane is here with her today, starting to get her season underway.
Yeah, Jade coming in at this one with a personal best of 46.20, so a little bit down on that there, but early in the competition yet, Scott, so plenty of time, plenty of room for improvement today, and I've no doubt we'll see something more out towards that 40-metre mark from Jade as this competition progresses. And it looks to be our Welsh, no, it's not our Welsh athlete, it looks to be Dulcie Yelling, our under-20 athlete, who's taken next to the runway, number 319, 48.56. Personal best for her.
O'Dowda, that's just been given us 40.21, so a pretty good start for her.
So you can see there with Yellings, it looks to be again similar to O'Dowda there, around about the 40-metre mark. The javelin really peaked in the air there, the nose was right up and then came plummeting down, so if she can slightly adjust the exit angle of the javelin there, we could see a little bit more from Yelling, definitely. But yeah, early days in this competition, and yeah, we'll be updating you with some live results as soon as they come through. Looks to be Becca Walton who's taken to the runway area now, the Loughborough athlete. 59.95 on paper, so yeah, real quality javelin thrower certainly, and she'll be looking to get out over that 50-metre mark today.
Yeah, she is the class act in the field. This is home turf. Got a really nice flight there. That's getting close to that 50-metre line. I think 55 metres, just a couple of notches away. Not sure if that's going to be any improvement. Keeping an eye on the scoreboard. You need your eagle eyes when you're coming to an athletics meet like this. There's so much happening as you go around.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see we head back onto the track now for the 400-metre hurdles match. Got on the inside lane 3, Ossian Parry there, the Welsh athlete. Bradley Francis in 4, Ollie Dieppe in 5, Ed Laws in 6, Onyeka Okoa in 7, and Seamus Derbyshire in lane 8. So, guest B match in this one, Niall Carney on the inside, Will Hoddy 4, Stickings 5, Christian 6, Verbicus 7, and Max Zagowski in 8. So Stickings, the quickest in the field, 50.8 in lane 5. And it looks like we've got a false start there. I couldn't quite see which athlete it was, or was it an error in the starting blocks there?
Oh, I'll be honest, Rich, I didn't really see anybody get out early.
I didn't either.
I mean, there couldn't have been much between it, could there? Well, we can spot any sort of movement. Oh, Max Zagowski on the outside. Oh, that's such a shame.
It is, yeah. It was very subtle as well, wasn't it, Scott? I mean, you know, when you're looking here from the box, when you see it slowed down, it becomes pretty obvious. But yeah, that is Max Zagowski. Looks like he'll be probably shown the red card for that one, because it's quite clearly a false start there. So we'll recap from the inside. It's Niall Carney in lane 3, Will Hoddy 4, Bailey Stickings 5, Hayden Christian 6, Benjamin Verbicus 7.
Well, he's still on the outside. I remember this time last year in the match race, George Seary appealing his disqualification, was allowed to run under protest, and there was all sorts of stuff going on. I think we must have had 4 attempts in the match 400 hurdles this time last year. So if I was him, oh no, it's such a shame, because there's no more guest races after this, unfortunately. This is the last one. This is not like an open meeting where you can just slip into a later race.
It's a shame that for Max Zagowski. I think it's always a shame for any athlete when they false start and that's it, it's understood. But it's, you know, it's part and parcel of the sport, unfortunately. So back to this 400 metre hurdles. B match: Niall Carney in 3, Hoddy 4, Stickings 5, Christian 6, Verbicus 7. So clean away in this one then. It looks to be Stickings that does sort of rise first, and he's already taken a slight bit of the stagger out of Verbicus as they head into the back straight. But Verbicus is starting to build into his race now, and the momentum's starting to flow a bit. So it looks to be Stickings and Verbicus down the back straight. The stagger hasn't completely unwound yet, and we can see as they head into this 200 metre mark now, we're going to start to see the gaps going through, and it is Verbicus and moves through, but Stickings is also there as well. This is a crucial part of the race, this 200 to 300 metre section. This is the strength section where the athletes get themselves poised for that last 100 metres as they head in the home straight, and this one is going to be a right ding-dong down the home straight. It looks to be lane 5, 247 there, who's going to be taking this one. Bailey Stickings, the one we called out the quickest from the beginning. Stickings is going to grab this one, 51.74 across the line. Well, he's a 50.08 operator at his very best, 51.76 season's best, so he looks to have gone under his season's best there. But yeah, that was a right old battle down the home straight there, wasn't it?
Yeah, great to see. I mean, he's somebody we've seen progressing nicely over the last couple of years, and knows this track well. So
yeah, Stickings takes the win there officially, 51.76. Hayden Christian grabs second place there, 52.06 from Will Hoddy and 53.38. So strong running from those athletes there. But the class act Stickings, he really did do all the damage of that last 200 metres, and especially closing out that last 100 metres there.
It's good to see him back, because we didn't see much of him outdoors last year. Didn't get to compete over the 4 of the 4 hurdles. Struggled with a bit of injury, so good to see him back. 51.76 is the official time, so good to see.
So Scott, next we do have the 400 metre hurdles match. I did call that one race early there, and what a cracker this one's going to turn out to be. We've got Ossian Parry there from Wales, Ollie Dieppe, Bradley Francis from Scotland, Ed Laws, and Nieka Okoa and Seamus Derbyshire in that one as well. So you know, this 400 metre hurdles match has got some real sort of big names in there, especially in them outside lanes with Okoa and Derbyshire. Derbyshire the standout on paper, 48.42, his personal best, and this is his season opener today. I know, Scott, we've seen him on the indoors competing over 400 metres, really working on that speed, so you know, hoping for big things to see that sort of transition out into the hurdles for this season. And yeah, I mean, you know, Scott, as an experienced commentator, you've called these events many, many times. What kind of form would you be expecting to see from the likes of Derbyshire that are teeing up their season opener today at Loughborough?
Yeah, I mean, it really does depend, doesn't it? He ran indoors this year, and I think put up a great showing. That sort of interlude between an indoor campaign and an outdoor campaign can sometimes be really difficult, particularly if you've performed well indoors. You sometimes come off that competitive high, and you have to kind of refine your training shoes again. And for someone like him, you know, last year he came out the traps with an absolute bang and he had a cracking season. This is going to be a different outdoor campaign for him. He made such improvements last year that I think anything under 50 would be really good for him here today.
Yeah.
And it depends. It's perhaps a shame that we don't have Sam Lunt here, who was supposed to be competing for England today. We would have had a really great race. You know, you look at somebody like Onyeka Oko, the recent Bucks champion. He's had such a big improvement this year, and he had a couple of years where he wasn't making those same sorts of improvements. But he's going to be a real competition here for Seamus Derbyshire, because he's gone through those rounds at Bucks. Derbyshire hasn't done any races yet, so it's a different balance, really.
It is, yeah. I think it's, you know, key what you were saying there. When you see an athlete that's improving rapidly, it's easy to get caught up in this sort of mindset that you're going to see, right, every time they're going to step on the track, they're going to set at a light, it's going to be a blaze, there's going to be times getting dropped. Whereas once you get to a level, you know it just doesn't play out like that. So yeah, Derbyshire carrying there's a bit of pressure here today as well, because you know, he's the quickest in the field. He's a recognisable character. He's a recognisable name. And he's got a good athlete on the inside of him that will have his eyes locked on Derbyshire and think, right, this is my opportunity to really sort of kick on from the early season form I've shown and potentially take a name down today. Yeah,
absolutely. And I think it's one of those where, for all athletes, if you open your season with a personal best, that's brilliant. If you don't need to worry about it too much. You know, take loads from it if it's great. You know, you've got so many more months to come, and particularly for the GB juniors that are here today, their world junior champs in Oregon is in 3 months' time. It's a long way to go.
Yeah, and this is something we've chatted about. You know, there's times to peak in a season, and in this track season we've got a lot going on. We've got 2 home games to contend with. There's junior championships later on in the season. So actually, you know, athletes now, this isn't going to be their peak. They're going to be building into the season.
So here we go then with the lineup for this men's 400-metre hurdles. On the outside, City of Stoke lad, knows Loughborough very well. Seamus Derbyshire opening his season here after running 48.42 last season. Onyeka Oko, recent Bucks champion, has gone under 50 seconds this year, made big improvements, back to his absolute best. Real talented junior coming through the ranks. Ed Laws here has ran 50.99. Keep an eye out for him, the England athlete. Ollie Dieppe, the GB junior, had a great campaign last summer, trying to pick up where he left off. And then on the inside of him in lane 4 is Bradley Francis, ran last year in the national race at the London Diamond League for the 400 hurdles. Ocean Parry was supposed to start in lane 3 but does not for Wales. So Seamus Derbyshire ran some brilliant races at the World Relay Champs recently, 44 splits all over, and so he's had a bit of prep coming into this, but nothing quite like finding your hurdle legs. Last year opened up his campaign with 50.94. I think he can go much quicker than that this time round. So it's Francis from lane 4, then Dieppe, Laws, Oko and Derbyshire, the 2 on the outside, the favourites here. Clean start Ocko gets out well. Derbyshire is a real bullet out of the blocks and aggressive. We saw that indoors this season, trying to pick up where he left off at the World Relays a couple of weeks ago. Ocko and Derbyshire down the back straight, stride for stride really now. Bradley Francis has gone past the GB Junior Ollie Dieppe from lane 4. Ed Laws is in a good position for now, and Ocko just starts to surge around this second bend and has taken the lead for the first time in this race. Derbyshire just off the gas at the minute. It's Ocko powering home. Ed Laws stumbling over the 8th hurdle, but still in control. Derbyshire back in second. Onyeka Ocko for Loughborough here, putting in one of the performances of his life. This is brilliant. A look over the right shoulder. He's done the job at the Loughborough International. 51.23. Bradley Francis coming through for second. Laws in third, and Derbyshire a bit rusty, I think you would say.
Yeah, Scott, I think there was an issue around the 200 metre mark. I think he caught one of the barriers and it just threw his rhythm, because all of a sudden you're seeing Ocko just close that gap drastically, and up until that point they were almost stride for stride, hurdle for hurdle. So I think there was an issue around about the 200 metre mark there. But you know, hats off to Ocko, because he still had to deliver a race there. He still had to get it across the line, and with Francis on the inside who was charging late, and again another quality operator there, you know, Ocko done really well there. So yeah, the time, you know, not setting the world alight, but more importantly, the win was a great win.
Well, you just saw on the outside as Derbyshire came over the 8th barrier there, he stuttered into it very heavily and then put his arms out like going, what the hell's going on? Sometimes in these early season races, you kind of don't get the rhythm, you don't get your stride pattern right, and it can be very frustrating, but not to worry, plenty more races to come for him.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, he'll go away and reflect on this one, but I don't think he'll lose any sleep over it.
Not at all. Onyeka Ocko, though, who 4 years ago was such a prestigious junior talent, has now this season started to emerge as a real senior prospect after a difficult couple of years, and he looks so strong there.
Yeah, he did, and you know, 51, the low 51 now of the 400 metre hurdles on a day like today, and in this kind of setting, you know, that's a solid performance, and that is all you need at this stage, just solid performances to tee that season up, to really kick on when you need to. So yeah, fantastic running there from Ocko. And
well, we know that up until this season, his best Ocko was 50.95, and he did that back in 2022, so he would be really pleased with that performance, I think.
Yeah, so we'll recap the results on that one. Ocko across the line, 51.22 to take the win. Bradley Francis second, 52.11, and it was Ed Laws in third place, 52.93. Derbyshire 53.54. Disappointing from him, and Ollie Dieppe 55.25.
So this is Otis Poole in the high jump, has gone over 2:15, is looking for a bit more here. Oh, he was over it with the first part of his torso, but just then as his lower legs came over it, clipped the bar off. He came in with real speed. It's been great to see him mature since that unbelievable performance at the start of 2025 when he won the UK Championship title. He's still in the mix. Joel Clark-Kahn is also over 2:15. Otis Poole and Charlie Husbands in the mix. So I think we've still got Divine Duraku.
Yeah,
just trying to see where he is. Yeah. So there's more to come, and it's Charlie Husbands now with his attempt. Coming down on the bar at 2:18. Those results for the high jump slow to come through. GB Junior in the javelin getting a good pull on that. That's Harriet Wheeler, has thrown 48.61 this year. Let's see her progress. So it's all match races now for the final 3 hours of competition, just a little bit less perhaps.
Yeah, absolutely, Scott. Plenty of match races, plenty of quality athletes lining up. Next up on track, we've got our 400-metre women's match kicking off. It's got some good international sort of domestic dust up in this one. We've got Lorne Kerr on the inside, Caitlin Hadfield, our under-18 in there, Jess Astle from Loughborough Students, Ash Root and Charlotte Henrik in there, Sian Harry and Noah Chodokufa in there as well for the GB Juniors. So yeah, plenty going on the track shortly.
I mean, really interesting to see Charlotte Henrik wearing the vest of Wales. She competed for England a couple of years ago at the Commonwealth Youth Games, and that means that Wales have got such a contingent for their Commonwealth Games 4x4 team. It's going to be very, very tough for them. Almost ready behind the blocks.
Yeah, I mean, Charlotte Henrik in this one, 51.24 personal best. She is really the standout on paper in this one. So we'll go out onto the track, see our athletes get introduced in their lanes today. So GB Juniors there, we've got Chodokufa there, 53.88 personal best for Chodokufa, representing the GB Juniors today. She'll be looking to put a solid one on the board for this season. Like I said, 53.88, really good personal best. On the inside of her in lane 7 we go to Sian Harry, 53.47. Personal best for Sian Harry there, the Belgrave Harrier. Then here we get to Charlotte Henrik, real class of the field here, representing Wales, 51.24 personal best in lane 6. Let's move down into lane 5, Asher Root there, the Scottish athlete, 53.74, sorry, the English athlete, 53.74. So Asher Root will be looking for a strong performance today. Jess Astle, being for Loughborough, 53.83 personal best for Jess in lane 4. We go along to our youngest competitor in the field, Caitlin Hadfield, the under-18, 54.2 personal best for Hadfield. Be revelling in this competition that she's got around her today. And on the inside in lane 2, we go to Lorne Kerr, Scottish athlete, 54.45. So the women's 400-metre match from the inside, Kerr, Hadfield, Astle, Root, Henrik, Harry, Chodokufa.
That's the last one. Yeah, confirms it's the last shot.
So cleanly away for the athletes there, and as expected, Henrik has flew out of the blocks and is already up on Harry on the outside over there. So as the athletes head into the back straight now, they just want to build that momentum down the back straight. They've accelerated through that first 100 metres. It's about relaxing into it and just controlling it down to that 200-metre mark, and Henrik looks to be way out in front at this point. Now she approaches this 200-metre mark, between 200 and 300, she just wants to hold still, try and make a move, poise herself before she hits that home straight with 100 metres to go. But Henrik has absolutely blasted through this first 300 metres here. She's well clear of the rest of the field, and it's going to be a case of all eyes on the clock here, because she has absolutely dominated this race from start to finish. Henrik streaking down the home straight now, right the way through to the line. Their arms are driving, knees are pumping right the way through. He crossed the line, 51.49 for Charlotte Henrik across the line, just outside her personal best, if confirmed at that 51.24 personal best. Scott, I tell you what, that is probably the most dominant run we've seen today, because the rest of the field just, you know, they just couldn't live with Henrik, could they? No,
and I think she was really going for something super quick, and it was quick. I think she wanted to go for sub 51 here. She was gritting her teeth in that final 50-60 metres. Remember, she ran at the World Relays a 49.40 relay split. Okay, that's at altitude in Botswana, but it was super quick, so it shows she's got so much more to come. And it is windy here, big headwind down the back straight, that affects things. She can go much quicker, and I mean, I'm really looking forward to seeing what she can do. And for Wales, now they could have a really great mixed 4x4 team at the Commonwealth Games now that Charlotte Henrik looks to be part of that.
Yeah, definitely. I think you bang on there. And, you know, we've spoke about the Commonwealth Games coming up at, towards the end of the season. And I think for these kind of events, there's going to be a lot of interest in these domestic dust-ups. And when you've got an athlete like Henrik on your team, it's just going to fill the rest of that team with confidence, because there she looked supreme in that 400 metres. I'm really, really impressed with that run today. And, you can get caught up and think like, oh, well, the time was X, Y, Z. Let's just look at what she'd done there, and that was pretty special.
I mean, just to say, you've got Tess McHugh, Louisa Stoney, Izzy Boffey, Charlotte Henrik and Hannah Breyer in that potentially Wales mixed 4x4. How do you choose 2 out of that? I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, we'll leave that to the Welsh team captains. You wouldn't want that headache. I mean, see our results up on the screen there. So Charlotte Henrik takes the win 51.48. For second place, Jess Astle 53.81. Sian Harry in third place 53.94.
Yeah, worth saying that's Charlotte Henrik's second fastest ever. She's run her top 2 times ever in her first 2 races of the season. That's pretty good going.
You can't grumble at that. What a start to the season for her.
So then the men's 400 match final features another Welsh star. Saw his sister win the guest 200 earlier in 23.18. Joe Breyer had a good start to his season out in Poch. Working hard in training. Brooke Cronin, we saw him here last year compete for England. Started very strongly, just faded a bit in the final 100 metres. So where could this go? I'm not too sure. Going to be very, very close.
It is going to be close, because I think you've got 2 athletes there in Breer and Cronin that's, and Pamphil there as well. That's, they're all very much around about the same mark based on season's best or personal best there. So it's going to be an intriguing battle. It's sort of in them, in them middle 5, 6, 7 lanes there.
Yeah, similar to that Joe Breyer, who ran 5 weeks ago, as I said, 45.93. Starting to get back to his best. Ran 45.54 3 years ago now, his personal best. He's been really consistent for a long time now. 46 and thereabouts and under. So 46.46. That's sweet, Joe Breyer. Belfast, so
yeah, I think he's going to have his work cut out today with Brooke Cronin, like, young 22-year-old sprinter. It looks as though he's starting to focus more on the 400 metres, and the form that he's shown on the indoors over 60 metres suggests that he's really been homing in on that start, that early phase, that raw speed for Brooke Cronin there. So yeah, Breer might have a bit of a tussle on his hands here.
Yeah, Brooke Cronin is somebody that's actually run for GB Juniors over the 200 metres. He's sort of built 400-ish, and he's started to be building over that event over the last couple of years. I think balancing that speed with those long limbs of his is a good balance, and we're just seeing in the high jump that I think that's Joel Clark-Kahn has just got a big jump out over 2:18. Final attempt. Otis Paul is over 2:18. Charlie Husbands is not. Still waiting for those live results to trickle through for the women's javelin, so we can't quite give you the full picture of what's happening. Well, time to meet the athletes for this men's 400 metre match race. They're ready to go. The temperature just rising here in Loughborough, and Greg Kelly will have a tough battle on the outside for Scotland here today. They're all going to chase him down. Maverick Pamphile from St Lucia, could well see him at this Commonwealth Games. Competed in Birmingham a couple of years back, 2022 Commonwealth Games. Brooke Cronin, look at him maturing, as Richard says, building those 400 metre legs. Joe Bryer, somebody that is experienced over this distance, has gone sub 46 seconds this year already. The Welsh athlete looking to take the win here. Louis Palmer, Loughborough athlete, 47.60, his personal best. Can he challenge? And Rowan Whittaker, feels like this young kid's been around for a few years now, building nicely through the England age groups, English schools, and has got a best of 47.2, so could be a good race for him just as the sun starts to beat down a little bit stronger in Loughborough. Might be able to take my woolly hat off. So it's Whittaker on the inside, and Palmer, Bryer, Cronin and Pamphile in 7, Kelly in lane 8. Strong start on the outside from Kelly. Pamphile gets off to a very casual start from lane 7, and Brooke Cronin, all of that speed, just starting to push him round the first bend, and Bryer has a good sighter on Brooke Cronin, who is doing exactly what he did here in Loughborough last year. Gets out very, very quickly over the opening 200, may as well use that flat speed. Whittaker is having a good run from the inside here. Bryer with a bit of work to do. Can he reel in Brooke Cronin, and can Brooke Cronin hold on after this very pacey opening 300 metres? He has a good lead here of maybe 4 or 5, and it's Brooke Cronin pulling away. I don't think Bryer's going to get there. Will he try and chase him down? He's not going to get there. Cronin is holding on, keeping strong, 46.54. He got out strong, held on, powered his way home. He did not tie up like he did last year. He's getting stronger and stronger. This is his event. Joe Bryer couldn't quite claw back that ground with that deficit of 4 or 5 metres coming into the home straight. But a brilliant win and maximum points for England's Brooke Cronin.
Yeah, I was really impressed with that, Scott. I thought Brooke Cronin looked unbelievably strong down the home straight, but for someone that got out the block so sharp and just, you know, he held that, he ran that gun to tape. He was in the lead all the way, so that was a really strong performance from Brooke Cronin there. And like you mentioned, Bryer just didn't seem to have that zip, that last sort. You thought there was a point where you thought he's going to come back at him, he's going to start reeling him. It was about this point here, but Cronin just held it together and held it together really well.
Yeah, I mean, Brooke Cronin's got a best of 46.01. He's not slow by any means, and he ran that last year. This year he's already ran 46.20, so not too far off the best that Joe Bryer's ran this season. And it's really interesting to see Brooke Cronin last year faded a little bit towards the end of the race. He's put on some muscle. Yeah. He's looking stronger, looking more powerful, and that is certainly something that is paying dividends for him. Here's Joel Clark-Kahn, couldn't quite get that one. Still in the competition though at 2:21.
So I think that concludes our 400 metres with our matches there, and we move on to our next set of matches. It is the ladies 800 metre match. Scott, before this, me and you were chatting about races we were really looking forward to today, and I think for me this is one of the standouts, just for a couple of reasons, but mainly because the young talent we've got in this one in Shakira King. So I'm really intrigued to see how she goes. From the inside though, we've got Bronwyn Reid in 1, King 2, Cameron 3, Harold 4, Costa 5, March 6, Keddy 7 and Sanagar in 8. We'll get across and we'll pan across those athletes and bring you their personal best, but this is good. This is lined up to be an absolute cracker, this one.
I can't believe Shakira King is still a GB junior.
It's crazy. So, lane 8, we have got Holly Sanagar, the under 20, 2:07 personal best. Lane 7, we've got Rebecca Keddy, 2:07 personal best for Rebecca. And in lane 6, we've got our under 18 athlete, Georgia March there, 2:05. She's competing today for Chelmsford AC there. Lane 5, Valentina Costa, the under-23, Ezra Harold there. Lane 3, we've got Hannah Cameron, Scottish athlete there, 2:03.44. And we'll pan across into lane 2. Our GB junior representative, 2 minutes 9.5 personal best, Shakira King. And on the inside, in lane 1, got our Welsh athlete, our lane 1 athlete there, Bronwyn Reid, beaten for Wales, 2:07 personal best for Bronwyn. So they're away in this 800-metre match. Standout talent for me in this one is Shakira King, but it'll be interesting to see how she manages this one, Scott, because there doesn't seem to be a pacemaker in the 800 metres. The athletes do have the wave lights, so whether they attack that and get onto that will be interesting. It looks to be, at the moment, that King set off with some real intent and got on the front with this one, and she's leading the way through the first 200 metres.
Yeah, no mistake about what Shakira King's going to do. She gets out quickly, she gets out strong, and she gets to the front. Although I would say this is perhaps a more steady start than I've seen her do in the past. They have the wave lights, they've not got a pacemaker, but this is going to be perfect for Shakira King, just to find her rhythm, settle into her rhythm. And it looks like that's Hannah Cameron just in behind her. Hannah Cameron, somebody that's quick as a 2:03 athlete. So perfect pacer for Hannah Cameron in Shakira King.
Yeah, it is Cameron there, just sat nicely on Shakira King, and it looks like they've just let the wave lights go here, which is smart because they're going to be having smart racing. But actually, they're still through in 60 seconds, so this is really on the space. I don't know what the lights were set at there, but Shakira King takes them through in 60 seconds. Cameron sat poised on her shoulder there. Be interesting to see how King manages this last sort of 300 metres now.
Yeah, well, I feel like I just saw the wave lights just stutter down the back straight there and cut back on themselves. But Shakira King's having a great run, and she hasn't got this her own way, has she? We said she fell in Florence just over a week or so ago. This is her first big race of the season, and she's taking it out very hard. And Cameron's doing a great job in second place here.
Yeah, Cameron's sticking to the task there, but King starts to slowly break her down now, and about 150 metres to go. We can see Shakira King is really winding this one up now as she comes into the home straight, and it looks as if she's got this victory sewn up here. Shakira King, it looks as though she's going to be taking this 800-metre match. Now the clock, we're all eyes on the clock, but if we go anywhere near the 2-minute mark, that'd be extremely impressive given what we'd seen over that first lap. But Shakira King streaking down the home straight, that long flowing style there, across the line, 2:03.66. Scott, an impressive run for me.
Yeah, incredible. And Ezra Harold finishing in second place there in lane 4. She put in a big sprint finish to come through. But Shakira King, I think that's a good opener. I mean, the conditions here are not ideal, as we said. She took it out strong. You know, I'm not sure what those wave lights were doing. I mean, I think in that first lap they were probably set for about 1:57, which was never going to happen. So yeah, it's a great start for her. She looks comfortable, and she is somebody that is going to be looking to try and contest for the gold at the World Juniors in Oregon this summer.
Yeah, definitely. I think you're right there with the wave lights as well. You know, it's hard when you see the athletes coming through and you see the wave lights that far in front, you think, oh, they've just sat off the pace, but actually they're splitting 60 seconds there through that first 400 metres. So good run in there from Shakira King, takes the win. She's done what she needed to do there, and we can see on the replay, Scott, she looks so strong down the home straight as well.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that's a good performance. Like in a quicker race, pace race, a few more athletes looking to go under 2 minutes. I think she will get a lot quicker and building into the season nicely. Remember, these athletes have all come back from 3, 4, 5 weeks at either altitude or South Africa, and sometimes it takes a bit of time to adjust from coming back from those places. And she's adjusting nicely into the season, that's for sure. She's got 3 months to go, bear in mind, before those World Juniors. This is Divine Uraku in the high jump competition. Otis Ball has one more attempt at 2:21. So does Joel Clark-Kahn. Divine Uraku, this is his second attempt. Oh, that wasn't too bad, but we'll only have one more attempt to go. Could come down to count back on this.
Yeah, tied at the top there with Otis Poole and Joel Clark-Kahn there on 2:18. Both clear at that height there, so they're lining up for, it looks to be 2:21 next there. So yeah, interesting high jump competition unfolding in front of us. That one's it's hotting up nicely. So next on track, we are going to move over to the men's 800 metres.
Yeah, so here's the lineup then. Benjamin Gardner competing for England here, 145 man at his best, starts on the outside. I have them all chasing him. Jordan Phillips is the man in lane 7 competing for Scotland here. I mean, this could be a real tough race. Tom Lloyd's somebody that's looking to go into 150. Found his way into this race. We saw a really good guest race earlier on. Jack Whittingham, the Loughborough student, a 149 man at his best. Looking to prove something in that African Violet strip. Will Annabelle, a 151 man. Here's Matt McKenna, GB junior athlete, a 146.8 personal best. He is a supreme talent, Matt McKenna. How fast can he go here? This is Sam Hembry of Wales, 150 man, and a guest on the inside, Nairobi Mills. He's a 147.6 athlete. So, Ben Gardner and Matt McKenna, perhaps the favourites in this, but it could be anyone. McKenna will not be afraid to take this one out from lane 3, the GB junior.
Long hold that, Scott.
Yeah,
really long hold for the athletes there. You could see the calves starting to shake a little bit.
Yeah, but they are away, and there's a wave light somewhere on this track that they're going to start to chase. And there they are down the back straight. The lights just flashing up on the inside curve, if you can see them under the sunshine here in Loughborough today. And it is McKenna that gets to the front, and he is a supreme talent. So much has been mentioned about him and some records he's been breaking over the last 12 months, and you can't miss him in this race. He's got that white cap on backwards. Nobody can miss him. He is there at the front and leading this one at a steady pace. They're all in the mix still, Rich.
Yeah, smart move from McKenna there as well. They came across from the break. He made sure he was at the front, got on the front, got on the inside, and then just came off the gas a little bit. And it's interesting that the rest of the field have just, they're almost dancing to McKenna's tune right now as he brings them through 400 metres. All he's going to do now is slowly wind this one up. So it's 56.8 through the 400 metre mark there. McKenna on the front, the distinct figure of McKenna. This is going to be a slow grind. This is going to be a long wind up from home.
I mean, we had somebody in a guest race earlier going through in 53 seconds, so this is pedestrian. McKenna looks full of running here, doesn't he? He's such an effortless runner. He's so fluid and smooth, and the battle is really on for second place because the Scottish athlete Jordan Phillips is starting to make a move, and is that Will Annabelle too in the black strip, just pushing on down the back straight. They're all scrapping here. This is the problem when it gets slow. McKenna though controlling things at the front for now. Ben Gardner's got himself into a sticky situation. Can he get out of it on the outside? McKenna is still in the lead with 100 to go. Here comes Ben Gardner on the outside. Can the experience against the youth battle it out? They're in lanes 2 and 3. McKenna's holding on in that white cap. McKenna will get there from Ben Gardner. The GB junior takes it 152.19. A big negative split.
Yeah.
And it was a tough burn up over that final 200. They're all bunched up. I'm surprised nobody got clipped, but it's McKenna that takes the win here in Loughborough. The two fastest athletes in the field showing down in the final 100, and the youngster gets it.
Yeah, it just goes to show as well the way that McKenna controlled that one. Although he led it from gun to tape, equally he was dictating play to the rest of the field there. And I think, you know, as each athlete came up onto the shoulder, they all made their moves. McKenna just responded the way he wanted to. He held that inside line, and you know, it wasn't all his own way down the home straight, but yeah, McKenna controlled that one. It was a real strong running from the GB junior there.
I like the fact that we saw some some brave racing from the likes of Tom Loynes there. He tried to get around the outside before they got to the final 200 metres. He committed hard, which is good to see. And yeah, Ben Gardner, I mean, you could see every sinew in his neck in that final 40 metres. He was gritting his teeth, digging deep, really committing to that race. But McKenna, I mean, he's a strong lad, isn't he, for an under 20?
Yeah, I mean, you know, to put it in perspective there, he's just held off and pushed back Ben Gardner there, who's a 1:45.6 man as well. So, you know, that just shows that he's, for a young lad, he's able to race with a mature head. We can cut back to our results from that ladies 800 metre match. So it was Shakira King that took the win in 2:03.65 from Ezra Harold in 2:05.48. Hannah Cameron in third place in 2:06. And yeah, some strong runs there, but yeah, Shakira King just too much for that field, similar to McKenna there in the men's 800 metre match.
Yeah, brilliant racing over the middle distance events. More action to come in the final couple of hours. 100 metre finals come up next. Well, I think we saw out of the corner of the screen Joel Clark-Kahn, who managed to clear 2:21 at the third time of asking, and has won that competition now, the Loughborough man. So we will see him go up in height. I think he will go up to 2:24, go up in 3 centimetre increments. Well, good performance from him. More to come, more action from him. Next up, we've got 4 100 metre finals. We'll take a look at Joel Clark-Kahn's jump. You can just see him just celebrating on the high jump pad there, running off to his family, friends and loved ones. And the temperature just warming up. I've taken my gloves off, Rich. I mean, what's going on there?
I know, I'm waiting for the woolly hat to come off, Scott. Yeah, you know what, it looks like a nice day out there. It still doesn't. It's still not particularly
out there. Yeah, we are out there.
Well, it doesn't feel like we're out there though, does it?
No, it does not.
No, it looks good out there. Nice crowd bubbling away on that bend as well. Something I always liked when I was competing at Loughborough, when you had that bend just littered with spectators there. So great to see the spectators are getting out, and yeah, plenty of quality left to go. So we're going to go over to our 100 metre start, and on the inside we've got GB junior athlete there, Macy Hand, coming in this one with a PB of 16:06. Move across into lane 2 now, Kitty Branch of Loughborough students, 14:15 personal best there for the T44 athlete. Lane 4, we've got Cara Murphy there, the under 18 from Scotland, 13:69. Lane 5, got Lana Sutton, Brighton and Hove athlete, 12:84 personal best for her. And then we're across into lane 6, where we have Sally Brown, 13:15 personal best for Sally Brown. Lane 7, we've got Hetty Bartlett, the T38 athlete competing for England today, 13:32 personal best. And our athlete completing this lineup in lane 8, we've got India Oates, T35 athlete. So on times, Sutton our quickest in the field, T38 athlete. We do have Cara Murphy running in 4, the guide runner next to her as well. So all eyes on this start, see these athletes get a clean start and build into this 100 metre race. So cleanly away for these athletes in this 100 metres, and it is Lana Sutton, as we expected, out on the front there, driving towards the line, trying to hold that form right the way through to the line there, and it is Lana Sutton that's going to take this one. 12.96 across the line for Lana Sutton, just outside of her personal best of 12.84. So really good run there from Lana Sutton. Firm up the results of the other athletes competing in there. But Scott, Lana Sutton, that's a solid run out there, going sub 13 seconds, not a million miles away from the personal best. She'll be walking away from that one pretty pleased, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I mean, wearing number 1, finishing number 1, it's pretty good, isn't it?
It's a good omen.
She was strong out of the blocks. I love the way she finished this in the final 50 metres. She just looks super strong, nice high hips, lovely stride, really consistent all the way through, and powerful through the line. 12.96, I mean, it's a great run and deserves the win there. And yeah, as you say, expected. Great performance from Sally Brown too. I think we'll have to see just when the results come through who gets the maximum points. Obviously that's part of the match race. Yeah. This is Joel Clark-Kahn though, going over the next height. He's on his own in this competition now. He has won. There's no mistake about that, but how high will he go? Lots of people looking on. No, not to be on that first attempt. He's still rebuilding back from injury, still trying to get to those big heights, and they are jumping into a breeze which makes things more challenging. We have the long jump competition starting. They're into the first attempts in the first round. Jasmine Sawyers is in this one. She's jumped 6.37 in the first round. You can see her there, the City of Stoke athlete. This, of course, part of the match race. Georgina Ford-Wells is here. Daisy Snell, talented junior. Hannah Waller for Loughborough. Amy Hughes for Wales, and Steph Jones for England. With Holly Whitaker, I mentioned earlier on, would she be competing in the long jump? I thought she might be. She is after the 100 hurdles early on. And Molly Palmer, super Loughborough athlete. Jumped a massive personal best at this competition last year, Molly Palmer, before closing the season early and getting injured. So, this is Daisy Snell.
Yeah, Daisy Snell, one of our GB juniors competing today. We're looking at post a solid opening jump there, and that looks a reasonable attempt there. She got the green light. Yes, she does have the green light there, so good opening jump there for Daisy Snell, just to get something positive on the board to start with. Seeing this competition, Lauren Callahan leading things currently with jumper 6.41. Sawyer's down in second place, 6.37, and Daisy Snell 5.92 to go into third place there. So good to see our GB junior getting the jump on the board there early on. See over onto our 800 metre results there. Scott Matthew McKenna takes that one, 152.17 from Benjamin Gardner, 152.43. And Nairobi Mills in third place, 152.80.
Pretty close, isn't it? 4 of them under 153. So next up on the track, it is the ambulant 100 metre final. Some athletes you'll know very well in this one. On the inside in lane 1, T44 athlete Ryan Hanna. Great to have him here, Catherine Taubman, trying to push that 12-second barrier. Next to him, Cameron Thors from Scotland. Someone that has already broken that 12-second barrier. Has some good athletes next to him where they could really fly. Zach Skinner, 10.84 man at his best, the Birchfield Harrier, based here at Loughborough. Great long jumper too. We had a great race against Zach Shaw here, who's competing for Loughborough students. Mentioned earlier this summer about no European champs for the para athletes this summer, which is disappointing. Johnny Peacock, what about this man? 10.64 personal best, still based here, trains here at Loughborough. Great to see him sharing some of his training on social media now. Kareem Chan, the England athlete, has got a best of 11.51. And on the outside, James Ledger of Wales and his guide runner, Okoye Kapangale. A mix of categories here, T11, T38, T64, T12, T13, T47 and T44, no categories the same. So, Tanner, Thors, Skinner, Shaw, Peacock, Chan and Ledger on the outside with his guide runner. To just get settled on their blocks. Really great start by Shaw, already away. Johnny Peacock will close quickly. Skinner's in the mix at the minute in the top three, and here comes Johnny Peacock flying down the outside from lane 5. Peacock gets there, 10.89 with that famous quick finish of his, looking back to his best on his season debut. I said he's been sharing some of his training on social media and he's been looking very sharp, and 10.89, we'll see the wind reading in just a minute, but that was super quick. I'm pretty sure he got there, Rich. What did you think?
Yeah, definitely. I think Peacock absolutely nailed that one. It was literally that last closing 5 to 10 metres where Peacock really came through. You'd see him accelerate, and the speed was just continuously building for Peacock there. But yeah, like you said, 10.89 season opener. You know, his personal best of 10.64. That is a great season opener for Johnny Peacock.
I mean, he's looking back to his best, isn't he? I think he'd say, when he looks at the video, watches that back, there's a few little things he'd probably like to tweak. Maybe just losing a little bit of control in the back end of that race, but he's in great form. And 10.89, the wind though, oh, that's frustrating. Plus 2.2 metres per second. Zach Shaw 10.93 in second, and Zach Skinner 11.10 in third. So a bit frustrating about the wind reading, but it's still quick. I don't think you'll mind that. No.
It's been a bit of a problem with the sprints. That, well, for all of the events today, the wind has been just so up and down. It's changing direction quite a bit, and changing speed as well. So frustrating for those athletes there.
So that athlete on the runway was Lauren Callahan. She leads the competition with 6.41, her first round attempt. This is the second round. Joel Clark-Kahn there just bowing out in the high jump with the win. 3 attempts at 2.23 went for in the end. Couldn't quite get there. I mean, that's a great performance, again, considering the wind that they're going into, and also that sort of 15-20 minute break when Jonathan Broom-Edwards needed some medical attention on the bed earlier.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I think it's a great series of jumps he's put together there, and not a million miles away from hitting that 2.23. And it's all, like we said before, all about building into the rest of the season. 2.21, season's best. Joel Clark-Kahn kicks things back off. Otis Poole in second place there, 2.18. I'm sure he'll be thrilled with that performance today. And Divine Duraku in third place, 2.15. Back to our long jump competition. That was Lauren Callahan, who had taken the previous jump there, and she jumped 6.29, so she still leads the competition based on her first round jump of 6.41. So I think Jazz Sawyers must have done her second attempt there, so we'll get an update on that as soon as that comes through.
Well, there are the results for the javelin throw.
So next on track, we've got the women's 100-metre match. So in lane 1, we have got Amelia Gittins competing for Loughborough students, their personal best of 11.67. Lane 2, we've got Jessica Mantle, the under-23, competing for Wales today, personal best of 11.60. She'll be looking to be right up in the mix with this one. Lane 3, we've got Mabel Akande, the under-23, there with a personal best of 11.27. As we move into lane 4 now, we've got our England competitor Louise Evans, 11:47 on the personal best front for Louise Evans. Lane 5, we go to Elise Modesta there, senior athlete, 11:59 personal best for her. Lane 6, we've got Savannah Morgan, the under 20, competing for GB Juniors today, 11:61 personal best for her. And out in the outside lane, lane 7, we've got Taylor Patterson competing for Scotland today, 11:66 personal best for her. That is the lineup for your ladies 100-metre match race. So lane 3, Akande, quickest on paper in this one, 11:27. Next in from her is Louise Evans in lane 4, 11:47. So the action could really come from those, lane 3, lane 4 in this 100-metre match. Nervous moments as the athletes settle into their blocks for this one. The ladies 100-metre match at the Loughborough International. So a clean start in this one there, and Akande looks to have been left behind slightly here, but she starts to make her way through the field now, and it looks to be Akande that's going to take this one right the way through to the line. 11:46 across the line for Mabel Akande there. Few tenths outside of the personal best region, but main thing is she's picked up the victory today, and it was a strong run from Akande. Not the sharpest of exits from the blocks, but built into it well from that 40-50 metre mark, and then really just powered away the second half of that race. It was really, really impressive from Akande there. 11:46 unofficially on the clock. We will get that wind reading because that has been playing tricks with us today. But yeah, Akande out the blocks there. The other athletes there, Modesta was right up there to start with, and just inside of her Louise Evans, but it was at this point here really where Akande started to go away from the field, and you can just see that turns into 1.5 metres there, and that's enough to get it across the line, get that victory nailed there. So yeah, great running there from Akande, 11:46 across the line. So back across to our long jump competition there.
That's Molly Palmer, who started strongly in this competition. Mentioned how good she was here last year. She is in 3rd place at the minute behind Lauren Callahan and Jazz Sawyers. That's her second attempt. 6:29 in the first round, 6:28 just then in the second round. So no improvement, but nice and consistent. This is Holly Whittaker looking to get things moving in the 3rd round. 5:51 in the first round, 5:42 in the second round. She's capable of going over 6 metres at her best.
Yeah, personal best just over the 6 metre mark, and a season's best of 5:85. So she'll certainly be wanting to ping herself around about that 6 metre mark today, you'd imagine. That's Holly Whittaker, the under 20 athlete from Scotland there.
There's that result from the men's para 100 metres, 10:89 for Johnny Peacock, 10:93 from Zach Shaw. The wind on that was plus 2.2. Unfortunately, I think that's the only illegal tailwind we've had so far today, which is a bit frustrating if you're Johnny Peacock, but that's how it goes sometimes.
So the ladies 100 metre match final there, official results do. It was Mabel Akande that took the win in that one, 11:47. Louise Evans in second place, 11:67, and Jessica Mantle in third, 11:69.
Interestingly, the wind on that minus 0.4 metres per second. So a bit of a head.
Yeah, it does really show what this wind is doing for the athletes today. It's not an easy one to predict. So we can see our graphic there. That is a result of the ladies 100 metre final match there, with Akande taking the win in 11:47 there. So we have just had Steph Jones on the runway there in the long jump as well. Jumped 5:88 there. And we are going to go across to our 100 metre final match.
Well, we weren't supposed to have him, but the 2025 World Indoor Champion, Jeremiah Azu, is here. He was not originally part of the Welsh team, but he is here. And the man on the inside, Harry Taylor, competing for Loughborough students. He's a bit of a legend in Loughborough sprints, UK indoor and Bucks medalist multiple times. Always fizzing with energy. Note his personal best down to 10.35 last year. Jordan Brown had a great run in the 200 earlier on, 20.69. I saw the results, and for some reason he's now not given number one on that race for whatever reason, but he's getting quicker and he's a real talent. Adi Adewale, I think we saw him run the first leg in the 4x100 earlier on for the UK Futures team. Can run 10.05 at his absolute best. He gets out super quick. Jeremiah Azu, we're lucky to have him here, opening his 100-metre account. Has done a couple of 200s this season already. Came fourth at the World Indoors, what was one of the fastest ever races back in March. He's had a busy couple of months. Mayo Alabi, super young talent, has lowered his best to 10.30 already this season. He's a bit of a 200-metre runner, but he's lowering that best over the 100. Andy Robertson, European indoor medalist over the 60 metres last year, getting quicker with age almost somehow. And Cameron Tyndall, how good is it to see this young man back? He was a GB junior, ran brilliantly as a junior, and has now sort of come back into the sport, competing for Scotland again. He's quick and getting quicker. Manuel Itel from Germany has got a best of 10.31. So the wind has been swirly. It looks like it's on their backs for the moment. Jeremiah Azu, eyes on a big summer. European Championships, Commonwealth Games. He's got the UK champs to get through in about 5 weeks' time. It's Taylor in 1, Brown in 2, Adewale in 3, Azu in 4, Alabi in 5, Robertson in 6, Tyndall in 7, and Itel in lane 8. This is the men's 100-metre match. Points up for grabs here at the Loughborough International. Cleaning away, great start from Azu, already ahead of the rest of the field. Robertson is moving nicely, but it's Jeremiah Azu gapping the rest of the field, absolutely flying it, easing up across the line. 10.16 seconds. He looks good. He is cooking already this season. He could have gone quicker there. I wonder whether he was just feeling a bit of tightness or not, but he was flying. And that is a brilliant way to open your 100-metre account for the season.
Yeah, Scott, you made a good point there. He looked to ease up, like, not drastically, but really took the foot off the gas, and he was motoring up until that point. So whether there was a little bit of tightness there, whether he was just, you know, feeling the vibe and wanted to take in the celebration there, but I mean, he looked fantastic. He looked really, really good there. Looked really relaxed as well. His form was bang on the money there. So great running from Azu there.
Well, just see him walking off there, just a little bit of a slight shake of the head. I wonder, did he just feel a bit of discomfort and eased up? But I say, that is about as good as I've seen him. From you know, the bullet start to the high knee stepping all the way down the track. His technique looks so good at the minute. And just here, the way he just eased up, letting the arms go, I wonder whether he's okay. I hope he's okay, of course. I mean, that was a brilliant run from him. 10.15 the official time. The wind plus 1.6 metres per second. It was Jordan Brown that came through just ahead of Mayo Alabi and Adi Adewale. 10.39 for Jordan Brown. Great run from him. But yeah, Jeremiah Azu, great to have him here, cooking. I mean, he could go quicker, couldn't he?
Yeah, I mean, judging off that there, it was probably around about the 85, 90 metre mark that he started to ease up, but he was looking great up until that point. So, yeah, whether there was a slight little twinge there, he saved himself for another day. Didn't look to be anything too major. But yeah, great to see Jeremiah Azu here at the Loughborough International. Developments in the women's long jump competition. Jazz Sawyer's posted her third round jump there of 6:30, but the competition is still held up by Lauren Callaghan, who's sitting on the top spot there, 6:41. So yeah, good jumping from Lauren Callaghan, the Irish athlete at this stage. There's a recap of our ladies 100 metre final match results from earlier on. Akande took the win in 11:47 there. Next up on track, we are moving to the long distances, and Scott, we're going up to the steeplechase.
The chase.
The chase, a tough old event, the steeplechase. So yeah, quite an interesting field we've got lined up in this one. We're going to go to the ladies steeplechase to start with. Before we do that, let's recap that men's 100 metre match result. Azu in first place there, 10:15 across the line. Brown in second place, 10:39 for England. And Mayol Abi in third place, 10:44. Tell you what, Brown's had a solid day's work, taking the win in the 200. He looked great in the 200 as well. Looked really controlled and dominant in that one. So yeah, a good shift for Jordan Brown today.
Yeah, great to see Jeremiah Azu here. Hope he's all good. Well, we've got 4 endurance races now, back to back. The 3,000 steeplechase, the 1 mile for the women, the 3,000 steeplechase, and then the 1 mile, the Gandhi mile for the men.
So start list for this 3,000 metre match. Our ladies one be kicking things off. We've got Tilly Nicol from Team Bath, Millie Gould in there from Wales, 10:21 personal best for her. Anna Bloomfield competing for England today, the under-23, 10:57 personal best. Ava James in there for GB Juniors, 10:10. Emma McLennan in there from Scotland, 11:10 personal best for her. Then we go to Anise Kemp for Loughborough students, and Sophia Samara, the under-20, 10:50 personal best. And we've got Barnes there, this GB athlete, 11:35. Barnes competing for Blackheath, and Bromley Harriers there. So an interesting lineup. So from the outside, we have got Alba Barnes there, 11:35 personal best for Barnes. Next from that, we've got Sophia Samara there.
Anise Kemp from Loughborough. Sophia Samara is not on the start line.
Ah, right. So we go to Emma McLennan from the Scottish athlete, 11:10 personal best. Next, representing GB Juniors, we've got Ava James, steeplechaser, 10:10 personal best for Ava James. In lane 3, representing England, we've got Anna Bloomfield, 10:57 personal best for Bloomfield. And competing for Wales, we go to Millie Gould, 10:21 personal best for Millie Gould, the under-20 athlete, a real talent, committing to the steeplechase early on in her career. And on the inside, finishing off this lineup, Tilly Nicol, competing for Team Bath, the under-20 athlete today. So we are away, steeplechase, 3,000 metres for the match race at this Loughborough International. Scott, steeplechase, really, really tough event. I'm saying underrated tough event in the athletics world. You know, you need all elements in there. You need technical hurdling elements, you need technical water barrier elements, you also need the endurance of a 5,000 metre runner, but also a bit of a zip of a 1,500 metre runner in there as well. So it's a tough old gig, is the 3,000 metre steeplechase.
Yeah, big time. And I actually think at a World Olympic level we see some of the best quality races over the 3,000 steeplechase. It is almost the sort of perfect time, the length of a race, because it keeps you occupied and you're engaged for such a prolonged period of time. It's brilliant. You really get enticed into it, and I love watching it. And you know, we're already seeing here Ava James take to the front, no problems.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're right there. It does keep you engaged, and because it is so unpredictable what's going to happen with the barriers, with the water jump as well. It can be a really choppy and changey race there. But yeah, Ava James, our GB junior athlete there, it's took to this one well, hit the front from the off, and you know, it's a long run from home and it's a long solo effort for Ava James here, but you know, she comes across to take her first water jump there. Just wants to clear that one, get the first one under the belt there. Now she'll be back to the normal barriers there. But yeah, Ava James has set a stall out, and what I like about what James has done is there's this commitment to the chase at this early stage in a career, because you know, you find that some athletes maybe don't do that early on and they'll just fall into the chase, you know, from down the line, from either being 5,000 metre runners or 1,500 metre runners. But you know, it looks like Ava James has, you know, got into this one early on.
Yeah, big time. And I think, you know, we perhaps lacked quality chases for a few years in this country, and that seems to have turned a corner now, and I wonder whether the sort of emergence of the super spikes has enabled this a little bit more, because there's a lot more cushioning now in these spikes, and the steeplechase is a very attritional event. It can do a lot of damage on your feet and ankles, and if you're doing high mileage, that perhaps put you a bit more risk as well. So yeah, I think it's been great to see, you know, the UK champs last year. We had some cracking 3,000 metre steeplechase finals. They were brilliant, and we're seeing some young talent coming through, and yeah, they can translate that. Maybe heading out to the collegiate system in the US, where there is such a depth of athletes, then maybe somebody, you know, like Ava James could get experience out there of high level competition, developing that technical acumen, which is really important.
Yeah, couldn't agree more with you there, Scott. And on the note of Ava James, you know, Scott, you don't want to call a race too early on, but it looks to me like she's established a really strong lead already in this one. She's probably got about 20 metres on the rest of the field, and you know, it can be a long and hard run from home, but Ava James has just got to stay focused here, and that's a key thing in the steeplechase, holding that concentration, because it is so up and down, because the rhythm gets broken often, because you've got a technical component to the race as well. Ava James has just got to stay switched on for this 3,000 metre effort now. She's set her stall out early, and yeah, you know, she's hit this one from the front, and it's you know, it's all going her way to start with. Looks like Tilly Nicol in second place there, the under 20 athletes running for Bath. So she's moved into second place, but yeah, Ava James from Nicol in this 3,000 metre steeplechase final.
Yeah, amazing really. I remember seeing last summer Olivia McGee, who raced earlier on in one of the other endurance funds. She turned up to the England Champs, did her first ever steeplechase, beat pretty much everybody, including the seniors and under 20s, and she was only an under 17. And she has gone on to good things and competed last year at the Europeans over that distance, and yeah, she came seventh at the European Junior Championships as an under 17. So we do have, as you mentioned, some great young talent coming through, and Ava James is one of them.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, on the note of James as well, you know, this personal best that she set of 10:10, that was done this season a couple of weeks ago back in Bury. So you know, she's obviously in form, and she'd won that race there. It's hard to know how the race panned out, whether there was pacemakers in it, but you know, for Ava James today, I think again it's now becoming a bit of a battle against the clock. Saying that though, we don't want to write off the rest of the field, because Tilly Nicol does look to be holding that gap a little bit, and you know, Ava James is there as a perfect shot for Tilly Nicol now. So whether Nicol can get on the back of Ava James, I don't know. To me, Scott, it doesn't look as though that gap is growing hugely.
No, not at all. And Albie Barnes is the athlete in the All Black strip in third place, and you know, she's got good hurdling technique here, and I think that will show in the latter stages of this race. So there's still good time to go. We've got you know, less than half of the race to go now, so I'm intrigued to see what Ava James can do. You know, it'd be a big win here for her as only an under 20, as a junior, coming in and beating seniors athletes with more chase experience than her. It would be great to see.
Yeah, what I would say about Tilly Nicol is, if you look at her hurdling technique, the difference between her and James is on the back straight, especially there, James, there's a slight stutter in the build up to the barrier there, whereas if you look at Nicol, there's a bit more control in the build up to it. Ava James cleared that one lovely there, to be fair, but yeah, Nicol looks great over the barriers as well. And you know, it's not, yes, you've got to clear the barriers, but it's also about not burning that tank out. And if if your technique is slightly inefficient, you're going to be burning the tank, you're going to be burning the energy in there as well. So yeah, from what looked to be a dominant run to start with, it could turn into an interesting race if Nicol can manage to get on the back of James.
there's a bit of a battle for fourth place here, where we've got Millie Gold and Anna Bloomfield of Wales and England both fighting it out. Millie Gold is an under-20 athlete as well, so we actually have only got one senior athlete in this competition, that is Elby Barnes. The rest are juniors or under-23, so it just goes to show, we mentioned about some of the up-and-coming talent, they are here, they are competing, and there's not many better occasions to compete over a steeplechase. And the important thing is that we have these calibre of races on the fixture list, so we can try and attract the steeplechasers to come and compete together. That's how we grow the event.
Yeah, it's interesting, the battle that you've called in there a little bit further down the field. That is going to mean points on the board, which is all going to contribute towards the match. So there's going to be, that's definitely going to be in the back of the minds of the athletes that are racing here today. So yeah, lots of races within the races at the moment. But yeah, James seems to have control of this one as she comes round now with 2 laps to go, 800 metres. It's been a long, lonely run on the front for James, but she's attacked this one from the off and committed to it, and she's got 800 metres to go now. Nickel, that gap hasn't really grown much, but it hasn't closed in the same breath, so Nickel is actually bang on the wave light. So James, whatever the wave light's pace was set at, James is well in front of that at the moment.
Yeah, for sure, she's doing a great job here. I'm just wondering whether she is ahead of the wave light, but how far ahead is she, and is she able to try and chase down qualification standards here, because this is a great chance to do that. And she's putting the work in at the front. She's got a nice consistent rhythm about her. I really like her running style. It's steady, isn't it, and she's not wasting much energy. That is harder as you come into the barriers, where you start to go a little bit up and down rather than horizontally over. So you have to just be patient.
Yeah, so just rifling through some paperwork there to try and find out some of these qualification standards. So I think the England 3,000 metre steeplechase standard, it's a high bar, Scott, 9:35 for the Commonwealth Games there. Obviously GB Juniors, there'll be different qualification standards for that, and I'm sure that Ava will be targeting that kind of stuff.
Yeah, the standard for her to chase is 10 minutes 15, and she is at the minute, she's already got the standard,
yeah.
So she's well inside of it. I wonder whether she can dip under 10 minutes here. She should do, because she's got about 75 seconds to do that final lap, and I think when you're starting to pick up the pace over the final 300 metres or so, it's definitely going to help.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it just shows how much of a good run Ava James is having here today, because she's well out in front, and yeah, I'd love to see her go sub 10 minutes today, because it almost feels like it's deserved from the effort that she's put in. She just needs to negotiate this barrier on the back straight, one more water jump, and then one more hurdle down the home straight, and she's going to be coming home to a good win. That's the most important thing, a good win. But will we see a sub 10 minute clocking today? Tilly Nichols still in second place. I'm intrigued to see how quick Tilly Nichols is going to go today.
Yeah, Tilly Nichols also an under 20, and she's within about 10 seconds of the minute of Ava James, so she could also qualify for the World Junior Championships here. It's really on for Ava James.
Yeah, so we can see now Ava James heading into the home straight. She's going to take this final barrier. It's been a dominant run from Ava James across there, safely navigated. The clock just ticking outside that 10-minute mark, but she's going to shatter her personal best. That was 10 minutes and 10 seconds. A strong run there. Ava James across the line, 10:06 there for James. I mean, see Tilly Nicholl coming into the finish area. This is going to be a fantastic run from Nicholl. She's pretty much bang on them wave lights there that was set. I assume they will be set to that 10:15 mark. So close, we'll have to wait for the official result on that one.
God, she was chasing it down in those final 50 metres there, and she managed to catch the green lights up and was pretty much bang on where the blue lights went into the green, so she's not going to be too far off, and a nervy way to see.
Yeah. Millie Gold across the line for Wales there in third place. That's key points for... Well, it sounds like there's some cheers there from the finish area, and we can see, so Ava James 10:06.78 and Tilly Nicholl 10:16, so just outside that standard there, but a valiant effort though, Scott.
Oh, well, the good news is she's got another couple of months to try and chase it down. I'm sure at a BMC with a couple of more athletes here that she can definitely do that, and yeah, wow, that was great. And the long-term competition's still going on, and Well, we've had a bit of a movement because Lauren Callaghan still leads, 6:42. She increased her lead by 1 centimetre. That was equalled in the third round by Georgina Ford-Wells, and that was a foul in her fifth round attempt. So Georgina Ford-Wells in second, Jazz Sawyers is in third, and Molly Palmer's in fourth. I mean, this is a good competition. They are getting close. So we have the women's 1 mile up now. 5 athletes in this lineup, and they're just walking to the line now. So we have the pole vault competition. I think Molly Caudry was supposed to be in that pole vault competition, but doesn't appear to have started. Jazz Sawyers is on the runway. Jazz Sawyers with those glasses, looking ice cool. Nice hitch. Didn't give me the vibe that she thinks that's a massive jump. So here we are in the women's mile match. Only the 5 nations or the 5 teams competing here. On the outside we have Beth Ansell of Scotland. She's an athlete that's done 4:47 over the mile, although a lot of these athletes will have rarely run it. Maybe they went to the Bannister Miles a couple of weeks ago. And Beth Ansell, somebody that will fancy a chances there. She's not going to be too far off. This is Kitty Scott, super athlete from Aldershot, Farnham and District, who's great on the cross-country circuit. Good to see her here as a GB junior. We then have Emma Powell for Wales. We'll look to get amongst it. I suspect this race is going to be a little bit cagey. Ruby Vinton of Loughborough on home turf, looking to get maximum points. And then on the inside it's Annabelle Hobday. 4:46 is her best. So I mean, it's difficult to know, isn't it? Some of these athletes will have quicker personal bests by seconds over the 1500 metres, but not something that we know when it comes to the mile. So just over 4 laps and away they go. They will chase the wave light around. The pace light will surely have an impact on this, or will it, Rich? Because it could be slow, it could be cagey, and it could be a dust-up over the final 200 metres. Yeah, it all depends on the athletes in the race, doesn't it, Scott? Whether they decide to get after it and get on the wave lights. And you know, there's almost some silent agreements made, and athletes either take laps or take their share of the front of it. It's hard to really call. I think a lot of them will just be wanting to take the win in this one today. Like we said, that, you know, the mile race, it's hard to really gauge based on personal best, because not all athletes actually even have a personal best on the system, because it's that rarely ran. But we can see, we can see that we've got one on the programme today. I feel like we're going to see a lot more miles, because the Commonwealth Games are going to have the mile in that as well. So I think it's at the fore of people's mind a little bit more. So yeah, it's good to see that we've got the mile races on at Loughborough International today. And yeah, it's shaping up to be a nice one. They seem to be on the wave lights, but they all seem to be packed in there nicely still. Yeah, not only the Commonwealth Games mile, but Josh Kerr fancying his chances at breaking the mile world record later on this summer. We'll see how that one goes. It's interesting, isn't it, Rich, when you take away an athlete normal event, although obviously in the mile you do run 1500 metres, athletes don't seem to care about the times, they just seem to care about the races, and this is a real race. Yeah, it is definitely. We can see the Loughborough athlete on the inside there. Looks to be Ruby Vinton. That's just just leading this one, but the Scottish athlete bang on her shoulder as well, and that's Beth Ansell, experienced competitor there over the 1500, and she's got a mile PB of 4:47. So at least we have a gauge of where Ansell sits in this field. The only other athletes that have got personal bests in this field for the mile is Hobday 4:46 and Kitty Scott 4:52. So they're all not a million miles away from each other. So yeah, it's going to make for an interesting race now. And Vinton just controlling it from the front. You got the junior Kitty Scott just sat back on the inside there. For me, that's the right thing to be doing if I was Kitty Scott. Let these athletes just take me round, carry me around, and then I'll try and just put in a kick off that last closing stages of the race. Yeah, Kitty Scott's somebody we've seen a lot over age group races, particularly over the cross-country circuit, where she's used to taking races out on her own, and she's not able to do that here. Of course, these athletes have got more experience than her, but she has put herself in a good position, and I wouldn't bet against her at this point. You know, we've gone over the halfway stage it was around about 2:25 or something like that, and now we're starting to see a breakaway with Beth Ansell pulling along Annabelle Hobday. These two just starting to crack open a gap ahead of Ruby Vinton and Kitty Scott, with the Welsh athlete Emma Powell just bringing up the field here. But Ansell controlling this, the taller figure at the front in the blue vest of Scotland, making this look like a real race here, and she's starting to just stretch out the field.
Yeah, as they come around with about 600 metres to go, Ansell again, like you said, just controlling this one, but Hobday's doing the textbook thing, just tuck in behind the athlete, let them do all of the work. So Hobday having a nice little ride round now. Be interesting to see how this pans out over this last 400-500 metres. This pack behind with Kitty Scott in there and Vinton, they really need to start and try and close that gap if they're going to be in with a shout over this last 400, because I imagine Hobday and Ansell will start winding this one up. And as I say that, Ansell looks to be taking a little bit out of Hobday with 400 metres to go.
Yeah, Ansell here is just starting to cook, isn't she? She looks relaxed, and maybe just there with less than 400 to go, another kick just to try and surge this one away from the rest of them. We could see Hobday still challenge this one, but look at Ansell go. She looks so good here with 300 metres to go. 3:52 on the clock. She won't be too far off her best if she keeps this sort of pace up. She's looking good, and the gap is widening, and the pace is picking up, and she's staying on that red light on the inside curve.
Yeah, Ansell really pouring it on now. We've seen that move just before the bell, and she's just slowly just putting the squeeze on this field. Every 100 metres seems to be cranking it, and she's building this gap successfully there, coming around with about 150 metres to go. Ansell looks to have this one sewn up, and the question is now, can she stay on the lights? Can she get close to that time that they'd set out for? Hobday looks safe in second place. But yeah, Ansell coming into the home straight. Scott, she's been great in this mile race.
Yeah, she's pulling away and she's catching up the lights, and this is a big sprint finish from Beth Ansell. It's going to be very quick. I don't think they'll get 1,500 metre split from this race, but hers will be very good. She's going to smash her mile best. 4:44.21 for Beth Ansell. In second it's Annabelle Hobday for England, and then coming through for third, the Loughborough athlete is Ruby Vinton, then Kitty Scott, a great run for her, and then Wales, Emma Powell coming through. And that was a great race, exactly what we expected, just turning the screw over the final 600, and Beth Ansell getting the job done for Scotland, maximum points.
Yeah, a great run from Ansell. Obviously Vinton took it on early, but Ansell was always there. She was always on the shoulder, so really has done a lot of the early running in this race. But yeah, controlled it well, and you know, you've got to ask the questions, you know, what kind of 1,500 metre shape is Ansell in based on that? It's hard to really say because of the nature of the race and the way it was ran. But yeah, an impressive run from me by Ansell there. Looked good, and I think that's the key thing. Took the win, but looked good in doing so.
Yeah, brilliant performance. Love the way that she managed to turn it up a gear at the end, which is, you know, you don't often see athletes running quick times looking like they're fading badly at the end, and she didn't there. She ran quick, she finished quick, she looked strong. So we do have some more distance races for you after this one. We've still got the 3,000 steeplechase for the men, the men's Gandhi Mile, and the men and women's 3,000 finals. So all of the endurance action seemingly like bookending the day, I should say.
Yeah, plenty of endurance action. Onto the field though, Scott, there has been some changes in the ladies long jump. Jazz Sawyers takes the top spot, 6:46 in her fifth attempt there from Lauren Callahan in second place, 6:42, and Ford Wells still holding on to third place in 6:41. So interesting to see that Sawyers building a solid number of jumps there, 6:46. And we see a sixth result has just came through there, 6 jumps, 6:37 there. So Sawyers sitting on the top there, 6:46 for her today.
Well, this was Sawyer's last jump, that 6:37, which was brilliant. Well, she did get consistent jumps when she got them in, other than the fouls in the Well, were they passes in the second and fourth rounds? I'm not too sure. This is Georgina Ford-Wells. Perhaps enough in her tank to close that 5 centimetre deficit between third and first place. Oh, not sure, that's not clean on the board. No, she gets the red light and she will have to settle for third place. Well, there you go. I said it was going to be a close competition. Molly Palmer, Georgina Ford-Wells, Lauren Callahan and Jazz Sawyers, only 14 centimetres between them. We have a really great crop of long jumpers in this country, and Georgina Ford-Wells, somebody that can do both the long jump and triple jump. So only Molly Palmer to jump. I think she's up next, and we could see her final jump. So these are the results from the women's mile. Beth Ansell 4:44.19, Annabelle Hobday 4:47.72, and Hobday, I should say, just off her personal best by about a second. So good performance from her. And Ruby Vinton taking third. That's where all the points will go. Snell in the long jump. To have a big performance from her in that jump to get amongst the top three. Well, we're looking at the 3,000 starters, but I think actually next up on the track it's the Gandhi Mile. Oh no, it's not, is it? I'm losing track of it. We're flicking between different events. It's the men's 3,000 metre steeplechase final. The screen's correct, I'm wrong. Losing the plot at this late stage. So there is the lineup for you in this steeplechase final. Big lineup, 11 athletes. We'll meet them all in a minute. There they all are. Ewan Thomas, not to be confused with brilliant 400 metre runner from this country, different, although they are both Welsh. Now here we go then. This is the lineup for the men's 3,000 metre steeplechase final. The man on the outside from Rugby Northampton in that light blue vest and the glasses is Thomas Brinkley, under 23 athlete. I mean, this could be another really close race. We've got a couple of athletes with similar personal bests. There is Ewan Thomas. One of the younger ones in this field is an under 20 athlete. He's ran 9:19. Could be the ideal opportunity for someone like him to get a big personal best or chase it down for sure. Matthew Nat, Scottish athlete, the Giffnock North athlete, same club as Neil Gawley. Dylan Millard, talented athlete, the GB Junior, competing here for them today. Sam Costley, the England athlete, he's run 8:55, the third fastest in the lineup. This is Oliver Ward, Black Ethan Bromley. Look forward to seeing him give this one a real go, getting amongst the mix. Black Ethan Bromley athletes always see their vest near the front. Logan Patete. Wearing the African violet vest of Loughborough. Lewis Mills of Tunbridge. 8:52 man, he's the fastest in the field. This is John Stolberg. Keep an eye out for him. Birmingham Rohe athlete. This is Bobby Andrews Callett. Again, another under 20 who would like to chase down that qualifying mark. And here is George Phillip on the inside. So a couple of these under-20s chasing down that 8:55 qualification for the World Junior Championships. Kalek is somebody that wasn't too far off the European junior standard last year, so he will think he can probably drop 10 seconds or so to get close to it. This is a good race for him with a couple of athletes a bit quicker. How fast will it be? That's the question.
Yeah, Scott, it's going to be an intriguing one because you've got the likes of Mills, Petete, Costly, Millard as well, that have all gone under that 9-minute barrier before. Now, how are they going to tee their race up versus some of the juniors that will be looking to just try and hang on the coattails of these athletes? It's we've said this before, the steeplechase, it's a real tough event. It's long enough that you need to really consider the weather conditions, tucking in, getting a free ride, getting a draft round. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one pans out, who's going to take it on, what kind of tempo are they going to set? Are they just going to run for points? Are they going to run for the win? Or are they going to get after a time today? So yeah, it's the beauty of the sport, Scott, because we don't have a clue what these athletes are going to do.
Yeah, absolutely, and everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face, as they say. Like, that's how it goes often in these races, until somebody goes and does something quite rogue, a la Jakob Ingebrigtsen 2024 Paris Olympic final. So here we go then. They're away at the front, and it's steady at the minute, and just everybody getting strung out single file, which says to me this is not that quick, but everybody's finding their place in the field.
Yeah, we can see the wave lights though, and they look to be bang on them at the front there. Petete, the Loughborough athlete, he seems to be the one making the pace, and we can see Mills in second place there, just tucked in on the inside. Again, Mills, the 8:52 man, the quickest in the field today. So, yeah, Petete taking them round at a healthy pace. I tell you what, Scott, I'd love to know what the wave lights are actually set at, because it would be such a good gauge for us. Do they go off the qualification standards for the juniors, or is it just set for a time for the seniors as well? It's a hard one to call.
Yeah, I don't know. The fact that Bradley Andrews Kalek is there at the front, just on the outside in the blue vest, says to me that this pace is probably, the wave light is probably set to 8:55. I don't know. We are guessing. We don't have that information. We've got so much going on and so many numbers in front of us. I'm not sure I'd be able to work out which ones are the wave light pace anyway. But they are getting out nicely. As you say, Petete, one of the athletes in the field that has got a strong personal best of 8:52. He has around 9:11 this season, and he's certainly going quicker than that at the minute. And he's just starting to stretch out the pace.
Yeah, he definitely is, and I think Mills is very aware of Petete on the front there, because there was a moment where Petete looked to put a couple of metres into the field there, and Mills just closed it up. But as we say that as well, Andrews Kalek as well, he gets himself back on the shoulder of Petete, so it's a little bit choppy and changey at this early stage in the race, and the athletes will be finding their rhythm, and ideally you'd want this to thin out a little bit, because you don't want these athletes too bunched when they're going over the water jump or when they're going over the barriers, which it's a little bit heavy at the front at the moment. But Petete, he's got the inside line, he's on the front, he's making this race. But yeah, Andrews Kalek put himself back up in there onto the shoulder. We can see the GB junior athlete in there as well. That looks to be Dylan Millard, so he's up there as well, and Mills on the inside. And as we say that, it looks to be Millard that's made a bit of a move at the front. Yeah,
Millard is somebody who's gone under 9 minutes, 8:59 a personal best, and maybe just sensing the need to try and push this pace on, because whilst we mentioned that they've got a few months to go until those World Junior Championships, they need the qualification standard a lot earlier, and they want to have it in the bag for when they go to those England Age Group Championships, the trial race. They can go and get to the front, win the race, and not have to worry about chasing a time, because there are so few opportunities for high quality steeplechase races. They need to try and nail it down today.
Yeah, that's the thing. There isn't a lot of opportunities to get high quality steeplechase races, and I know we banged on about the conditions today, Scott, but actually for steeplechase running right now, it doesn't look too bad. The sun's shining, it's not particularly cold, but it's not particularly hot either. The wind is manageable for these athletes, so Loughborough, it's a good track, it's not a slow track as well, so they've really got to take advantage of this opportunity. And it looks, from what we're seeing in front of us now and what we're seeing unfolding here is that Millard is doing that. With 4 laps to go, Millard's on the front and he's got about a metre on the rest of the field at this point.
Yeah, and that gap is growing certainly, and we're going to have to see a few changes to the athletes in the chasing group because they will need to try and make a move, and I think that gap is going to start to close now. We have more of them trying to chase down that gap, and that is very smart. I think that's Sam Costley, the one just closing the gap. He's done a good job there. Lewis Mills is the man in 4th, just starting to edge out Andrews Kalek here. And yeah, you can't let somebody get too far ahead of you in a race like this because it can unravel quite quickly where it just becomes too far to chase down over the final couple of laps.
Yeah, Andrews Kalek, he's into 3rd or 4th place at the moment. He is such a hard athlete to read because there's sections in the race where I think he's looking tired, he's going to drop off the pace, then the next thing he surges and he's back in that front pack. So Andrews Kalek at the moment, he's a hard athlete to read. For me, you know, Mills in 3rd place, Scott, I think he looks very relaxed, I think he looks very controlled, and he's just given the athletes enough space to breathe. But for me, he looks as though there's still a lot of running left in the legs of Mills, and it's going to be interesting to see how Millard plays this one out, whether he is just going to solely start just cranking this pace.
Yeah, it's hard to know as well for those that are perhaps chasing the time on the wave light, whether you just stick with the lights if you're not feeling very good, or you try and push on and try and race it. I think you've got to try and race it. You can't just sit there and try and hold on for a time. You need to commit, even if it's starting to hurt. Stolberg is there in 5th place at the moment and maybe just starting to close the gap on Andrews Kalek, but no doubt about the man at the front, it's Dylan Millard, and he's looking very good.
He is, yeah, and it's been a brave run from Millard now as he's coming around. He's going to see the lap count, and he's going to know he's ticked another one off. So yeah, Millard's still on the front now, and yeah, like we said, it's been a brave run so far from Millard, and he's starting to creep away from this field a little bit. Now the question is whether Costley and Mills can close that, because this steeplechase, it's labour intensive. You know, the barriers, they're going to really drain the tank. So as we come around with 2 laps to go, you know, Millard looks to have built a decent lead here, Scott. The question is Mills going to make the pass from Costley, because he's moving right around this bend, and we called it that Mills still looked good, and I think he still looks like he's got a bit of running left in the legs.
Yeah, he now actually looks the best I think I've seen him so far in this race. Just when he started to surge past there, he's showing what he's got left in the tank, and that gap, well, it's not closing just yet, but in steeplechase final 600 metres, things can close very, very quickly, and I think Mills is looking strong, and maybe Millard is just starting to tighten up. That stride not quite as fluid. He's not contacting the ground with that same bounce he had a couple of laps ago.
Yeah, so Millard takes the water jump there nicely, but so does Mills, and Mills looks fresh coming out of that water jump there as well. There looks to be a spring in the step of Mills, so this is going to turn into a right burn up this last 400 metres. It's going to be interesting to see if Mills can close him down, because to be honest, Mills needs to really get on the back of him in the next sort of 150 metres to really start applying that pressure, because if he leaves it too long, then Millard is going to be able to outstrength him here. But as they go into the take the belt, and Mills got that all wrong. He got that all wrong, and that has just played right into the hands of Millard, who looks to be well away with this one now, Scott.
Well, he just totally misjudged the approach, didn't he, to that barrier. He was picking up speed, but was almost thinking about sprinting without thinking about the barrier, and he did so well to sort of roll over the barrier and get back up, and somehow he's still in 2nd, and somehow Mills still looks really good here. He will not catch Dylan Millard at this rate. Dylan Millard is bang on with that wave light, and if it is indeed set at that World Junior qualifying standard of 8:55, he's looking to try and secure that spot and secure that time and make life a bit easier for himself later in the season. He does very well over the final water jump. Only one more barrier to go, just over 100 metres left, and Millard is starting to push on. Mills is there in 2nd place. Stolberg is trying to chase him down, and Millard pushing away, pushing on ahead of that wave light, and Dylan Millard, the GB Junior, has absolutely smashed it. 8:51 and 50. A brilliant run. Mills, where would he have been if he didn't clatter that barrier on on the last lap, but Stolberg comes through to take third. Well, what a race.
Yeah, Millard was fantastic there for me, Scott. A really mature performance from the GB Junior that's just won that race there. A really mature performance, looked great, and actually when he was coming down the home straight and he took that final barrier, there did look to be a spring in the step of Millard as well, so it would have been really interesting to see what would have happened if Mills hadn't got it all wrong going into that last lap there. The timing going into that barrier, it's like you said, Scott, you were absolutely correct. It looked like he was trying to pick up the pace and almost forgot the barrier was there and ended up going over it head first. He done well to survive the fall and get back up and finish how he did, so hats off to Mills. But Millard there was phenomenal, and you can see that there. It's like he dived over the barrier. It's an unorthodox hurdling technique, Scott.
It is very sort of untrained African hurdling technique, isn't it? Where they just sort of like side skip over, but he did really well. I mean, for this, I think he just holding his left knee there as he sat up, but he did so well to finish that race, didn't he? Brilliant.
Yeah. He did. I tell you what, this Loughborough International, it hasn't disappointed today. The races have been extremely entertaining, I would say, Scott, and we've just seen there in the pole vault, it looked like Molly Caudry was making an attempt, so we'll get a result in for her, see what she's ticked off in her pole vault competition today at the Loughborough International. We will be heading back over to the track shortly as well, because I believe we're moving on to the Gandhi Mile next, Scott.
Yeah, absolutely, and we just got a glimpse of Molly Caudry, who is in the pole vault competition. I knew she was here, she was watching. I thought she was planning to compete, but didn't see her when I peered down into the warm-up area earlier on. But she is here, which is great to have a world indoor champion Molly Caudry here. It's we're very fortunate to have her compete. She obviously trains here and knows the area well. So that pole vault competition is underway. They're up to 390 and beyond now.
So we can see the men out on the track as we head to the Gandhi Mile. Bring an introduction of these athletes when our camera pans across there. So onto the Gandhi Mile, we start from the outside. We've got Oliver James, Welsh athlete, lining up in this Gandhi Mile. Now on the inside of Oliver James, we've got Ted Higgins representing England today. Ted Higgins in fantastic form. Move across into our GB Junior competitor, Freddie Rowe, under 18 athlete. All eyes on him today. Next on the inside from him, we've got Adam Brown, senior from Scotland. And we move next to the Loughborough athlete, Zachary Dunn, under 23. And then we go on to Jack Llewellyn-Davies there, senior athlete from Wales. On the inside of him, we've got Daniel Odling there, GB athlete, under 23. And then we move along to Tommy Cropley, under 23 athlete. Patrick Barnes, the under 20, he'll be looking to have a good run today out over the mile. Samuel Perry next, under 23, 4:13 personal best for Perry. Then we go into senior ranks with Stephen Kerfoot there, experienced campaigner Stephen Kerfoot. We'll cross over to Jamie Keir, 4:13 personal best for Jamie Keir. And completing our lineup for this men's Gandhi Mile, we go to the athlete on the inside, that is Ben Hamblin. Scott, this is a really interesting race. There's some good athletes in this one, some good junior talent as well. I'm not going to call you for a prediction, but where are your eyes drawn to in this one?
For me, no doubt about it, Ted Higgins. Although Freddie Rowe is going to give this a real run for his money, brilliantly just outside 2 minutes. Outside 4 minutes for the mile at the Bannister Mile a couple of weeks ago. So he'll fancy his chances.
Yeah, couldn't agree more with you there. Two athletes that do jump out to me as well. Higgins. For me, what strikes me about Higgins, Scott, and you'll have seen this on the indoor circuit, he is such a good racer. Him and his brother both really just, their racing IQ is phenomenal, so it's going to be interesting to see how this one pans out. We've got the wave lights, but Freddie Rowe, the youngster, taking the win at the Bannister Miles just outside 4 minutes. He looked really good in that race as well, so I'm intrigued to see how this one pans out. But it's Higgins that's gone to the front. He set the tempo early on and it's stretched out, so it looks to be fairly healthy, Scott.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's nobody really else in this lineup that can run a sub 340 1500 metres. Ted Higgins can. He's done that indoors and he's done it in his one race outdoors this year. So if he wants to, he can push this pace. He could run sub 4. I don't think they're going to go for a crazy time, something super quick, but it could still be quick. And Ted Higgins at the minute is just leading them out very nicely, and exactly what you would expect. Freddie Rowe is in a good position, and Higgins is somebody also that has run a brilliant 800. You know, he's super quick on the shorter stuff, so we know how quick he can go. I'm not sure the others are going to be able to live with it in the final 200 or 300 metres.
Yeah, they probably went through that first 400 in around about the 61 second mark, the 61 high. So I think, you know, looking at that, the way that Higgins is setting this one up is, I think this is going to be a gradual squeeze on the field. I wouldn't be surprised if we see another, you know, 61, 62 second 400 metre split here, and then I think he's going to wind it from the front, because, you know, Higgins will be very conscious that, you know, for the other athletes behind him, like, you know, the Freddie Rowes of this field that can close well, the youngsters, they're going to just want to sit and draft off Higgins, so he's got to be smart in the way that he delivers this one. But it's Higgins on the front, he looks controlled, he looks good, and it's Rowe in second place. Yeah,
absolutely. And we're just seeing Jamie Keir move up into third place there with Rowe on his left shoulder, and they're all bunched up behind, aren't they? This is a quick pace, they're already starting to push it, and there's a lot of athletes still in the mix. So I wonder, there goes Jamie Keir just moving himself up into second place. He's done just shifting himself up through the field, I think he is. And right now Higgins, I don't think he'll be too phased, will he? He's used to these sorts of races, taking them out at the front. He knows how to close quickly, and I don't think he'll mind this either, Rich.
No, I don't think he'll mind that, but I was surprised that move occurred there, because I thought Higgins would want to just control this and constantly stay on the front and constantly grind it, but that hasn't been the case here. It looks to be I believe it's a Scottish athlete that's hit the front there, Scott, but Higgins still sat in second place there, Keir in there, Freddie Rowe coming wide now as they come towards the bell now, so they're coming into the bell lap, and Higgins just positioning himself nicely, getting on the shoulder.
Yeah, it's Adam Brown, the Scottish athlete, that's taken to the front. He's ran 4:11 for the mile before. Jamie Keir is in there, somebody that's ran 4:13. Higgins just using him down this back straight, ideally as a bit of a windbreak as they go into that strong headwind. And we know he's got a big kick. We've seen it so many times from Ted Higgins. What's he got left in the tank here?
Yeah, there's a little bit of chopping and changing, and Higgins is being held on the outside, but Rowe is making a big move down the back straight. Rowe got in all kinds of trouble around about the 1200 metre mark, but now Rowe's made his move and he's onto the shoulder. This is going to be an absolute burn up this last 150 metres, Scott.
Yeah, I think Higgins has found himself in a tricky position, tucked on the inside curve. He needs to try and get out of there and get out of trouble, and here he comes on the outside.
Rowe strikes for home with about 80 metres to go, and Higgins is tight on him, but Rowe, can he hold on to this one? The GB Junior looks to have the legs over Higgins today, and that is a big run. Freddie Rowe takes the win, 4-4 across the line. Higgins second. I tell you what, Scott, if you're out kicking a 145, 146 man like Ted Higgins is, then you've got serious wheels, and that was very, very impressive from Freddie Rowe there.
Well, I think he put himself in a brilliant position coming into that final 200 metres. He just moved on the outside and just about got a nose in front, which made it so difficult for anybody else like Ted Higgins to get out of that gap and get around him. And I think you were right. You said you were surprised that Higgins let Adam Brown, the Scottish athlete, get in front of him. And you're probably right in the end, because he ended up putting himself in a difficult position in the final 200.
Yeah, and it's one of them, you make a call in a split second in the race, and probably for Higgins at that point he thought, well, we've got 600 metres to go, I'm comfortable with somebody else leading at this point. However, it didn't work in his favour, because when Brown got on the front, it almost started to bunch up behind him slightly as well as they were building there. Brown had a fantastic run as well. He closed well and he made a lot of that race, and he was there until that last 150 metres. But yeah, I think Freddie Rowe just got the benefit coming off that bend a little bit more than Higgins there. But yeah, another fantastic race in the books for the Loughborough International today.
I mean, I've been really impressed watching Freddie Rowe race this season, because he can close so quickly. Like, he just seems to keep finding extra gears and doesn't seem to tire at the end. And I mean, I was saying I don't think anybody else can outkick Ted Higgins. I was wrong. Young Freddie Rowe can. Yeah,
it's interesting. When I was doing a little bit of research on Freddie Rowe, I did notice that he'd set a new 400 metre PB actually this season, clocking 50 point something. And I think at his age, he's probably done that in a normal week, potentially have raced either side of it as well. So yeah, Freddie Rowe has absolutely got wheels, and he showed that today. A brilliant mile race there.
Yeah, for sure. Intrigued to see how fast he can go this season. The World Junior qualifying for the youngsters over the 1500 metres is 3:43, 1:48 as well. Seems like a time that Freddie Rowe might be capable of, 1:48.
Yeah, I would think so, and especially that 1500 metre time. That will certainly be within his capabilities. So exciting times in the middle distance events, and yeah, it's good to see that this the British dominance or stronghold that we've got really in them middle distance events looks to be something that's going to continue with some of the junior talent that we're seeing at these events, and across the board. So yeah, great things to come.
Well, the pole vault. The bar is up to 4:20 now. Molly Caudry cleared 4:05 at the second time of asking. Jade Spencer Smith, Tilly Hooper and Namaya Munir still in this competition.
Andy Mile winner Freddie Rowe. Freddie, what a sprint finish. When did you know you'd won it?
Oh, to be fair, for me, I don't think I really knew I had it. Ted was coming really quickly, so I thought I've got to try and hold him off. So until I got to that line, I don't think anything was guaranteed there.
And look, obviously it's an international, you've got some of the best athletes in the country, but what's it like lining up with someone like Ted Higgins, who's willing to take it out, make it so quick, and then to come through and win? Just talk me through how you approach a race like this one.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a tricky one, obviously, when being a bit younger, racing against these older guys is a bit of a tricky one. You don't know how obviously they're probably a lot tactically better than myself, so I think that it's just sort of having the mindset that you've got to trust in yourself. I think trusting yourself is the biggest part of this. So I think, coming out that home straight, I thought I just got to trust myself, trust my kick, and hopefully get to the line here with a win. So yeah.
And a good win, your name's in the historic notebook, you've won the Gandhi Mile at the Loughborough International. What's next for the rest of the season for you?
I think I've got one more race and then a bit of a gap towards Euro trials, so late June hopefully there. Hopefully, fingers crossed, qualify, and then Euros at the end in July.
Well, Loughborough, your Gandhi Mile Loughborough International champion, Freddie Rowe.
Well, we are almost ready to go with the 200 match races. We've got the men, the women, and the women's ambulant race. So we start with the women's 200 metre match. Hannah Breyer, who ran the guest race earlier, she is a 400 runner now, so she's using this as a bit of sharpening up and training, and after that 23.18 earlier, she might go even quicker, Rich.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting because actually the conditions now are much more conducive to quicker times. It's warmed up a little bit, so yeah, it'd be intriguing to see how Hannah Breyer goes over this 200 metres, a second one of today. I wonder whether it's just a bit of experiment and getting the feel for rounds, getting out competing twice and just getting a bit more fatigue in the legs than you normally would. I think that would be the thought process behind this one for Breyer.
Yeah, for sure. Well, here's the result from the Gandhi Mile. Freddie Rowe 4:04.10, Ted Higgins 4:04.36, and Brown, the Scottish athlete, in third place there. That's Molly Caudry. Nice
it is.
Clearance at 4:20, first time of asking. With the space buttons and white arm sleeves. So there is the start list. The athletes still getting behind their blocks at the minute, just trying to keep warm. There is still 4 minutes until they're scheduled to go, so they are nice and early. The athletes just making sure they're using all of this time. And as you say, the conditions are a lot warmer and the wind is not quite as aggressive. I mean, I don't know whether I mentioned it, my woolly hat has come off, as has my gloves, so that just goes to show how much nicer it is now, how more palatable it is. The high jump is on too, and they're enjoying a bit of the sun, I think.
Scott, the woolly hat may have came off, but you are still sat in a coat and about 15 layers underneath it, so I mean, I don't know, maybe our body temperature is a bit off for that. I was down in a t-shirt an hour ago.
I mean, I said like the sort of northeast weather must be absolutely horrendous if this is warm for you, but I mean, I think cold is the curse of a commentator, because when the cold sets in, it just everything starts to feel a bit more challenging. So the high jump is underway. We are at 174. Our Welsh athlete in this competition is Hannah Lake. Good to see her competing, and she's over 174. First time of asking.
Yeah, so that will put Lake, I think that'll put Lake straight into the top there. Dahlia Crop looks like she's had one failure at 174 there. So you can see our Loughborough athlete lining up now. That's Mabel Rose Scales.
Well, we'll be back with the high jump in the pole vault after this next race, the women's 200 metres. And here they are on the outside, a real young talent from Tunbridge. She's getting quicker and quicker. Now on under 23, Lucy Talent. Good lane draw for her, I think. She gets out very, very quickly, very aggressive out of the blocks. Good to see her here, opening her season, her early season. Rachel Bennett, the England athlete, has ran 22.87. Had her absolute best. The England athletes ran 23.53 this season. On the inside of her, super young talent, saw her indoors last season. Also Emma Clark, she is only an under 18. She's very quick, can go under 24 seconds at her best. Millie King competing for Loughborough students, an athlete capable of going under 23.5 seconds, could feature here. Sophie Thomas, the GB junior, saw earlier on in the 100 when she ran a big personal best. Sophie Thomas ran 23.28 indoors this year. In lane 3, well, we saw her earlier on in the guest race, we mentioned it before, but Hannah Breyer, 23.18. If she can run that again here, I don't think anybody else will get close to her. She's that good. Was used to running over the 1s and 2s, and now more of a 400 specialist. I wonder if we'll see her in the mixed 4x4 later on with Charlotte Henrik. That'd be very exciting.
That's a good shout, that, Scott, because I tell you what, that'll be a big day's work for Breyer there.
So that's the lineup. Precious Akbay Moses was supposed to start in lane 2, but is not on the start line. So Breyer on the inside, then Thomas, King, Clark, Bennett and Talent. Women's 200 metre match race. Clean start, really great start from Emma Clark. She got up very, very well. Millie King just caught napping a little bit, and now Rachel Bennett is starting to push around the bend, and as she comes into the home straight, Talon is just alongside of her. Breyer is going well on the inside. It's Millie King into her running now. Here comes Hannah Breyer with that 400 strength. It's Breyer for Wales here at the Loughborough International. 23.08. It's a personal best if it's confirmed. The wind plus 0.6 metres per second, so it's legal, and that is very quick. And she had to fight hard over that final 50. She can't quite believe it. She's getting quicker and quicker. 2 races today. A brilliant personal best for Hannah Breyer.
Absolutely. That was a phenomenal run there, and I think it just shows the, you know, potentially the difference in the competition, because she had a race on her hands there, whereas earlier on in the meet she was just out, hit it hard from the front and was well away. But yeah, Breyer there, you know, she got a good start, but not the best in the field. The outside lanes, Talon and Bennett, they both got out of the blocks really well, and coming in the home straight as well, the tussle looked to be between them two in the outer lanes in 7 and 8. But Breyer wants that 400 metre strength, Scott. I think that's what it is. That last 50, that 400 metre strength is starting to really ring true with Breyer now. And yeah, a personal best there, 23.08. I hope we see her in the 4x4.
Yeah, I do. And I would actually say Millie King, I said it on commentary, she didn't get out of the blocks very well. The second half of her bend was pretty phenomenal, and she put herself into a fantastic position over the back end of that race. Her best is 23.42. I think she might have just broken her personal best. And Hannah Breyer's time has been rounded down to 23.07. It's a big personal best. Millie King, I said she might have broken her 23.18. What a run from her, massive personal best. Sophie Thomas, 23.41. I think that'll be an outdoor personal best for her. Rachel Bennett, 23.44, a season's best. I mean, cracking run.
Yeah, absolutely, Scott. I think, you know, it's certainly put itself up there for me as one of the performances of the day, that, because I think with anything in sport, context is a massive thing, and the fact that she's came out and this is her second race of the day, and not only that, she's gone and set a personal best but taken a 10th off it pretty much. I think that is it's real positive signs for her. And yeah, I've said it once, I'll say it again, I hope she's in this 4x4 later on today, because I'm intrigued on that split.
Yeah, I think she'll fancy her chances, won't she? If she's feeling good, she'll do it. I like the way that she was surprised. Hannah Bryer's always expressive when she runs well, and I love to see an athlete enjoying themselves. So often, Rich, athletes are quite understated when they put in a big performance. And I love to see an athlete celebrate those achievements, because as an athlete you put in so many hours, days, months of hard work for that odd day where it all goes perfectly well.
I couldn't agree more. I think it's something that's really prevalent in athletics. You know, really getting the personalities out of some athletes. It seems like they're almost a little bit reserved at times, and I think the ones that the crowd and the fans can relate to are the ones that, you know, bear it all. They show their emotion when they're on the high, they show their emotion when they're on the low, and I think that's what fans of the sport like to see. And those kind of celebrations and those kind of reactions, it just triggers an emotion within you when you're watching it. And you know that, yeah, it was a fantastic run from Bria there. And I'm sat here and I'm pleased for her, because she's triggered some emotion.
Yeah, exactly, and me. Love to see it. We have some long jump action now. The pole vault is also on. The high jump is on. Well, we have 3 athletes over 420. Caudry, Ive and Hooper. Caudry was the only one over 420 the first time of asking. It's Jade Ive down on the runway in the red. Always colourful in competition.
Yeah, and we've just seen Dahlia Crop there as well. A failure for her at 174. And we've got Hallie Ferguson leading the way in that women's high jump competition.
Still in the opening round of this long jump, Sammy Locke with 6.99, Sam Wright with 6.76, and this is Abraham Sharif, 2.85 in the bottom corner of your screen.
So next up on track, Scott, we are going to go over to the 200 metre ambulance final match, so we'll be over there shortly. So next up on track, we have got the 200 metre final ambulant match starting in the outside lane, lane 8. We've got Hetty Bartlett there, the T38 athlete, 28.55 personal best for Hetty Bartlett. In lane 7 we go across to India Oates, T35 athlete competing for Loughborough students today, 29.24 personal best for Oates. Lane 6 we've got under 23 competing for GB, Rebecca Scott, personal best of 27.65, competing in the T47 category. Winner from our 100 metre race earlier, competing for Ireland. We go to Lana Sutton, 26.77 personal best. Lane 4 we go over to Sally Brown, our senior, 27.02, competing today. And in lane 2 we've got Rosie Porter there, the T38 athlete competing for England, 28.55 personal best for Porter. And closing out this field, Cara Murphy on the inside in lane 1, T12 athlete competing for Scotland, under 16, 28.86 personal best. Again, always a tough one to call, these 200 metre races. Initial thoughts, Sally Brown, Lana Sutton on them lanes 4 and 5. It's certainly going to feature in this. Lana Sutton, who took the win in the 100 metre race earlier on today as well. settling into their blocks there. And clean away out of the blocks. Sutton did get a good start there, and it looks to be Lana Sutton that looks to be in the lead this early stage in the race as they build round into this final 100 metre stretch of this 200 metre race. And it is Sutton that's out on the front there. Now, can she hold on, because there's a challenge coming from Brown in the background there. So Sally Brown, number 48, and Lana Sutton right the way through the line. It looks like Sutton's just going to hold on to that one. 26.71 across the line. Unofficially, we'll wait for our official results to come through. It does look to be a plus 2.2 metres per second wind with the athletes there. 26.77 was Lana Sutton's previous best there. It's going to be very much in the range of personal best territory for Lana Sutton there, and another victory for today after taking the win in the 100 metres earlier on today.
Yeah, great run. I mentioned earlier she was wearing the number 1 in the 100, and she's finished first in both races. So, you know, nice omen for her, and she managed to bend really well. It's sometimes tricky, athletes burn the turn. You can't cook it too much. The 200 is not the 100 or the 60 where you can just go flat out from the gun. You might be able to if you're an 800 runner or a 1500 runner, but for these sprinters they need to moderate their sort of effort at various points, and she came off the bend really strongly, had that edge and carried it through to the line.
Yeah, she did, and she done that really, really well. It was a measured bend run, and it's getting that balance right, like you said, between not overcooking it, but getting enough speed up around that bend so that when you're swinging into the home straight, you can really carry that sort of velocity round into that 100 metre section there. So, yeah, brilliant running from Lana Sutton there, and another win for her today. Plenty of action going on the field at the moment. See Regan Corrin making his attempt in the long jump, as we then switch straight across to the pole vault, and we've got the high jump on the go. It's coming at us thick and fast, Scott.
I don't know where to look, really. Molly Caudry gets the white flag at 4:33. Jade Ive is also over at 4:33, which is brilliant for her, getting close to her best of 4:50. Tilly Hooper has one more attempt at that height, so there we are.
And as we mentioned, our long jump competition well underway. Jack Roach leads that one with a jump of 7:43 from Sammy Locke in second place, 6:99, and Regan Corrin 6:95 there on their first attempt in this long jump competition. So still plenty of action to come on the field, and we're going to move to our 200 metre match on the track next, and then I think we've got some 3,000 match in the ladies. And then we've got some relays lined up as well, so still plenty of action here if you're joining us at the Loughborough International.
Yeah, for sure, some super talent coming up in the men's match 200 in just a minute. And there are the athletes for that 200 that are about to come up, and that race is scheduled for, well, bang on now, so they're not quite ready though. With the two young talents in that, I might have mentioned before, but Ethan Franklin and Farrell Fabasiwa. Fabasiwa is still an under 18, may well win this race. He's an absolute character, his box office. Look forward to seeing him.
Yeah, coming in this one with a personal best of 20.95, so he can certainly back it up. There's a good bunch of athletes in lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6. Obviously we'll get to them as we run through there, but all sort of bunched around that 20.8 mid mark to 20.9 mid mark as well. Ogier Deboran in there as well. You know, he's been around a long time now as Ogier Deboran. Competed in GB Major Champs as well, so good to see him back and tackling the 200 metres this season.
Yeah, absolutely. He anchored the England Commonwealth Games team to gold in the 4x100 at Birmingham 2022, so may fancy another role in that quartet this summer if possible. Got to get there first though. And this is Dana Keeley in the high jump. Doesn't quite make it. Well, she was close though, really close. Fabasio again. Another attempt. So, let's have a look at this start list for the 200 metres. On the outside, Alex Azzi, we saw his brother win the 100 earlier on, Jeremiah in 10.15 seconds. We saw Alex in the 4x100 this morning, so can he make it a brother 1-2 here over the 1 and 2? That would be good, wouldn't it? Another character. Love to see it. Harry Taylor, saw him in the 100, lowered his season's best in that event. Harry Taylor, the Loughborough student representative here, is ranked 21.02 at his best. He's really good at the 200 indoors. OG Edinburgh, we mentioned, specialising in the 200 this season. We'll see what he can do here. He was part of the England quartet in the relay earlier this morning. Farrell Fabasiwa, used to seeing him in the white vest of Croydon, wearing the Great Britain Junior vest today. Ezekiel Lowe ran brilliantly indoors this season. Rangy athlete. How about this man, Ethan Franklin, made the UK indoor 60-metre final earlier this season, semi-finalist at the European Juniors over the 200 last year. And here is Owen Murphy for Scotland. The best of 21.43 will hit the bend hard, I am sure. Interesting to see where this one will go. A lot of these athletes all around that like 20, like 21 second barrier. Keep an eye out for the youngsters though. Franklin in 3 and Fabasiwa in 5. They both ran under 20 seconds already this year. Fabasiwa ran 20.9 indoors in the age group championships. Could be on for something very quick with a tailwind here in Loughborough. Great start from Harry Taylor, got out very nicely. Edinburgh with a bit of work to do. Ezekiel Lowe's gone out strongly, so is Ethan Franklin on the outside. Azu is flying here, maybe just has an edge. Fabasiwa and Franklin, it's Franklin from lane 3, who's starting to pull away. Ezekiel Lowe charging back at him, can he get there? It's Ethan Franklin just about holding on, or does he? 20.92. The three of them almost abreast across the line. I think it might have been the man in white, Ezekiel Lowe, just holding on and getting it on the dip. Ethan Franklin maybe just tightening up ever so slightly in the final 5 metres. It was so close to call. We'll have to see the replay. But Ethan Franklin doesn't know. Fabasiwa doesn't know. Ezekiel Lowe doesn't know. I mean, it was a cracking race, Rich. They were all out on the blocks quickly. Franklin pushed the bend a little bit harder than the rest. But did he hold on?
You hit the nail on the head there. It's a really tough one to call because it's just, again, it chopped and changed so much. And for me, coming around the bend, coming into home straight, I thought Azu's gonna run away with this one. But the rest of the field, they closed him down, and just on the line there, it's such a tough call. We've got the official time of 20.92. We're just waiting for this, this photo finish to come through. The longer these things go on, though, the more you're thinking there's a delay with this. They're deliberating quite a lot and separating the athletes out there. So yeah, as soon as this is through, we'll get the answer. But a cracking 200-metre race there. You love it when it's so close on the line because it's just a hard one to call, and it just shows the quality that they've got at these events when the races are so packed at the front end like that.
Yeah, absolutely, and quality field, wasn't it? No wind, plus nothing. It was dead still apparently somehow.
Results are up, Scott.
Well, it's Ethan Franklin who has been given the win in 20.91, the exact same time as Ezekiel Lowe. Farrell Fabasiwa 20.93, that's a personal best for him. And Alex Azzi 21.24. I'm sure Alex Azzi will get under 21 seconds at some point. He's always very close to it, and he's getting ever closer.
Yeah, Scott, I think when you asked me who I thought won that one, I'm sure I said Ethan Franklin from Ezekiel Lowe from Fabasiwa there. So yeah, good to see that I've got that one bang on the money today.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think it's not what I said, certainly. Just one of us is getting it correct. Well,
so next on the track, so we've got a bit of field action on the go. We've still got this pole vault competition underway. And the high jump is still well underway. We've also got the match for the 3,000 metre women's event coming up as well. 11 athletes in that field.
There's the result of that 200 metre final. Ethan Franklin 20.91, Ezekiel 20.91, Farrell Favasila 20.93, the top three. So maximum points go to the GB juniors in that men's 200.
So we'll move across to the women's 3,000 metres. So as we head over across onto the back straight, you can see our athletes lining up for this 3,000 metre match. So on the outside, we've got Aoife Coffey there for Ireland, wearing number 187 there, personal best of 9:36. Next on the inside from her, we've got Kate O'Neill there, 9:20 personal best. Now representing England, the under-23 Ava Ledbetter, personal best of 10:10 in the 3,000. Then we go to Poppy Elton in the red of Wales, under-23 athlete. Just on the inside of her, representing Loughborough, we've got India Barwell. From Aldershot Farnham District, we've got Sabrina Capollard Johansson there, the under-18 athlete, 9:47 personal best for her. Representing GB Juniors, we've got Katie Pye, 9:09. What a talent this athlete is. Next we go to India Frost, our under-23 athlete. Next we go to Abby Brooke, our senior, 9:23 personal best for her. Next, wearing the blue of Scotland, Kirsty Walker, 9:36 personal best for Walker. And completing our lineup today on the inside, we've got Erin Wells, the under-20 athlete, 9:54 personal best. So that is your lineup for this women's 3,000 metre match. Scott, plenty of intrigue in this one for me, definitely. A name that does jump out that I think we need to give some airtime to. Katie Pye going into this one, 9:09 personal best. Quickest in the field representing GB Juniors today. What a talent she is.
Yeah, absolutely, and she's going to be eyeing up that 9:15 qualifying mark for the World Junior Championships later this summer, and I wonder whether that's the wave-like pace. And yeah, 7.5 laps of the track, it will tick over nicely. It's a good mix of young athletes and some that are certainly up and coming and maybe still learning this distance as they go through the age. Sabrina Capollard Johansson, perhaps one of those. And yeah, we've seen so many of these across the different age groups. Kirsty Walker for Scotland has put herself right in the middle of the pack at the moment.
Yeah, so it's Pye that's hit the front there, but you know, Katie O'Neill just getting tight on the shoulder, and it'll be interesting to see how this one does pan out, because again, like, you know, we've seen in some of the distance races, they look as though they're going to string out early on, then all of a sudden the field bunches back up. But there's quite a big difference in some of the personal bests of some of the athletes here. You know, you've got Katie Pye down with a 9:09 personal best. There's some athletes that are just outside the 10-minute mark there. So theoretically, if Pye strings this one out from the front, which it looks like she's going to do, this should whittle down pretty quickly, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, where is that wave light? I wonder whether they've given them the option of having it on or off, and they've kept it off. So they are pushing on at the moment in this opening 500 metres, starting to find some rhythm, and it's really interesting for a lot of these athletes. Some of the younger ones actually have probably got more experience of running without pacemakers than some of the perhaps under-20s and beyond, because they're used to going to young athletes leagues and English schools and competing without paces and learning how to take races on. It's always something that you're learning, and Katie Pye is certainly learning that on the track. She's still trying to use those cross-country lungs and legs that she's got to execute big races like this on the track.
Yeah, and that's key that these athletes, these junior athletes, are still progressing through them grassroots leagues. I think it's absolutely essential, because actually learning the craft of racing, it's almost becoming a bit of a forgotten art, because there is so much focus and attention on wave lights, pacemakers, fast times, that, you know, often athletes can forget how to race. And how often do we see some seniors competing at international level and you're questioning, why are they making that move in that position? Why are they going into that box there? Is it because they just haven't had enough exposure to racing? Whereas you look at, for me, the standout on this is, you look at the athletes that have progressed through the NCAA system, that US collegiate system. Josh Kerr is a perfect example. What a racer Josh Kerr is. And I think, you know, the reason behind that is that exposure to racing.
Yeah, you've got to learn how to do it, haven't you? You've got to, you know, put your spikes on the chopping block at some point and try and take a race out. And Katie Pye is doing that here. She's done this in cross country before. I've seen her do it on the cross country course, and she does it brilliantly. And she's looking full of running here as we go through the first kilometre in about 3:08. So it's nice and steady for Katie Pye. I suspect it will pick up a little bit.
Yeah, it's a healthy pace that Pye's setting there, and you can see Katie O'Neill still in the mix there, and the Welsh athlete again just getting tucked in behind Pye there. That's Poppy Elton running for Wales there. Don't actually have a personal best down for Poppy Elton, so it's hard to sort of gauge where we would expect her to be in this field at this moment. But Pye stringing out, and we've now, like I said about this field getting whittled down at quite an early stage, we can see that now, because we've got almost 2 separate races on the go at this moment.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really interesting to see that many athletes go with Katie Pye, and now we just start to see for the first time the wave lights kick in, and I wonder whether that is on that 9:15 pace I mentioned for qualifying for the World Juniors. And she's hit the front nicely. She's taken it at a steady pace. This is not super rapid, but it's not crazy slow. And Katie Pye is looking smooth and full of running. It's good to see her taking this out.
Yeah, I wonder what's gone on with the wave lights, Scott. I'm wondering that. Have they just thought, I'll tell you what, we'll leave you guessing for the first kilometre, and then you can have them from 2k onwards. But yeah, well, from 1k onwards. But yeah, it hasn't really affected what Pye's doing here, because she's set out to attack this one from the front. And we can see there is a little bit of adjustment in the pack there. Elton getting pushed down into third place there. So yeah, Pye hits the back straight now. They're coming around, they're coming around, and they'll have 3 laps to go after this, after they box off this next 300-metre section. But Pye controlling it from the front, looking good. She looks relaxed, Scott. To me, she does look like she's definitely in control, and I think what you were saying, you're absolutely right, that it's not an electric pace where there's a potential that she's going to burn out. She's got control of this one, and that's, you know, it's key for her at this stage to just keep control and keep a lid on it.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to learn when to make your move, haven't you? She knows she's much quicker than the rest of the field, but you don't want to potentially expose yourself. This is about the race, and if she is going to go to the World Juniors later this summer, and she's going to start to hone her racecraft throughout the next couple of months, these are the sorts of races she's going to have to learn how to manage, and she's doing it here. It's working well so far. The challenge is coming from what looks to be is that Abby Brooke, just to her right? Yeah, it is Abby Brooke, wearing that African violet vest, and the actual Loughborough competitor here is India Barwell in about 4th place. So we're starting to go from 6 or 7 down to about 4 or 5 now.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this pans out, because, you know, the pace that it's set, the likes of Brooke, they're still able to hang with this. So the likes of Elton, they're still able to hang with this. So yes, you know, we've set off at a reasonable pace here, but the other athletes, she hasn't shaken them yet. And you know, all Pye's got to do is, like we said, just keep a lid on it, because if the athletes are boxing up behind you and you are starting to make moves and you're not starting to drop them, that's when the questions can start to creep into the head. I don't think that's going to be the case here for Pye, because I think she is in absolute control at this moment. But Brooke is just right on the shoulder, and what Brooke's doing here is letting Pye know that I'm here and I still mean business, and you're not dictating this race all to your tune. So yeah, Brooke on the shoulder, tight on Pye.
Yeah, they were about 3 minutes 12 through that second kilometre, so about 4 seconds slower, and you can now see that the wave light is somewhere about 40 metres ahead of these athletes. So it is Brooke that's taking them out. I think a bit of a reprieve for Katie Pye, who's led at the front. We talk about how windy it is down that back straight. If I was her, I wouldn't mind being in second place here, because it gives you just a chance to regroup, breathe, take your time, learn how to control your rhythm in this race before you make a surge over the final 600.
Yeah, Brooks really started to grind this one down a bit, and you can see that group has just changed. We've got Brooke on the front, we've got Pye in second, and it looks to be Barwell in third place there, and Elton hanging on to the back of that pack. So that pack has whittled down from 5 athletes down to 4 now, and Brooke looks strong on the front, and I'm curious as to when Pye will make a move to try and close that gap, and whether she can, because Scott, to me right now, it looks like Brooke is starting to power away and build momentum. And the problem that the chasing pack then have is that Brooke is growing in confidence. If she comes through this 400 metres to go split and clocks that she's got a few metres on the field, all she's going to do is grow in confidence. And as I say that, it's Elton that makes a move round Pye, and then Barwell as well. So this one is shaping up to be an interesting race, but Brooke looks in control at this point as she takes the bell in around about 8:11, 8:12.
Yeah, she's rocking it. She's moving nicely, isn't she? I really like to see this. She's just slowly eked away from the rest of them. And sometimes you find this, don't you, as a distance athlete, you just find that you're actually growing through the race. The lungs feel good, the legs feel good, and you can start to press on. And she might even be surprised that nobody else has gone with her. Although, as I say that, the Welsh athlete is just starting to break away on her own.
Yeah, it's interesting. Elton is putting a big move here, because if you look at the gap that Elton's developed on the rest of Pye and Barwell in the space of 150 metres, she's significantly gapped them. But all this does is just show how quick Brooke is actually going, because that gap hasn't really changed there. And Brooke is piling this on with about 150 metres to go now. I think she's got this one sewn up, and she's closing this out in impressive fashion here. Be intrigued to see what her last 400 is. We know she was around about the 8:11 mark going through the bell, but it's going to be Brooke that takes this one, Scott, and an impressive performance from her.
Yeah, she's pulling away, flying, actually gaining that 40 metres they lost on the wave line. This is a brilliant run from her. It's going to be quick, it's going to be a massive personal best. It's going to be inside 9:20, it's 9:19.74. It's Elton for Wales in second, Loughborough with India Barwell coming through for third, and then we saw just coming through
Katie O'Neill.
Yeah, Kate O'Neill coming through ahead of Katie Pye. Wow, that was a tough old run out, wasn't it?
It was, and some good performances down the field there as well. I've just noticed the Scottish athlete coming through and the English athlete, Ava Ledbetter there. That's a big personal best for Ava Ledbetter there. I'm sure she was about 10:10 going into this before that. She's gone well under 10 minutes, so again, it just shows that the times are there to be taken. But that, for me, from Brooke, that was really, really impressive running there, and also equally impressive running from Elton. I just wonder if Elton had taken a little bit closer order, how interesting that last lap would have been, because they probably looked for the majority of it, they were moving at a similar pace.
Yeah, and there's Sabrina Capello-Johansson just crossing the line. Well done to her. She's only an under 18, still learning this event. She will get quicker. And sometimes we see this at Loughborough Internationals. Sometimes these races are not the quickest, but they're highly competitive, and that was. And for a lot of these athletes, we mentioned it earlier, but it might have not gone so well today, but it is still very early season. This Loughborough International is always the flag in the ground at the start of the summer campaign, and it's important to take from it what you can, but not worry about it if it's not gone quite right.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I can remember when I was competing, and some of the best seasons I had, I opened up with terrible performances, and some of the worst seasons I had was when I opened up and I was setting personal bests. And having that longevity throughout a season, it's really tough to manage, because you only get maybe 1 or 2 peaks throughout your season. You don't want your peak to come in mid-May at the Loughborough International. You want it to come around the time of the British champs, or the English schools, or the trials for your juniors, whatever your goals are. But majority of athletes, they don't really want to be hitting their peak in mid-May.
No, absolutely, and we've got to remember, we're trying to extend the season somewhat and have great quality competition in April all the way through to September, and there are opportunities out there. Yes, it becomes more difficult if you're of school age and you're going on holiday in July and August. I wish I was, but there is a lot of competition opportunity, whether that's open meetings, British Milers clubs, or county, regionals, English schools, all that. So great performance from Abby Brooke, getting it done at the Loughborough International. You'll remember that for a long time, and the way she did it was fantastic.
So we can see on the infield there, Keeley, the Irish athlete there, just taking that bar down there as she was attempting, looked to be she was attempting 182 there. So Keeley, Deanna Keeley there in third place currently, 181 season's best. Hallie Ferguson sat at the top spot in that high jump, 184 with a personal best. So yeah, good set of jumps. That was set on her last attempt at 184 as well. So great jumping from Ferguson there.
So here's the lineup for this men's 3,000 metres match. There's only 2 races to go, including this one, the mixed 4x4 coming after this in about 20 minutes, I think. And this man on the outside is Lewis Jagger, great surname. It's around 8:09 for the 3,000 metres. And Dion Griffin, the Welsh athlete competing for them today in the red of Wales. 8:14 his best. Can he contend at the front of this race? Joe Hill, only an under 18. Done 8:22, which is actually inside the European under 18 qualifying mark. So Max Anderson is an under 20, 8:25 his best. James Edgerton is the England competitor here today, 8:21 his best. Tom Preston is next to him. There he is in the Panvac vest. Tom Preston, Peterborough and Neen Valley AC. James McRae, Mansfield Harrier, not too far away from here. They host the National Cross Country Relays every November. Ben McMillan, Scottish athlete. How fast can he go here? The man to his left is another athlete that will be eyeing up selection to the European Under-18 Championships, Joe Skanes. He's well inside the qualification standard of 8:24 with a best of 8 minutes 10. Good on the cross-country circuit as well. Joe Skanes, Will DeVere Owen, Loughborough student representative here. How many laps must he have done around this Paula Radcliffe Stadium, I wonder, in training? Dylan Stoneman, Team Bath athlete. Another athlete with a great surname in this race. Distinctive vest will spot him around the 7.5 laps today. And Rafe Sarif, Belgrave Harrier, personal best of 8:25. England currently leading by over 30 points from Wales. Wales only 6 points ahead of Loughborough students as they go away. So the man in the distinctive vest, Dylan Stoneman, finds himself at the front in this opening 50 metres. And 7.5 laps of the track, this 3,000. Oh, and the wave lights kicked in nice and early. It's not taken a slow walk from the Netherlands, which is where this one has come from. So, Rich, any names you think might try and pluck this up, or will we see a slightly different set of tactics than we saw? And actually, as I say that, slightly different set of tactics. I don't think this is a race, it's more of a walk.
Yeah, this is set off very, very slowly. For me, the intrigue goes to Joseph Skanes. He's the youngest athlete in the field, but he's the second quickest in there. 8:10 personal best. I'm just what I want to see from Skanes here is how he manages the race. It doesn't not necessarily bother what the time comes out at. Just there's a couple of athletes that are, well, there's one athlete that's quicker than him. There's a couple of them that are just behind him as well. I'm intrigued to see how Skanes going into this one as the second quickest athlete in the field, how he manages that. And you can see there's been a big injection of pace there. They're not messing about. It looks like, is it Rafe Sarif that's gone to the front there?
Yeah, the Belgrave Harrier.
Yes, it has. Yeah, and he's not messing about here, and it was a very, very cagey first 300 metres there. But yeah, nice to see that Sarif is making this one a bit honest. But yeah, for me, the attention goes to Skanes. Just curious to see how he manages this one.
Yeah, I've seen him a lot on the cross-country course, and he can handle races very well, and as we've mentioned already in the previous race, actually translating that cross-country energy and endurance to the track in a way that you can win these types of races is a real learning curve for a lot of athletes. And it's great to see Sarif take this one out with those sunglasses on and just pushing it on inside the opening 600. I mean, we're already, I don't know, 100 metres, oh, not quite, 80 metres behind the wave line, so it shows just how slow it is. And yeah, we want it to pick up a bit, but we want it to be close.
Yeah, I know. We want the best of both worlds, don't we? We want quick races, but we want races as well. We can see the athlete James McRae there wearing 194, settled in third place. He's an athlete that, you know, on personal best 8:15 personal best, but season's best 8:38. Now let's not read too much into the season's best. He might have just been in slow races, so interested to see how he manages this one as well. But it is Sarif still out on the front, still taking the pace in this one. Very pedestrian that first 200-300, and yeah, I mean, for them to get back on the wave lights, they're going to have to really go some tempo. I can't see them being able to do that just based on what times they've ran. But yeah, it's you know, it's a shame the time slipped away, because now it's coming through to the wave lights are coming through the finish area, and they're just getting into the home straight. So can't see them getting back on pace for that.
Yeah, absolutely, and there's a lot of athletes, Rich, in this race that have got bests around 8:20 in and around that. And actually, with the pace being a bit slower, it kind of brings everybody on the start line into a potential podium spot, because it's so close at the minute. Everybody's cagey, and they went through in, what was that, 2:59 through the first kilometre there, so it's not super quick. It's only marginally quicker than the women's race through the first kilometre, so they are now, I think, just starting to move and get into a bit of a quicker rhythm.
Yeah, I think Scott, that split there, that 2:59-ish through that first kilometre. I think you just look at, say, the road scene over 5Ks, and how many races do we see now won in low 14s, under 14 minutes? That is significantly quicker than these guys are operating at the moment. And this is no slant on these athletes, because they're here to race, and they you know, there'll be ones that will want to win, and they'll want to win in a certain way. They'll know what their strengths are. But all this race is doing is really boiling it down for the guys that have more 5,000 metre guys. They're not going to maybe have the impact as someone who's maybe a 15-3K runner. So the ones who've maybe got a little bit more leg speed, a little bit more turnover. I'd be looking at someone like Skanes, just being a bit younger. Naturally, I would think, you know, he's going to have good basic speed still. So it'll be interesting to see how this one pans out. But yeah, the pace doesn't look to be increasing significantly.
No, not at all. And they are just starting to tick along. I mean, as you say, like 3-minute kilometres, these guys will have done that sort of pace in training quite a lot, wouldn't they? Whether that's on the road, on the grass, or on the track.
Yeah, definitely. You've got to think, you know, running 30 minutes for 10K nowadays, it's you know, it's not really easily achievable, but there's a lot of athletes that get under that 30-minute mark. That is what pace that these were setting out at of that first kilometre. But Sarif, he's on the front, he's controlling it, and you know, he's leading this field round at a steady pace. But the telltale sign is that every single one of them athletes, although we've got a range of personal bests and season's best, they are all still there in the mix as they're coming around with about 3 laps to go.
Yeah, Lewis Jagger, who's the fastest in the field at 8:09, just trying to pinpoint where he is. He's in the back half of this field.
He is.
And he's somebody that will be more than happy to just sit in there and let the others just pick the pace up. I mean, there's not much pace in this race, but he's more than happy to just sit towards the back and let it roll round. And yeah, he's there in third from the back at the moment in the blue and white vest, so he needs to be careful. Same with Joe Skanes, who's the smaller figure in the all-black strip of Blackheath and Bromley, that they don't get caught out at the back, because when they all start to come, you're going to have to go round in lane 5 to get beyond some of these athletes.
Yeah, this is the thing. When it gets bunched and it's slow like this, and the athletes that are at the back, if they miss the break, realistically, you've got to think, by the time you get out of the box, then close the gap, you have to be going significantly. We're talking 2-3 seconds per 400 quicker than the other lads on the front. Now, in a slow run race like this, when the PBs are there or thereabouts with each other, you know, for someone like Jaggy, you would imagine he'd be able to do that, but he doesn't want to do too much, because then it leaves it open for the likes of Skanes that are in there, that are around that mark, that could easily take him over that last, you know, that last closing stages of the race. So it looks to be the Welsh athlete Dion Griffith that's hit the front now, an 8:14 operator, so he's certainly no slouch, one of the quicker ones in this field. But as we say that, Skanes has moved to the front.
Yeah, as we went through 2 kilometres there, it was 5:48, so they picked up to around about 2:49 through that second kilometre, so much quicker. And now Joe Gaines, the youngster, no fear here. Under 18, going against some experienced heads, and has opened up a 10-metre gap with less than 2 laps to go, and nobody else quite quick enough to go. But here comes the fastest man in the field. We said he was at the back. Lewis Jagger just starting to close that gap. Well, what if he was just about 5 metres closer to the front on that break? He'd be right on the tail of Joe Gaines right now. Jagger's still got some work to do, and Stoneman is there in about 4th right now too.
Yeah, this was exactly what I was saying there. Jagger, he didn't get caught sleeping, but he wasn't there at the break when Gaines made his move, and he's had to expend a lot of energy to get him in a position. Yes, he's in contention now, and he may well go on to beat Gaines here, but Gaines is on the front, and I love this approach that Gaines has taken here. I love the way he's thought, right, 800 metres to go, sack it, I'm hitting the front here, and he's gone for it.
He's still going to find something extra though, because there are 2 athletes hot on his heels, and they're starting to charge, and one of them is the Scottish athlete Ben McMillan. McMillan is looking good here. I wonder whether he'll just start to try and push on down the back straight and maybe push beyond Lewis Jagger, but that gap doesn't seem to be closing right now. It's different, isn't it? The smaller, more speedy cadence of Joe Gaines up against the taller figures, and here does come Ben McMillan. Can he chase him down over this final 200 metres? The 3 of them, Joe Gaines, from McMillan, from Jagger. This is it, into the final 120 metres. The battle is on. Joe Gaines, he's only 17 years of age. Can he hold them off here at the Loughborough International? I don't think he will, because here comes Ben McMillan, the Scottish athlete, pushing on, looking full of running, stretching out those long legs of his. A brilliant run, a well-timed run down that back straight, and it's 8:21, a 58-second last lap. Joe Gaines holds on for 2nd, and then Lewis Jagger coming through for 3rd. Well, it was going to be so much quicker than that in the opening half of this race. They really did pick it up, and in the end, the wisdom, the speed, the experience of Ben McMillan sees him through to the line.
Yeah, that was impressive from McMillan there. He closed really, really well, and he looked great down the back straight when he was just eating into Gaines' lead there. Fantastic running there from Ben McMillan there. And, hats off to Gaines, because, Scott, I said it, I loved the move he made. And I love the way that the youngest athlete in this field is really just, he took the race by the scruff of its neck there with 2 laps to go. And that takes a level of courage to do that and try and beat a field that way. So, hats off to Gaines there. I thought he ran well. Jagger finished in 3rd place. Again, maybe his positioning earlier on, would the result have looked slightly differently? I don't know, but I think a lot to learn for all them athletes in there. But McMillan, brilliant on the day.
Yeah, timed it to perfection, didn't he? It was a bit cat and mouse, and we said it was pedestrian in that first kilometre. It was, but when Joe Gaines hit the front, it made it exciting, didn't it? It really opened that race up, and it was a free hit from him, because he had nothing to lose. Nobody's going to say, oh, look at the under 18 who's taking this one out with 2 laps to go, but he did the right thing, and it almost came off. He's going to learn a lot from that, and we have one more race to go, and it's the mixed 4x400 metres, which comes in about 14 minutes time. I wonder whether they'll be out on the track a little bit earlier than that, and I'd love to see. We've got 8 teams on this start line. Supposedly, I'd love to know all the relay members. We'll try and work them out. I'll recognise some faces as we go along.
Yeah, Scott, I think you're probably on the same page as me. There's one team I'm particularly intrigued to see in this 4x4, and it's the Welsh team, because I'm curious as to whether Bria's going to be in there, and if she is, what kind of split is she going to be running today? Based on them 2 fantastic 200-metre runs that we've had already from her today, I think it'd be great to see her in the 4x4 and just see what magic she can muster up in her last race today. Obviously on tired legs. 2 200-metre races. She kicked her day off. It was about 11:30 her first one. She kicked her day off at 11:30. She's gone away, had a break, probably had a bit of dinner, chilled out, a little bit of a warm-up, another 200-metre, then gone back, kicked back on. It's that up and down, up and down. It is going to drain the tank, but intrigued to see if she does turn up to this 4x4.
Yeah, as I was mentioning earlier on, the Welsh team, they have a great squad. I mean, for the women, they could choose between Charlotte Henrik, Louisa Stoney, Tess McHugh, Izzy Buffy, and Hannah Breyer, and there's others as well, I'm sure I'm forgetting, but that's just 5 really quality runners that can all run 52 seconds and below.
Yeah, you're absolutely on the mark there. I think the only thing that the Welsh team will have issues with is who to actually select in the squad, because they've got these limited numbers of athletes that they can pick, and the way that the Welsh team are picking it, it's slightly different from the others, and it is limited. So whether the 4x4 actually counts as 4 athletes or whether it is just seen as sort of like 1 athlete, I'm not too sure, and that will impact things. So you may see some athletes that are competing in the individual and then are also getting into the relay as well. It's a tough call and a lot of speculation around selection, and we'll see the Welsh team come out in the next week or so, I'd imagine, next couple of weeks certainly, because their closing date, like we mentioned, for qualification is midnight. Was it midnight tonight or midnight tomorrow?
9 p.m. tomorrow.
9 p.m. tomorrow.
Yeah, so I mean, we'll see. The athletes will know whether they've been selected or not for the Welsh team on the 4th of June, so very soon, and that allows them to just tailor their competition expectations for the next few weeks. Well, the long jump competition for the men is still going. Jack Roach, the England athlete, is leading with 7:43. That competition not quite as box office as the women's that we saw earlier on. We've got Daniela Megbor, a super young talent competing for the GB Juniors. Jumped 7:80 last season. He's a real superstar in the making. Love to see him progress through, and he's currently only jumped 7:01 in this competition, so he's still trying to find his feet a little bit, and they are into the 6th round now. Callum Newby has just jumped his 6th round attempt. He sits in 3rd with 7:21. Lewis White is in 2nd with 7:26.
Yeah, I think now we've got a little bit of downtime in between our next track event. Good to recap our ladies high jump final that was off earlier. That competition's completed, and it was Hallie Ferguson that took the win there. 184 personal best for her. And then she was followed in 2nd place by Gabriella Garber there, 181 a season's best for her. And in 3rd place it was Dana Keeley, the Irish athlete, 181 for her. 3rd place on count back there. So some good performances in that women's high jump that we've seen earlier on today. And Scott, the weather seems to be turning slightly. I can see the trees are blowing. We were forecast rain, and we've been very, very fortunate not to get any. It would be unfortunate if our last track event did get hit by the rain, because it looks like it's due any minute.
I feel sorry for our 10,000 metre athletes that are going to get started tonight, slightly separate competition to the Loughborough International. It's not part of it, but it could well get wet and windy and blustery. I wonder how many different paces they'll have on the wave lights as they go around tonight, because they'll need an A, B, C, D set of lights, won't they, depending on the conditions. So there was Daniela Megbor in the top left-hand corner just running through. It's not been the day for him. Condition blustery, meaning these athletes struggled to find the board, figure it out. Lewis White and Regan Corrin are 2 athletes from Loughborough. Regan Corrin is the man at the top of the runway right now. He's jumped 7:19. He only needs 7 centimetres to jump up into 2nd. England leading the competition in terms of points for the match. Just looking down, peering down into the high pack, and the numbers of athletes are just a little bit thin now. Everybody else has gone home. A lot of these athletes, bear in mind, the likes of the senior athletes will be working tomorrow, so they'll have to get their protein shakes on, their rice and whatever else they're having, and head home, try and get some sleep after all the caffeine and adrenaline that they've had today.
Scott, I'm going to slightly put you on the spot here then. I know we haven't finished the event, it may be the last place of the day, probably one of the field events, but any performances that are standing out to you that were just a little bit special today, or what you think of for performance of the day?
Oh, I mean, that's a good one. There's been quite a lot, hasn't there? I mean, I think perhaps for me, Charlotte Henrik in the 400, because of the margin, because of the time, it was really quick. I think Onyeka Oko put in a very impressive performance in the men's 400 hurdles. I really like the long jump competition. Jazz Sawyers picking out a win in the end in that competition in what was very, very close. And yeah, what about Joel Clark-Carr in the high jump too? He got over 2:21, and yeah, I thought that was great. So hard for me to choose. There are a lot of in the same sort of ballpark, Rich. I mean, what about yourself?
Yeah, I think Joel Clark-Carr in the high jump was one that stood out to me because I thought that was really impressive, the way that he managed that competition. Given the delays that were involved in that as well, I thought he'd done really well to sort of recoup mentally and get on with things there. Ria in the 200s for me has been impressive. I really enjoyed that. Enjoyed the storyline with it as well. I was really impressed with Jeremiah Azu as well. And it was just, he eased off with that last 10-15 metres, but in terms of performance-wise, I thought he looked in absolute cruise control and looked great doing it.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I often feel like I choose Jeremiah Azu for these sort of things, so I'm glad I didn't then. But yeah, he looked brilliant. I mean, that is technically, physically, he looked in brilliant shape. He obviously maybe felt a bit of discomfort as he came across the line. Maybe that's why he eased up quite abruptly, but he wasn't limping, he wasn't hugging his hamstring, you know. So all being well, we'll see him soon, but there is 5 weeks to go until that is British champs, and I know he always seems to get himself into great shape no matter if the niggles. Not saying he's got one, but yeah, I was very impressed with him too. So I don't know, we don't get to give out an athlete of the day or a big check or anything like that, but yeah, they're all the athletes that we quite enjoy watching.
Yeah. And I mean, to be fair, we've still got this 4x4, this mixed team relay that I am really looking forward to, so who knows, this one could steal the show.
Oh, actually, I should also say Johnny Peacock.
Yes.
I was just thinking about the other hundreds that we saw. Mabel Akande obviously won the women's, and then yeah, I thought Johnny Peacock looked fantastic actually. I feel like if I was going to give one performance of the day, it's seeing him run a 10.8 on his season opener at Loughborough, and yeah, if I was to give one and we had the powers to do so, I think mine might go to him.
The race that will stick in my mind was that 4x1 where we had all them teams disqualified. I'm still curious actually whether we can, whether one team did actually make it round or whether they were all also so we've got confirmation 2 teams made it through in the end.
However, Loughborough, England, GB Juniors and Scotland didn't get any points because they either DNF'd or did not start, so nobody got any points.
Crazy race to watch unfold, that one.
Well, it was quite remarkable that all of the 7 teams in the men's race all got the baton round, but we didn't get didn't even get half in the women's.
We were actually saying that though, the baton changes in the men's race, like especially the Welsh team, they were so slick, really slick. So yeah, that was impressive, but yeah, stark contrast to the one that followed.
We do have, I think I mentioned earlier, 7 full teams lining up for this. So we have our England team, our GB Juniors, our Loughborough Wales and our Scotland. We also have an England development team, a Loughborough International Athletics All-Stars team, which is an invite team of probably athletes that have raced today and want to take part. And then we also have another invitational team, and then the England development team. Did I mention them already? So we've got 3 guest teams. Yeah, 3 guest teams. How does that work? 3 guest teams. Anyway, I'm trying to count my numbers here. We do have 8. Sorry, it's 8. Yeah. Full field of 8. Did I say 7? That's why my numbers didn't quite add up.
Jam-packed though. This is a jam-packed fixture, this one. It'd be interesting to see at the changeovers how they're going to manage this volume of athletes. The weather does look to be changing slightly as well, Scott.
Yeah, so for the Welsh team, we're going to go Joe Breyer to Hannah Breyer to Evan Blackman to Charlotte Henrik. And Charlotte Henrik, fresh after running at the World Relays, is well versed in her baton changeovers. We've got Poppy Malik down there too, racing for Loughborough. I'm looking at some of the others that I might be able to see. Poppy Malik, of course, a very quick athlete. So, yeah, who else have we got down there? We can only see the backs of heads, which make it difficult. They've all got the same kit on, which makes it even more complicated. But I think Brooke Cronin is down there. Maybe was he on the start line leading off? He's going to lead off, isn't he?
Yeah, Brooke Cronin's over there.
Well, Wales won this one 12 months ago. I would like to say that I think Wales are probably going to win this one again, but Joe Breyer will have a tough run out because he's battling some good athletes. Scotland look like they have Bradley Francis, their 400 hurdler, on the first leg for them. I think Rowan Whittaker is down there for the GB Juniors on the first leg. Loughborough have Onyeka Oko, who won the Bucks title and this Loughborough International 4 hurdles earlier today. So Onyeka Oko, who's in good form, passing over to Poppy Malik, they could be in the mix. So at the end of the first 500 metres, we could still be very close between 3 or 4 teams.
Yeah, there's so many faces that who we've seen compete through today that have had strong performances. That it is making this matchup really intriguing. I just wonder how Bree is going to attack this one. Obviously, coming into second place in the individual 400 to Cronin, who was also lining up in this leg as well. Is he going to attack this slightly different? Hard to say. So, starting, we will give you our walkovers of these athletes that we've got competing today. So, starting on the outside, we've got the Loughborough student ACB team there. In lane number 7, representing GB Juniors. Lane 6, we head over to the England team. Over into lane 5, we've got Loughborough students. Lane 4, in the blue of Scotland. And heading into lane 3, we've got the Welsh team lining up, going into this one potentially as favourites. Lane 2, we move across into the youngsters, the England development team. And on the inside, we go through to the Loughborough International All-Stars. So Scott, an intriguing fixture. Plenty of quality in this one. I'm sure, as with any 4x4 relay, there is going to be drama, and the heavens have opened. Not ideal for baton changeovers, is it?
No, but these athletes will enjoy a tussle in the rain. You've got to scrap, haven't you, in a 4x4? And we'll see what sort of splits we can get. They'll all be out after officially, but I'm intrigued to see this first changeover between England, Loughborough and Wales.
Scott, I said it was raining, but I've got that completely wrong. It's actually hailstoning. So I've got a lot of empathy for them athletes that are waiting for their legs to come in here.
I don't know whether that's better or not, to be honest. Maybe you don't get soaking wet.
So our final event of the day, the mixed 4x4 relay. Cleanly away there. They head into the first leg. The athletes will stay in lanes, and we can see our other athletes filtering down into the laned area now. Scott, a bit hard to unpick at the moment, but it looks like one of our GB teams in the outside lanes. The GB Juniors team looks to have got off to a really good start there on the first leg. They look to be slightly in front on the stagger, but this will unwind significantly. Bria looks to be having a good run there. Cronin looks to be slightly laboured in this one, but this stagger does always throw things slightly. However, the GB Junior team seems to be having a good run so far, but Cronin is coming back into it, showing his strength again down the home straight. It's very typical of Cronin and how he performed earlier on today, and that looks to be around about a 46 second split roughly.
Yeah, about a 46. I think it was England that just managed to change over. Joe Breyer was just slightly fading at the back end of his leg, whereas Brooke Cronin came through strong, and it is England that have the advantage. I think that might be Alicia Regis on the back straight for them right now. Breyer is in second, and look at Poppy Malik in third. She's flying for Loughborough here.
Poppy Malik has really attacked this one hard, and I was thinking she was trying to get in front of Bria before that 200 metre mark, and Bria's managed to hold her off now. So they're going to have their eyes on the athlete in front of them there, but Bria in second place, Malik in third, and now Bria pulls wide, and Bria's made a significant move here, Scott. Look at Bria go. She looks in fantastic form down the home straight here.
Yeah, she's flying, and Poppy Malik has gone with her. I said she'd have a good leg. She's a brilliant athlete too, and Bria will hand over to Evan Blackman, and that was about a 52 flat there for Hannah Bria, so she's going good.
That was a nice clean handover from the Welsh team as well. It was really, really smooth, and it's the key, just getting a couple of tenths for these athletes as well. So the chase and pack, they're bearing down on the athlete from Wales, but he looks controlled down the back straight now, and Wales have got probably about a 2-second gap at the moment, I would say, Scott.
Yeah, I think the margin's pretty big. England are having a race with Loughborough in second place right here. They're fighting it out. It's Evan Blackman at the front for Wales who leads this one, and well, who is this on that third leg for England, because they're putting a great run, and it's going to be tight between England and Loughborough as they start to fade coming into this third changeover.
Definitely, we see the handover to Henricks now, another smooth and safe handover from the Welsh team. And if Henricks attacks this like she did in the individual 400 metre, I don't see any way back for any of these other teams here. The athletes in the England team running wide around the bend. Loughborough students doing a great job of holding them wide, making them burn that tank, use that energy. But Henricks down the back straight looks serene. Scott looks dominant. A right tussle for second and third here between Loughborough students and the England team. But Henricks, she's got about 200 metres to go now, Scott, and it's all Wales, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all Wales as expected, looking to retain the title they won here 12 months ago, and Henrik is flying. We said they've got such a strong team. This will give an indication of what they can do at the Commonwealth Games later this summer.
Yeah, absolutely. So Wales coming down the home straight now. Henricks has brought this one home in fine form for the Wales team. They have dominated this one from the start. A fantastic leg from Bria, and Henricks right the way through, gritting their teeth across that line. 3:18.93. Decent clocking from the Welsh team there, Scott. Solid legs from all. They all performed. Their baton changes were clean as well. Bria really impressed. Henricks was strong, gritted it out. Yeah, I'm really impressed with that Welsh team today, Scott.
Yeah, amazing. They can get quicker for sure. I mean, would you believe it? As soon as the last athlete crossed the line, the hailstone and the rain stopped. So that sort of sums up what can happen in a relay. It's chaotic. A brilliant performance, though. I think that was quicker than they ran last year. I'm just trying to gear my mind back to 12 months ago, and yeah, Henrik, she battled hard. I think that was another 52 split there. We'll wait and see the official results when they come through, but yeah, brilliant job from all of them.
So we'll get you those official results for that mixed 4x4, but yeah, what a race from the Welsh team there. They've had some really strong performances across the board today as well. I think in their individual events they've really performed well, but I think match-wise it does mean that England are going to tie up that match. I think we've got secure the points for that, so we'll bring the overall standings at the close of play today. But yeah, it looks to be England that have taken the match title for today, Scott. And yeah, some good performances in that England team across the board. We can see the Scottish team out there as well, getting some photos done. Intriguing to see this these 4x4 competitions unfold at the Commonwealth Games later on this season.
Yeah, absolutely. Wales will be contending come the final at the Commonwealth Games this summer. I am sure they have a great quartet, done a brilliant job putting that together. So just to wrap up the women's hammer throw results, Tara Simpson-Sullivan getting the win for England, Katie Head in second, Kelly Presswell guesting in this competition in third, and then Amelia Fettis gets the third place in the match for Wales. So we'll just have a look at that long jump result as well. Jack Roach, clear winner after that first round effort. He's always good at getting a full scorecard out, is Jack Roach. Good to see. Lewis White coming in second, Callum Nubius Scotland in third, and Regan Corrin of Loughborough in fourth place. So, well, dun dun dun, the drum roll please. This is the team points for the day, and I don't think this includes the scores from that mixed 4x4. Maybe one or two more events to come into that too, but I think there's no doubt about it. England have won the match.
England have certainly won the match.
England have won the match, Rich. Yeah, you're losing your voice. I mean, it's been a long, cold day. I don't blame you, but yeah, brilliant performances from England across the board, just the consistency and the depth.
Yeah, definitely. England have got that match sewn up, but it'll be intriguing to know if that wasn't the final standings, because the Loughborough students did finish high up in that one there. So we'll see what that overall does to the overall standings. But I would think probably what we've seen there was how it's going to go. To that mixed 4x4 results, we can see them on the screen now. So Wales take the win there, 3 minutes 18 seconds, 0.9 there. Loughborough students in second place, taking the win over the England team, down in third, clocking 3:23 there. So yeah, a dominant run from Wales there. It was never really in question after probably about the second leg. I think they had that one sewn up. So yeah, fantastic performance from that mixed 4x4 team from Wales.
Well, we've already talked about our performances of the day. We had a brilliant day here today at the Loughborough International once again. Rich, any final comments from you?
I think what the Loughborough International has sort of brought us back to today, just from some of the races that we've seen unfold, maybe because the conditions weren't with us, there wasn't pacemakers all the time, is that there's been that real racing element, and it's been exciting to watch and observe and commentate on. So I've really enjoyed the fact that there has been a lot of the fixtures have boiled down to races as well, and it's good to see that we're not all
the UK Athletics YouTube channel at 7:30 for the UK 10,000 metre championships. I'll be sticking around with GB youngster Jess Bailey, and we'll be talking you through the women's and men's 10,000 metre races. Rich, thanks very much. Loved working with you today. Thanks for watching at home. Until next year, good night.
Bye-bye.